This video is a compilation video of some of the best Am I the Jerk stories of the year, starting with a story about a Karen on a plane going buck wild. And since this video is a little bit longer, you can throw it on in the background while you work or you game or plot to take over the world. By the way, we have not drawn the winners for our 12 days of Christmas giveaway yet, so you still have time to enter. And if you don't know what that is, click the video in the description and it'll break it all down for you. But really, it's very simple. It only takes a few seconds to enter, and there are some pretty good prizes. So I'd say it's worth your time to check it out, since last year relatively very few people actually entered it. So if it's the same as it was last year, your chances of winning are not bad. If you listen to this video all the way through, you'll hear a secret word randomly. Comment that word down below, but also comment a bunch of random words so people can't copy your comment. But if I see the correct one amongst a bunch of fake ones, I'll know that you're a real one. Anyway, with all that said, make sure you follow Am I the Jerk on Instagram or Twitter, subscribe to this channel and Am I the Genius, and let's jump straight into it. A Karen on a plane thinks that she is entitled to a first-class upgrade for free after booking the aisle seat and the window seat, but not the middle seat, and then getting furious that she didn't get the middle seat included because she had the aisle and the window. The middle seat was my seat. Here's what happened. Subscribe to Am I the Jerk on YouTube and hit the bell to turn on notifications. Due to a new procurement process at work nobody cares about, I booked a flight to my conference destination really late. All that was left were middle seats, or ponying up personally, for an upgrade, which wasn't going to happen for a relatively short flight. Out in the boarding area, they announced many times that it was a full flight and kept begging people to gate check their bags. It was not subtle. After they let all the military, first class, frequent flyers, and blah 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 blah, more time needed people board, my group got to plot down the jetway. Once we got to the plane, I could see my fate before me. A wild Karen was sitting in an aisle seat. The middle was piled with Karen crap. A backpack, electronic devices, stuffed animals, snacks, and a miniature Karen was over in the window seat, happily kicking the empty seat in front of her so hard it was visibly shaking. That's, I count the rows, definitely mine. When I got to the row, I pointed to the middle seat to indicate that it's mine. Karen did not budge or move a single thing from her crap hinge. I tried again with the whole, "I'm sorry, that's my seat" routine. She snapped at me and said,
"You sit somewhere else."
I say, "I can't do that. It's a full flight. This is my assigned seat." Well, Karen wasn't having that. Did I know what kind of day she'd had? It had started the day before. Their flight was diverted. They missed their connection. They slept in the airport overnight. They just needed a little space. Sit somewhere else, is basically what she told me. And she shoved her knees up full against the seat in front of her, blocking my way before she loaded it with Karen cruft in the middle seat. Then she shut her eyes and pretended to be asleep. I slammed the flight attendant button over her head and awkwardly crouched in the row behind so people can get past me. We'd already made a scene and clogged up boarding. As I crouched there, I realized nothing about Karen's story made sense. We weren't at the big city airport where flights sometimes get diverted. We were at the tiny regional airport that only had a couple of airlines that flew to a few major hubs. No connections happened there. There also wasn't a bunch of other people griping about missed connections, diversions, or having slept in the airport. When a tiny regional airport has that happen, you know, everybody knows. Karen was probably lying. Anyhow, the saintly flight attendant arrived to ask what was wrong. She checked my ticket. Yeah, that was unfortunately my seat. Then she asked Karen to see her and the kids' tickets. Karen kept her eyes closed and continued to pretend to be asleep. I don't know how she thought that would work, but the flight attendant shook her shoulder several times and began speaking loudly to her. You must remember, boarding is going on all around this. People were hefting bags, trying to find seats, and the usual loud mayhem. It was ridiculous. The flight attendant told Karen that if she didn't respond, paramedics would be called about an unresponsive passenger. That got Karen's attention. She popped up and demanded,
"What? I'm trying to sleep!"
and then went off on the same rant she did at me about her travel nightmare and needing the space. The flight attendant explained that it was a full flight. All of the seats were booked. Standby passengers were waiting for any extras, and Karen needed to let me sit. This sent Karen into wails over being separated from her baby by a stranger. The flight attendant pointed out that she booked the aisle and the window seats herself, leaving that separation so she could either ask me to swap or sit in them as assigned. That sent off another rant. Apparently, some frequent flyer / travel advice site out there says to book the window and aisle and hope nobody sits in the middle so that you get a free space. I imagine this works on flights that aren't full. This one was full. Karen swore that she got that tip for how to get an extra seat free off the airline's website and threw quite a fit after they told her to do that. She was being punished by being separated from her baby. Meanwhile, the people on the row in front arrived and the mini Karen was still kicking away like she was at soccer practice. It was so bad the guy in the window seat didn't even want to sit down. He leaned over and asked the kid to stop kicking. Mini Karen let out an unholy wail of
Stranger!
that she had apparently been trained to do if a stranger spoke to her. Karen turned from her screaming fit at the flight attendant to take in the scene of an adult man in the row in front of her, looking at her child in horror, and the child wailing
Stranger!
at the top of her lungs, only to turn right back to the flight attendant while pointing at that dude and demanding,
Get this Speedo off the plane immediately!
That's where the flight attendant went from firm and reasonable to utterly brilliant. She sagely nodded at Karen and said, "We can't remove him from the flight because he hasn't done anything to your child, but we can certainly get you two reseated if you're not comfortable with your current location and situation. Gather your things, we'll take you up to the desk and see if there are any upgrades available for more spacious seats." It was amazing. Karen puffed up in self-importance as she gathered her now happy spawn and all their crap. She threw elbows like mad, shoving her way upstream past all the people still trying to board the plane. She'd heard the magic word upgrade, and she was going to get there before it was gone. I sort of cursed to myself that they were probably upgrading her to make her calm down. I was not thrilled that her ridiculous display worked. Then the flight attendant's coworker came back to ask if I preferred the window or aisle to my middle seat. Aisle, thanks. At least I got that, right? Well, it got better. The flight attendant's coworker explained that I could relax because Karen and the entitled kid would not be returning. There were no upgrades. It was faster and easier to get them off the flight that way than calling security. They filled the seats with waiting standby passengers, and presumably Karen had plenty of space to sit next to her mini Karen in the terminal while waiting for the next flight. Well played, flight attendants. Well played. I've actually heard a lot of people talk about this strategy of getting the window seat and the aisle seat and hoping nobody will book the middle of it, but I don't know if that actually works. In this case, it didn't because the flight was full, but the Karen in the situation was really counting on it working. She's trying to say that the airline itself is the one who said to do this, which is hilarious. Not that somebody who worked for the airline told her, but that it's actually on the airline's website. So she's probably lying about that. She's probably lying about having missed her flight and having to spend the night in the airport. She's lying about pretending to be asleep as if that would make a difference if you were asleep or not. And then she calls that guy a Speedo. It is very weird how that's a lot of people's go-to in a situation where they either need to get a lot of attention or they need to get out of the situation. Yeah, just point at a random person and call them a Speedo. That'll take all the heat off of you. So let me know how you would handle the situation down below, and jerk or not a jerk, and why. I was severely bullied because of my orientation, so I got revenge. I am an athletic gay guy, and I always have been. I was born and raised in Texas, so you can imagine some of the going-ons in my younger years when being gay was less accepted. This was a little over 10 years ago. Freshman year, I'm on the basketball team. I'm not good, not great, just average. The team also takes up a class period, and on some days we have to study instead of practice. One of the kids on the team, M, would constantly give me crap about being gay, calling me an F slur, a queer, and all of the usual slurs. I, always being a pretty amiable guy and extremely slow to action, accepted his insults with open arms. Although I wasn't the star player, among people who knew me, I made sure my nickname was the F slur. I'd always answer yes to everyone who asked, "Does booty taste good?" or "Do you have a body count?" I never let it show, but this constant disrespect towards me and other people, including teachers, really got to me. He would harass my friends, pick on the boys, catcall, and make lewd comments to the girls. He was the kind of kid who'd do a fake "yes sir" to a teacher who was getting onto him about something. That's when a little birdie told me his dad died 3 years ago, and his mom was a lush, a drinker. Despite the fact that I now had this knowledge, I held on to it until I had my chance. M liked to shove people around, but he never did me because I was pretty popular and matched him physically. Like I said, that didn't stop him from picking on people close to me. I started preparing for the fight I knew would come. Working bags, learning footing, all the good stuff. After 3 months of preparation, I felt ready. He came upon me in the bathroom, talked some smack, I don't remember. There were a few of his buddies. Perfect. Remember how I said his dad died? Well, I used that and said, okay, daddy issues, can I call you that? Is not having one really considered a daddy issue? By the way, why are you so fixated on gay things? Why do you ask so many questions? Do you want to try it out? Or was the last thing your dad did to teach you about doming? Admittedly, not the best as I type it out, but it was mean enough. This got him enraged. All the better. He charged at me through the narrow part of the bathroom. My back was to the wall and he was moving too fast. I got out of the way and he harmlessly flung himself against the wall. Harmlessly for him and me. Well, not for long. He had to shift his weight. I to the side. He had already done so. It was a one-punch KO to the side of the jaw. This guy had never been in a real fight before. It only took me raising a middle finger at the 3 friends that he had brought in with him to make them reconsider their dedication to the mission at hand. Next, I soccer ball kicked, shoe to face, while he was down 4 times. My shoes were smeared with blood. A few more kicks downstairs after that, spat on the back of his head, and walked away. I never talked to M again. I never cared how he was doing, but today I had seen his face and it certainly wasn't the one he had been born with. Naturally, word of the fight spread around and I got in some big trouble. I was suspended, but the motto, don't mess with the F slur, spread around real quick. As far as I know, nobody ever did. This was a lot more intense than I expected. Unfortunately, there are certain situations in life where you can't be passive. You have to do something in response to something happening to you, or else it's going to keep getting worse and worse and worse. That doesn't mean you have to go through with what he did here. There's probably other ways, but maybe he felt like there was no other option and he wanted to nip it in the bud before it got even worse. But let me know how you see this situation. Do you think it was going too far, or do you think he had no other options? Let me know down below. I am breaking off my engagement because my fiance might get sick in the future. My fiance and I have been together for 5 years. He's the love of my life, and I literally can't imagine being without him. So the thought of doing this is making my stomach roll. He was adopted, and neither he nor his parents knew much about his medical history. A few weeks ago, he met his biological brother for the first time and found out that his birth father had passed from Huntington's disease. There is a 50% chance that my fiance also has the genetic defect that causes Huntington's, but he refuses to get tested. It's not the disease that I'm scared of, it's the not knowing. If we know he'll get it, we can prepare financially, practically, and emotionally. He says a positive test will hold him back from living his life, but I feel like it's the opposite. How can we live with this giant maybe looming over us? How can I make smart decisions on where to live, how to budget, or even whether or not to have biological children with this man if I'm not allowed to have all the facts? So I've come to the decision that I have to break it off. I respect his decision, but I can't understand or accept it. I have literally no one I can talk to about it because it's his secret and not mine to tell. I have to go to work now, but I'll continue to respond to questions throughout the day, especially to the comments that exactly mirror the dissenting voice in my head. I just want to clarify a few things first. Number 1, I would not leave him if he was tested positive for the defect. I would not leave him if he got sick. I just want to plan for us to be able to afford the best life and care for him if he does, which means we'd have to start immediately. Number 2, I don't want or need perfect children. That isn't realistic, but it is possible to avoid them being subjected to a 50-50 chance of having this disease. Of course, there are alternative options, but again, they involve preparation and planning. I'm more than willing to take a full genetic panel as well. Number 3, yes, one or both of us could get cancer or permanently disabled in an accident or any number of things, but I've come to learn that you can't plan for every unpredictable thing life throws at you. This is the rare occasion that we do have the opportunity to prepare. Number 4, essentially it comes down to the fact that we are incompatible. Regardless of how much we love each other, I'm a planner and he's very laid back. Until now, these traits have complemented each other, but unfortunately they've brought us to an impasse that I don't think we can both move forward from happily. I'm floored at all of these responses, supportive and otherwise. At the very least, I feel validated that this is a complex issue with no clear and obvious answer. I've decided to take a few steps back. Those of you who brought up the fact that a few weeks is probably too little time for him to fully process his possible diagnosis have a really valid point. Just because I want to immediately jump into problem solving mode doesn't mean it's necessarily the right thing to do here. So I'm not leaving yet, at least, and hopefully never. I'm going to find a therapist to help me work through my anxieties and give my fiance some space, not literally, to work through this. And then we'll revisit this conversation, hopefully with more patience on my part and willingness to act on his. Jumping into the future, there is an update. I'm not sure if it was obvious, but I was not in a good place when I made that post. When I stress, I don't sleep or eat. For him, it may have only been a few weeks to accept the situation, but for me, it was a few weeks of non-stop anxiety, where I was lucky to get even an hour of restless sleep at night. I was plain exhausted on top of everything else, and only began to consider leaving when I started to hit my breaking point. Anyway, we talked about it at length. We cried, we fought, we researched. I showed him empathy, we consulted with friends, family, specialists. We pressed pause for days or weeks when we needed a break from the whole thing. And in the end, he agreed to have the test. Guys, to say we dodged an absolute maelstrom of bullets would be putting it mildly. He's negative for both the developing disease himself as well as the risk of passing it on. No matter what else happens, this is one area where he's assuredly safe. All of this said, once the euphoria faded, we decided that it was necessary to put a hold on our engagement and take some time apart. I still love him with all my heart, but this was our first serious disagreement as a couple, and it forced us to seriously reflect on ourselves and our relationship. Neither of our positions were wrong, but they were so disparate that there was no realistic compromise. I spent the last few months traveling abroad, and other than a few texts, we haven't spoken much. But I'm home now, and we have our second first date tonight. Wish me luck. Here are the answers to a few of the final questions. Number one, I mentioned this a million times in my first post, but here it goes again. I had no plans to leave him if he tested positive. I just needed to know so that we could plan our lives accordingly. Number two, we decided together to take a break. It's been an incredibly difficult, emotionally charged roller coaster of a year. I didn't leave him. Number three, we planned from day one to keep communication to a minimum. It was difficult. I actually began keeping a journal of all the things I wanted to call or text him about. It's extensive and I can't wait to share it with him. Number four, I didn't give him an ultimatum, but I understand why that's the takeaway. I only said here that I was thinking of leaving, and I know that it was rash and irrational. So, was I the jerk for how I handled the situation? It seems like no matter how many times the OP here said that she would stay with him, even if he was positive, even if he did get sick, people don't really seem to hear that part. As she said many times already, she just wants to know so she can plan accordingly. I know that some people doubted that, saying that she would just find another excuse to leave once they found out that he was positive, but there's not really anything to suggest that that's what she would do. She's saying the exact opposite of that. I think it would be really tough to live under this constant looming impending doom that may or may not come. That's kind of why it's one of the most popular would you rather questions about if you could know the exact day that you would die, would you choose to know that information or would you choose not to know that information? I'll actually put that up as a poll in the community post section of the channel. Some people argue that knowing the exact day would make it so that they would live their life to the fullest, and other people argue that knowing it will hold them back from living their lives. I mean, the exact words were, he says a positive test result will hold him back from living his life, but I feel like it's the opposite. So when it comes to this specific topic, they are fundamentally in two opposing camps. I'm glad to hear that ultimately he didn't have it, but how would you have handled the situation? Let me know down below. Am I the jerk for leaving the restaurant before my boyfriend's family arrived after I was told that I was going to pay for their meals? I'm a 29-year-old female and I've been dating my boyfriend who's 35, Ricky, for 5 months. He's divorced but hates this word and goes with the word divorcee instead because the first word, divorced, makes it sound like he was dumped when it was him who initiated it. Anyways, he always goes on long rants about his exes and says stuff like, I hope you don't have this awful habit my ex has, or I hope you like X, Y, and Z because my ex didn't, and the list goes on. I found a second job recently and he's been having me pay every time we go out. When I protest, he'd say he's going through a rough patch and is seeing how much help I can offer. Last night, he invited his family to join us for dinner. We got to the restaurant first. He asked me if I brought enough money. I said, why? And he told me that he told his parents that I'd pay for their meals. I said, why would I? And he went on about his parents going through a rough patch just like him. I said, I'm sorry, this can't be a coincidence. He asked what I meant and I told him that I would not be paying. He insisted. I refused and said no. He then leaned back and said, well, you're here, so not much of a choice you have anyway. He said this while laughing like it was funny. I silently got up, took my phone and my purse, and I walked right out. He was shocked. He started shouting after me to stop and wait, but I didn't. I went home and he called me in rage, saying that I did a horrible thing walking out on him and his parents while I could have just paid. I told him that their unfortunate financial situation isn't my problem and that I wasn't obliged to pay for their food. If they couldn't pay for their meals, then they should not go out. He got offended and said, and I quote, "You're making money a priority just like my ex did." Then he went on about how disrespectful my attitude was and how I made him look small in front of his parents and forced him to lie about why I wasn't there when they came. We've been going back and forth about it until now. He's mad and is refusing to speak to me until I apologize. I feel bad because his parents are lovely and I've been doing my best to keep a good relationship with them. So am I the jerk? Right out the gate, just the fact that the boyfriend is comparing the OP to his ex-girlfriends is already pretty toxic. There's one thing to talk about it and say, hey, these things really bothered me about these other people in the past, but to say you better not be like this, you better not be like that, you better be like this is not healthy at all. Really, for either side, because with the boyfriend, it creates this sort of untrue portrait of the person that he's dating, and for the girlfriend, obviously, she's in a position where she has to constantly contort herself to be what he's describing and to not be what he's describing as well. And then on top of all of that, he's trying to set her up to pay for everything, which is also weird. Let me know how you would handle the situation down below, and jerk or not a jerk, and why. When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. A man in his 60s named Richard has a dispute with his HOA, the Homeowners Association. They don't like his lawn, so they try and send their own landscapers out in order to fix it. When they do that, they send Richard an invoice for it. Richard doesn't like that at all. So the next time the HOA tries to send landscapers to his house, he blocks access so the landscapers can't get to it. The HOA sends him the invoice anyway, and it happens again and again. After a year, he has so many invoices that the HOA has sent him for this whole landscaping situation that the debt crushes him and he loses his house. It's foreclosed on. Before he's forced to leave, he utterly destroys the house from the inside. And then he does the unthinkable. He goes back to the HOA and takes the lives of its members. When asked why he did this, he said, "I was getting even." Here's what happened in this horrible situation. Subscribe to Am I the Jerk on YouTube and hit the bell to turn on notifications. So to start off, this is a pretty old story that I remember not long after I moved out to the backwater armpit of Satan that we call Arizona, and was instrumental in my parents not buying a house in a neighborhood with an HOA initially. So here's the backstory. This part of the story takes place shortly before the year 2000. In my state, we have numerous retiree communities that are run by HOAs, homeowners associations. The vast majority of them, in my experience, are as a respite and habilitation provider that can be summarized simply as near to full on tyrannical in their intercommunity politics, often targeting members out of the clique, while heavily favoring those who fell in line. In this case, it started with Richard and the new HOA board, henceforth going to be abbreviated as NHB, new HOA board, for convenience sake. Richard had lived in his house in the community under the prior HOA board for close to 10 years. Before that, a community mailbox was installed near his driveway and had the borders of his house lined with row hedges. These two details will be important later. However, around early 2000, a new HOA governing board was elected. By this time, many others had moved into the area and began parking in front of the aforementioned mailbox, a number of which, to my memory, were NHB board members. Richard had at first tried talking to the offending mailbox blockers that would block his driveway. Eventually, however, he would resort to simply parking his car in front of the driveway and by extension, the mailboxes. In retaliation, the NHB would tow his car and invoice Richard for it. In addition to this, Richard was not the type to constantly preen and prune his hedges around his house or keep the lawn well kept. The HOA as a result began sending landscapers to trim them for him and would naturally invoice him every time they did for the bill. Richard, both verbally and in writing in rather rude terms, requested they not send them and denied the landscapers access to his house, but he was still invoiced for their being contracted even though they were sent away. Eventually, as I remember, the NHB would send the landscapers to his home when he was away or not home and then still invoice him the costs after. Finally, having enough, Richard ended up killing off his lawn and hedges to force the NHB to stop sending landscapers. But due to laws in my state and the NHB's bylaws, they were able to sue for the cost of all the invoices sent over the course of nearly a year or so, and managed to foreclose on Richard's house for the unpaid fees. So he was forced to move out and chose to move to California for a time. This is where the revenge begins. With the events leading up to the nuclear revenge set in place, now we can discuss Richard's revenge. Richard had practically been living out of a trailer for a little while stewing over his treatments at the hands of his former NHB. Richard had still owned a storage unit in Arizona, which contained his arms, a boomstick, and 2 semi-auto GATs. That April, he returned to Arizona with one goal in mind: revenge. Richard's former HOA held official meetings bi-yearly, with other smaller meetings for emergencies or when voted to convene. Richard entered the NHB's meeting with his arms, opened fire, and ended the life of 2 board members outright, wounding one more and wounding another during a scuffle with another man trying to wrestle his boomstick away from him. When Richard was later questioned why he committed the crime, his only response was, "I was getting even." Later, Richard was sentenced to death for the murders, but he ended up passing away of natural causes while still on death row. In the end, the HOA was disbanded for some time following the wake of the murders. They have at this point reestablished, but from what I recall, they've been quite careful who they elect to the board. And that's the story as I remember it. Sorry if some details are a little vague, sparse, or slightly off. These events happened almost 20 years ago now, and I was fairly young at the time. Having only been told the story later by my father and friends and a little side research of my own, I thought it might fit well. So if for some reason you don't believe this story, this is one of the stories that actually had news coverage. So there's a few different articles on this if you want to read more. I'll leave links to them on the Am I the Jerk Discord and on the Am I the Jerk Twitter. Whatever's more convenient for you if you want to read more. So obviously, it goes without saying that the way that Richard handled this is never the way to handle anything, clearly. But how would you handle a situation where you own a house and it gets foreclosed on because of invoices that the HOA is sending to you from these landscapers? So let's break this down. In a lot of these stories where people are pushed to the brink, it always seems like eventually one of these people is just going to totally snap, and that's exactly what happened in this story. He pretty much threw his life away by ending their lives. Obviously, we don't get to hear from his perspective, so we don't know what type of mindset that he was in going into all of this. Not that that would ever excuse it, but if I had to guess, I would say he was probably coming from a place of desperation. In one of the articles, it says that he was 61 years old. And as a lot of you guys know, financial wipeouts tend to be more devastating the older you are because it's the less time you have to rebuild. And this was not only a financial wipeout, but he no longer had a place to live anymore. In the article, they got some quotes from one of the people that was in the room, a 76-year-old guy who said he just came in, stood in the rear of the room, and started firing. I mean, hearing that is so sad that people would have to go through that. In another section of the same article, it says that before he left after his home was sold, neighbors and others said he destroyed his interior, sawing through cabinets and removing the dishwasher and the kitchen sink. A former associate vice president that they got this quote from said he took a chainsaw to the doors, took a chainsaw to the plastic tub, and the plastic shower stall. He also etched big X's on the Arcadia doors, pulled down the sheetrock, cut the wiring in the walls. So he went full on nuclear when he lost his home. If you've ever been evicted, you can probably relate to how powerless you feel, especially if you're really young and you don't have the means to save the situation. That happened to me when I was a lot younger too, but we never destroyed anything. We just left it as it was. I hear stories about people putting cockroach babies in the floors and bugs in the walls and cement down the drains, all sorts of stuff to try and completely make the house uninhabitable for the next person. So let me know how you see this situation. Obviously what he did is not the right answer, but what do you think would have been? Let me know what you think down below. I won over $5,000 in court because of a car accident that I caused. So for a little information before I get into the story, I'm a 22-year-old male, I work in construction, I run a few crews, and I'm a foreman because I've been working in this field since I started working summers when I was 14 years old. That's legal in my state. With this being said, I have a lot of experience and I get paid really well. For my job, I need a truck that can pull a lot of trailers and also get into a lot of sketchy job sites, especially in the winter. So I drive a new lifted pickup F350. Anyway, let's get into it. So about 4 months ago now, I got got off of work one day and I just really didn't feel like making dinner, so I decided to get myself the trusty Big Mac at McDonald's. Well, after I got my order, I was going to pull out into the parking lot to drive home, and I was looking hard over my left to see how busy the road was before I got there. Well, I wasn't paying great attention to what was happening in front of me, and as I was creeping forward, someone who was in front of me was stopped and not paying attention either. I ended up barely hitting his mirror and scraping his door with my front end. I immediately reversed and hopped out. I made sure the guy was okay and apologized, knowing that it was my fault, and I asked him if he wanted to call the cops. Let's call this guy Brent. Brent says, "Nah, bro, we're good." If you could just get me your insurance info, I think we could get this taken care of. I was fine with that as there was no damage done to my truck and it's not required to call the cops for an accident if it occurs in a private parking lot. This is relevant later. We exchanged information and he seemed pretty cool. So I tell him to go get the damage bid and I'll just pay in cash so my insurance rates don't go up as long as he's okay with it. He says that's fine and we both just leave and I feel like a moron, but all in all, Brent seems like a cool dude and I just hope we can get it sorted out smoothly. About a month passes by and I haven't heard anything from Brent or the shop that I told him to go to. Honestly, I wasn't too stressed about this because if he decided not to get it done, that's on him. Well, he calls me one day at about noon saying he can't remember my name and he wanted to tell the guys at the shop who sent him there because it seemed like we knew each other. I told him my name and the guys at the shop gave him a deal. Pretty sure they say this to everyone. He sends me the bid for the damages and it comes out to $2,403. This was more than I imagined, but I said to get it done and I'd take care of the bill afterward, and that was that. He hung up, said it was cool, and I went on with my day as usual. Another month goes by and I don't hear anything until Brent calls me up while I'm at work again and says, "Hey brother, I talked to the shop and they said they can't get me in for another 2 weeks or so, and they may end up charging me more if they find more damage." I say, "Okay, sounds good. Just let me know, man. I hope it goes smooth for you and I'm sorry for the inconvenience." He seemed to take it good and I'm really just trying to be a good person. He responds with, "Well, after talking to my wife, I'm okay if you just wanted to write a check for $2,500 and we can call it even." This seemed odd to me because why wouldn't someone want their vehicle repairs all paid for? I say, "Okay, man, let's set a time and place to meet and I'll get you paid." He liked the idea and ended the call by telling me he would let me know. Yet another month passes by and I hear nothing. At this point, I'm getting fed up and I just want the situation to stop being over my head. He hits me up at 11 p.m. one night and asks if we can meet in town. I found this kind of disrespectful because I was nearly asleep and I had to be at work at 5 a.m. the next day. Either way, I said that was fine and took my $2,500 cash and wrote up a quick contract saying this payment would be accepted as payment in full for the damages, and by accepting it, it would release me from any and all liability. This was a pretty fair contract, I believe, as it was the deal we had already made over the phone, just in writing. I get to the place we suggested as a meetup spot, I give him the cash, and he signs the contract without hardly even reading it, and he didn't want the copy. This was a red flag to me, but I just assumed he really didn't care about it all that much, so I just sent him the photo of the contract and go back home for some beauty sleep. And as you can guess by now, another month goes by with me just living life carefree and not a worry in the world about this stupid car accident. Well, I go to check my mail, and I have a notice from this guy's lawyer that he is suing me for not paying after wrecking his car. This pissed me off, but I also knew I had plenty of text messages and a contract on my side. I immediately called Brent and he blocks my number. Luckily enough, my girlfriend works for a lawyer, so I get him updated and he says that he'd love to help. He lets me know that I saved my butt by writing that contract, as any contract worth over $500 is to be held up in any level court in my state. I immediately get to work on my revenge. I remember on the side of this guy's car, he had a business logo and I took pictures of the damage, so I hop online, get to the Better Business Bureau to look up who owns this company, thinking that surely he couldn't own the business because he is such an idiot. I was wrong. This guy owns that company, and I see that he has about 12 one-star reviews, all in dispute because of his shady business practices, telling people it will cost one thing and then charging them 4 times what he said it would. Sound familiar? Remember when he said the shop may charge more than the original $2,403? That's right. He was suing me for $10,000. 4 times what the shop told him it would cost. Unbelievable. He was trying his same sneaky tactics on me. My lawyer takes note of this and we show up to court ready for war. This guy is sleazy. As we get there and all set up, he says, "You ready to give me some more daddy's money?" With a smirk. I guess just because I'm young and I drive a nice truck and I could afford $2,500. His lawyer gets up and starts trying to say this nonsense about me hitting and running, and Brent barely got a picture of my license plate. So I tried to bully him into taking a deal for only $2,500 when the damage was clearly more than that. There were obvious holes in this story, and he really didn't have much to say. Just imagine the smile on my face as my lawyer lays out the printouts of our text messages and the physical copy of the contract, which was signed by Brent. His lawyer was ghostly white and looked sick. After laying out all the evidence, my lawyer pulled out a little hidden gem, the printouts of all the complaints we found on the Better Business Bureau and how he was doing the same thing to me. That was the final nail in the coffin, as the judge said he had seen enough. He asked Brent for any final statements and Brent said, "I don't even have the $2,500 anymore. Can I just get that then and we'll be okay?" Literally admitting to the judge that he had received my money and his story was just a load of nonsense. I thought his lawyer was going to strangle him. It was beautiful. The judge ended up ruling in my favor and demanded him to pay my legal fees as well as damages and lost wages because I had to miss work to be in court. The absolute sweetest part was that this particular day my crew was on a very high wage job and I was technically the one getting paid before I paid them out as subcontractors. This means I was to be paid $475 an hour, and this whole ordeal took about 5 hours. He ended up having to pay me almost $5,000. I don't think I've ever been so happy in my life. So was my revenge enough? So this scammer guy was not very smart. He signed a contract that said that he received the $2,500 and then pretends like that didn't happen, like it was a hit and run, and then accidentally admits that he did get the $2,500. I wouldn't be surprised if he was lying about the quote on his car in the first place, that it didn't even cost $2,500. When the scammer guy told the OP the price the first time, the OP says, "This was more than I imagined, but I said to get it done and I take care of it afterwards." So just due to the fact that he was shocked that it would cost so much based on the minimal damage, I would just call the shop and say, "Hey, what did you actually quote this guy for this car?" If he ever even came in at all, because maybe the damage is only a tiny fraction of that and he can get back most of the $2,500 also on top of the $5,000 he got for missing his work. There are some scammers out there that are so sophisticated, so meticulous, that it's almost like it's more work than actually doing a normal job. But this guy is not that. He's a lazy scammer, and it's to the point where his lawyer is embarrassed about it because he was blindsided. I don't know what the legal term is, maybe one of you guys know, but in some cases I know that you can't actually bring in character establishing details that don't have to do with the case, or whatever the correct term is for that. In this case, that would be bringing in the 12 one-star reviews to show the judge. I know in some cases you're not allowed to do stuff like that, but here, maybe you were allowed to do that and she just based his character on those reviews. So if anything like this has ever happened to you, submit your stories, or if it hasn't, what would you do if you're in this situation? Let me know down below. Am I the jerk for literally showing my dad how he behaves every day when he gets home from work? I'm a 16-year-old female and my father is 46. He's the breadwinner while my mom is a stay-at-home mom. She handles everything around the house like cooking, mopping, washing, laundry, etc. I'm the oldest and I try to help, but really there's only so much I can do while my dad just gets home at the end of the day and literally complains about everything, like how the carpet isn't clean or how the food is cold. As a result, I'd have to listen to a huge argument daily between him and my mom. It's exhausting, but honestly, I think my dad is in the wrong here. I tried talking to him to get him to see how his behavior is, but to no avail. So what I did was pick a day off for him and pretend to act like him. I put together an outfit that looked like a suit and put black tape over my lips to look like a mustache. At 6 p.m., I went inside the house. I shouted, "I'm home," then sat down next to him in the living room and started kicking my shoes while complaining about the state of the house at the top of my lungs. He glanced at me confused, asking what I was doing. I ignored him, then started yelling about the carpet being dirty, the shower not being ready, the kids needing to be quiet, and so on. He kept staring while mom and my siblings laughed. My youngest brother kept pointing towards me saying, This is Daddy. I then proceeded to yell about dinner and then berated my mom for not preparing it before time. My dad stopped me and in a serious tone asked me what I was doing. I turned to him and said, "What, can a man rest after working long hours?" in the most macho voice I could muster. My dad got the hint because this was the common phrase he uses daily. He went quiet and avoided looking at me. I stopped the act and told him I was trying to show him what he's like every day when he comes home from work. He said nothing. He just went outside and refused to speak to me. Later on, he went on about how I mocked him and invalidated him, that he does work hard and me doing this was disrespectful and invalidating. My mom said that it was funny, but also thought that I hurt my dad's feelings and I could have gotten the message across some other way instead. So, am I the jerk? It sounds like the OP isn't able to communicate how much him acting like this bothers her in the first place, so doing something like this is her form of communication to show him how he makes them feel every day. He's upset about his feelings being hurt, but their feelings are probably hurt every day and he's not listening to them. As some of the top responses said, she basically held up a mirror to his behavior and he didn't like what he saw. And that may be true, but it seems like he didn't even see himself in this until she said his catchphrase, "Can't a man rest after working long hours?" That's when he realized what was going on. Let me know how you see the situation down below and jerk or not a jerk and why. When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. I'm a 21-year-old female and my mom just asked me to hook up with my stepdad. Seriously. She said that she would be in the room while we were doing the deed and she would be okay with it. I also have 4 younger sisters and I don't know how to tell them about this without bashing my parents. Here's what happened. Subscribe to Am I the Jerk on YouTube and hit the bell to turn on notifications. My mom had me at 18 years old right out of high school. Long story short, my dad died at 19 while he was away at university. Then my mom remarried at 21 and had my sisters. My stepdad, we'll call him Scott, was the only father I've known. He's been a great father, nothing out of the ordinary, absolutely perfect parenting until I turned 19 years old. I remember Scott becoming a little more touchy than normal and a little too personal. He would offer me drinks, I declined, and would ask me about my private life after one too many glasses. I brushed it off because I thought maybe he was being a nosy father and just wanted to make sure his daughter wasn't doing the deed. Then this kind of continued to the point where my stepdad tried to kiss me last year. I told my mom and she just laughed and told me, "That's how he gets after too many drinks." I knew then that I had to make plans to leave, so I started saving up. After that incident, things died down a bit until my mom got pregnant at 39. It's a higher risk pregnancy, so she's on a lot of bed rest, taking extra care of herself per her doctor. A couple of weeks ago, my mom and Scott sat me down and told me her doctor said she should avoid doing the deed during pregnancy due to various health reasons I won't get into. Then they asked me if I could do the deed with Scott until she was able to do the deed with him again. Of course, I said no. I was livid. I was crying. She told me that she'd be okay with it and that she'd be in the room as well. I told her that was even worse. What were they thinking? I have enough money for an apartment. I got approved. I'm signing my lease next week. My parents are ignoring me and the whole house is full of tension. My younger sisters don't understand what's going on and my mom told me not to say anything. But my sisters are smart and they know something is really up and won't stop asking me about it, especially the oldest. She came to me crying today and told me I better tell her what's going on. I didn't say anything. So, does anyone have any advice? What do I tell her? What do I say to the younger ones? How do I tell a 16-year-old about this without being inappropriate or bashing my parents? The original poster gave more information in a response to one of the top responses, which said, "Bashing your parents would be unfairly putting them down for something benign. What they've done is wrong and sick on so many levels. Forget about not wanting to be inappropriate because it's more important to prevent you from dealing with them, and it is highly likely that your other sisters will be subjected to this if they have not already, and they are younger and more easily victimized. You could speak to your teen sisters privately and ask them if they've had any uncomfortable experiences with your stepdad, like him talking too much about adult things or making advances, and make it clear that you are a safe person to confide in. I would also reach out to a trusted family member or someone you can ask help from." The OP responds saying, "Last year when he tried to kiss me, CPS interviewed all the girls and the girls were very confused because their dad has never said or done anything to them inappropriately. My aunt, who is a child therapist, called them to begin begin with and talked to each girl and said that there were no signs of foul play, which upset her because she really hates Scott, but made her happy because he's done nothing to them. CPS said that this situation was like a roommate complaining about it because I'm not his biological daughter. My aunt has been fighting to make my mom leave for years, but since Scott is not hurtful to her or the girls and he makes a lot of money, she won't leave. But my aunt actually has mentioned that he's been manipulating her with kindness all of these years so she would be okay with him doing the deed with me when I became an adult, and it worked. My aunt and I don't think he's going to hurt the other girls, but you never know. We most likely will have to call the services again. And then in a separate response, my aunt and I are probably going to call again and try and get the girls out and with her, or my grandparents who want them to stay there. My concern is telling the girls. I would be devastated if I was 16 and someone told me my dad tried to do the deed with my sister, so now I have to live with my grandparents. What do I say to her? Do I break her heart? Jumping into the future, there is a whole separate update. In the original post, basically my mom and stepdad asked me to do the deed with my stepdad. I declined, freaked out, and now I am leaving. My concern is for my sisters. My aunt did what she said she was going to do. She barged in with 3 other people, one of them a social worker friend of hers who was off duty, and my uncle. None of them are allowed at the house, so as soon as Scott found out they were there, he called the police. Before the police showed up, I told my 16-year-old sister and the 14-year-old what happened. The 16-year-old got angry at her dad. She was walking around the house ranting at her dad and crying. Eventually, she decided to come with my aunt and I, and then we would figure out where she could go from then on. However, the 2 14-year-olds did not believe me. They actually started laughing. They got angry and told me that I was trying to destroy our family, and how could you make up such a sick lie? It got to the point where they threw my and my 16-year-old sister's stuff out the window. By that time, the cops came and told my aunt, uncle, and the social worker that they had to leave the property. The social worker friend let the cops know everything that's been going on. The cops didn't care. They just cared about the noise and the trespassers. So I, my 16-year-old sister, my aunt and uncle, and their friend left. Very soon after, my grandparents came over and got the other 3 girls. After the 14-year-olds called them and came to their senses, I found out from my grandma that one of the 14-year-olds confronted her dad and he didn't deny anything. In fact, he called me a floozy and said that I shouldn't have had any problems doing what he asked. That's when they packed a bag and called my grandparents. My grandparents explained everything separately to the little one. She told my grandpa she prefers him to our dad because my grandpa doesn't yell at her. As much as that pained me, I hope it's enough to keep the girls and my grandparents for good. My 16-year-old sister is going to emancipate herself and stay with either our grandparents or our aunts. CPS was called, but it was my grandparents this time. I have multiple screenshots on my and my aunt's phone of my mother incriminating herself, so we will be able to file charges and hopefully get Scott on the offender registry. That way the girls can stay at their grandparents permanently. Also, to explain why aunt wasn't allowed over, because they hate Scott and know he's a creep. Many years ago, when I was about 13 at my younger sister's gender reveal party, my cousin, my uncle's daughter, who is trans, decided at university that she was a female and came back as a female. We all accepted and loved her, just the same except Scott, who got sloshed and lifted her skirt and said, "Do you still have your boy parts under there?" That's when my uncle beat him up and knocked over a couple of tables. From then on, half of my family wasn't allowed back at the house per a trespassing order. They knew then that he was an absolute perv, but I, as a young child, didn't fully comprehend it. So, what should I do? This is a horrifying situation. How can the mother be okay with this no matter what her excuse or rationale is behind her saying she's okay with it? From every angle, they make it very clear that Scott, the stepdad here, is only going after the 21-year-old stepdaughter, the OP, and that he's never done anything like that to the other daughters, the younger ones. But who's to say that he won't do that one day? And I know the people that showed up from the services said that, well, you're not biological, you're more of like a roommate, and they are his biological kids. But the difference is that he raised the OP. Isn't there some sort of fatherly bond that would be fostered during that time that would prevent you from doing this? And about the whole concept of being afraid to bash the parents or breaking the hearts of the other daughters, there was a good response that said, you will never be the one to break her heart in this situation. It's your mom and stepdad who are breaking her heart. You are just the one who has to tell her. None of this is your fault. You are not responsible for the trauma inflicted on anybody here. It's much easier said than felt, I know, but I can't articulate how strongly I believe this. Their trauma will involve you, but it will never be because of you. You're a good sister, a really, really amazing sister. And I think that's the part that the OP is conflating. She's afraid to tell the sisters, or at least she was before the update, because she doesn't want to break their hearts, but this situation is not because of her. Even if it does involve her, even though that might feel like it's one and the same, it's not. I don't know if you can really ever get over that sort of betrayal from both your mom and your stepdad, if it could ever be normal again. And even after a few years pass, how can you go to a holiday event, see your mom, and just pretend like everything is normal when you know in the back of your head that she was basically just trying to sell you off to her husband? And probably the most shocking part of the whole thing is even after he gets caught, and he doesn't deny anything, he calls the OP a floozy and said that she should have had no problem doing what he asked. So even after all that, he still thinks that he's in the right. The situation is sad. I feel bad for the daughters. I hope they can stay with the aunts or the grandparents and not have to go back into that environment. But let me know what you would do if you were the OP in this situation. How would you handle something like this when it seems like most people aren't taking what you're saying seriously, referring to the protective services they called, because you're stuck in this conundrum where you're considered a roommate, but your sisters haven't had anything happen to them, so they won't do anything. Where do you go from there? Let me know down below. My girlfriend of a year and a half just broke up with me to be with my roommate, and I just heard them through the wall. As the title says, we broke up. It was about 6 months ago, and it was semi-amicable. We broke up because she was developing feelings for my roommate. Admittedly, they are more compatible, and he's an upgraded version of me, so I can see why it happened. This isn't an evil thing. Both asked my permission to start dating, and they don't do any PDA, public displays of affection, while I'm around. I still consider them my friends, and I just want them to be happy. For the most part, they are quiet at night. If I really listen, I can hear what's going on, but generally, they save it for when they are alone, except for last night. We went out to the bar for his birthday, and they got pretty sloshed. I was the designated driver because I don't really drink. Anyway, last night we got home at close to 2 a.m. and all went to bed. I made sure they both got into bed, put water, Advil, and buckets out just in case. I then put my sleeping bags out for other people and did the same. As I was brushing my teeth, my ex walked in, hugged me, and said she was sorry. She thanked me for always being so nice, and she promised to help me find a new girlfriend when I was ready. When I finally got to bed, I could hear muffled talking, mostly about how great the night was. Then it got quiet, and then it started. I don't know how long it lasted, but it was louder than normal. I've been okay with the breakup until now. I'm glad they're happy, but last night I fell asleep crying. I woke up this morning, I made breakfast for everyone and started to clean up. Feel free to ignore this, I just needed to get this off my chest. I'm sad when I really think about the situation, but that's what I try not to do. Jumping into the future, there's an update. Taking everyone's advice, I announced that I was going to be moving out. My now ex-roommate pulled me aside and asked if it was because of his relationship. I told him yes, but I'm not going to make him sacrifice his happiness just for me. He decided to help me look for a new place, and we found one. It's a 1-bedroom apartment that is closer to my work. My landlord is my ex-roommate's family friend. After my ex-roommate explained the situation, I ended up getting a slight discount on rent for the first year. My ex-roommate and ex-girlfriend and a few other friends helped me move in. I had a housewarming party and was specifically asked that I not prepare anything. 7 people came over with dinner, dessert, and drinks. My ex-girlfriend and my ex-roommate also cleaned up after everyone finished eating. My ex-girlfriend stayed a bit later than everyone and apologized for putting me through everything. She said she didn't really think about how it made me feel. She told me that she's talked to a few friends about finding me someone and that she had set up a blind date for me. It was great. We've gone out a few times since our first date. The past few weeks have been the best in a long time. I've never really realized how bad my situation was. Obviously, everything isn't perfect, and I still have to work on my self-esteem and standing up for myself, but I'm in an infinitely better position than before. So, was I the jerk for how I handled this? I don't think most people on earth would be that patient or that understanding or even that forgiving because he's obviously hurt. The girlfriend finally recognizes at the very end that what she did hurt him, and she said that she didn't really think about how it made him feel. That's just a tough situation. To be okay with living like that for 6 months. That's how long he was there before finally deciding to move out after his girlfriend left him for his roommate. Oof. To be honest, this guy does sound like he has some self-esteem issues. The fact that he said that this roommate is the upgraded version of him says a lot about how he sees himself and his own self-esteem, and hopefully he's able to work on that over time. But if this was you and it was your boyfriend or girlfriend that started dating your roommate, how would you deal with that situation? How would you handle it? Let me know down below, and jerk or not a jerk, and why. I made my ex-boss lose $25,000 of his salary. I used to work at Wendy's as a manager. It was already a crappy job, but my general manager was nice and most employees were easy to deal with. All of of this started when I was already working about 65 hours a week. I was offered a $100 bonus to work one of my only days off. I decided to do it, and later that week, before I had been paid, I was asked to come in again. I said this time I would like $150, as at this point I had worked almost 23 days without any days off. They said they'd do it, so I went in. Jump forward 3 weeks, I've been asking about my money for a while now. I am told by my general manager that I could speak to my district manager as he would be in later that night. The conversation goes like this. Me saying, hey, do you know what's going on with the bonus? I'm owed $250 with both the days. The district manager said, well, that's why I came here. The store's been having trouble making money. So basically, he's telling me that my performance isn't good enough. At this point, I'm working dinner rush and the whole night with me and 3 others, my girlfriend, best friend, and other friend that have grown close. The district manager says, your shift isn't making much money as the others. I'll tell you what, your drive time is higher. I respond and say, well, we're doing all we can. It takes extra time when we only have half the number of people with the same amount of customers. The district manager says, that ain't right. That's really no excuse. When am I going to receive my bonus? My district manager was a very sheepish man, so he is very obviously scared when he tells me this. He says, well, we can't give you a bonus until the revenue rises and drives the time going down. I am speechless at this point. The rest of the conversation was a blur. I grew up on the south side. You don't mess with people's money. A day passes and I've had time to collect myself and speak to my entire crew. Everyone agrees to walk out with me, so I call my district manager. The phone starts to ring, but then it cuts off. He declined my call, so I called him again and again and again. Finally, I just left him a voicemail. I said, look, Jacob, you need to talk to me. You have until 8:45 to call me back or all of night crew is done. At this point, it's 7:30. I go into my office and start watching my boss's email. She leaves it open and logged in. I figured he would probably email her before calling me. Around 20 minutes of watching this email and boom, an email pops up. It's titled, Emergency, Lonnie. This idiot put my name on the email, so of course I read it. Long story short, in the email was him trying to make sure my general manager was going to be ready to go to work. AKA, he wasn't going to call me or give me my money. So I get all my people together and we walk out, leaving everything out, all the meat, all the toppings, the fryer, everything. We left the Wendy's. The next day, I turn in my keys. About a week later, I'm called by my brother. I say, what's up? My brother says, Jacob lost all of his stores. He has to go back to Indiana. My brother worked at the store as well. If you don't know, district managers' pay is based on the amount of stores they have and how much they make. When he moved to Indiana, his wages got reduced from $65,000 a year to about $40,000 a year. All of this, just over $250. So was I the jerk for planning a walkout on this Wendy's because my boss wouldn't pay me the money he owed me? Even if it ended up costing him $25,000. As soon as he said this all took place at Wendy's, I kept thinking about the, sir, this is a Wendy's meme, but this isn't one of those cases where that applies. This is yet another situation where people try to save a buck and end up losing it all, when if they didn't have the money in the first place to pay out this bonus, then why would you tell him that he was going to get the money? To some people, that's the same thing as stealing, because at that point, it's his money. He did the hours, he did the work, and you told him he would get that extra money. So in order to save $250, cheating this guy out of his $250, they end up losing 100 times that amount of money, at least from the perspective of the district manager. Whoever owns those franchises could have lost a lot more. I've only ever seen a walkout happen once at a food place, and it was inside of a smoothie shop, and I missed all the context of what happened before, but when I walked in, I basically just heard some guy go, F this place, and he slammed his apron on the ground and ran out the door. I thought it was staged or it was a joke or something, but that guy never came back. I guess it's just sometimes when you push people to their brink and they're communicating with you that, hey, this is too much, and you keep pushing them, sometimes they will snap. Let me know if you've ever had an experience like that, and if so, submit your story, or if not, let me know what you would do in the situation down below. Am I the jerk for canceling the entire trip after finding out that my husband hid my daughter's passport? My husband and I have been together for 3 years. He has 3 kids from his previous relationship. I have 1. She's the oldest at 17 years old. He's a dedicated man. He puts God first and loves everyone. My husband always complains that my daughter doesn't spend time with her step-siblings or him, but she has her reasons for that, and that is school, health issues, and work. She does her best to spend as much time with them as she can, but she, on the other hand, complains that her stepdad stepdad tells her to basically take on the role of a babysitter whenever she's with her step-siblings. My husband denied that and said that my daughter was making up excuses to not have to spend time with his kids. For this issue, I figured that a family trip is what the family needed to get together and spend more time around each other. My husband liked the idea, but said that his kids are now uncomfortable around my daughter because of her attitude and suggested that we let her stay home and have the house all to herself since that's what she always wanted. I told him it's best that we all go. He kept complaining until I snapped and I told him to stop. I booked, paid for the whole family. However, my daughter told me that she couldn't find her passport. We turned the house upside down looking for it, but we couldn't find it. My husband said maybe it was a sign from God that we should let her stay home so the trip wouldn't turn into a disaster. I ignored this comment, but later, while I was cleaning his office, I found the passport tucked away in the third drawer under a ton of papers. I was floored by this. I confronted him with it, and he swore he had no idea why or how the passport got there. I checked the upstairs camera and saw him enter my daughter's room. That was it for me. I screamed my head off at him and then canceled the whole trip completely. He started arguing, saying that I overreacted and that he didn't want his kids to be miserable on the trip and that he was willing to apologize to my daughter if and when I reconsider my decision regarding the cancellation of the trip because my stepkids will be devastated. But I said it was final and that it was done. He became cold and distant and said that he wants to take some time to do some fasting and get some guidance from God about how he should deal with the disrespect and control that I had displayed lately. Am I the jerk for canceling it all together? It sounds like the OP's observations about the stepdad are probably pretty spot on, that he just wants to use the OP's daughter to babysit his kids so he can do whatever he wants to do. The fact that he actually stole the passport and hid it in order to get what he wanted and then somehow still thinks that he was in the right is pretty concerning, because if a person like that can justify doing that, they can justify pretty much anything. It also seems like part of his justification for pretty much anything is saying that it's God's will. Him stealing and hiding the passport, oh, that's God's will, not his decision to do that to get what he wants. And at the end, he's only going to apologize if she reconsiders her decision. In the meantime, he's going to go see what God's will is by getting some guidance about how to deal with the disrespect. This just kind of sounds like a dangerous mindset to have in a partner that you're going to share your life with, the constant justification aspect of it. But maybe you see this totally differently, and if so, let me know down below in jerk or not a jerk and why. When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications. To finish listening to all the stories in this series, use the playlist at the top of the description. My cheating students thought that they had me fooled, but in the end, they fell right into my trap. Here's what happened. Subscribe to Am I the Jerk on YouTube and hit the bell to turn on notifications. I am a cancer researcher and a guest professor at a university school of medicine, teaching my specialty, imaging. Besides the usual acquisitions of medical images using MRI, CT, etc., imaging has a lot to do with image processing. Some days, I am just a glorified programmer / IT guy, and as anyone who has ever programmed anything will tell you, coding is a very personal activity. With enough experience, you can tell who wrote what just by looking at the lines. I'm also in my late 20s and I am not native to this country, and it is my first year as a guest professor. So some students look at me as this inexperienced, gullible foreign guy. As part of my module's grading, the students have to submit 2 reports that weigh 10% each of their final grade. These reports are about image processing and they have to code a fair bit. As usual, there are students that make an effort, some who do minimal work, and some that cheat and copy. As I was grading the reports, I noticed a small group of students who found reports from previous years online and literally copied and pasted those reports, changing only their name. It was a facepalm moment because those reports were not even good and they had a lot of errors. You see, in order to establish a baseline for my grading, I browsed previous year's reports so I knew what to expect from the students of this module. Naturally, I graded them all with a 0 and kept working my way through grading reports until I had left. Meanwhile, the students casually asked me in the halls, how are the reports? Of course, I can't comment on that until I release the grades. One time, this dude, who copied from another report 98% match on a plagiarism checker, asks me when I will release the grades and comes up with this story that he worked really hard on his reports, that his exam hasn't gone so well, so he's hoping that the grade on his reports are enough to get a pass. I mean, submitting another person's work as your own is very wrong, but it was an online submission and impersonal. Right now, he was just lying through his teeth and to my face. I could feel my blood boiling, but I didn't lose my composure and decided to come up with a plan. I knew that my exam was the last exam of the semester, and that after that, the students usually go home or or on family vacations while they wait for their grades to be posted online. So I graded the exams and input their grades into my Excel with their report grades. 4 students had 0 due to cheating on their reports, and if graded their reports with 50% of the max grade, they would barely fail the module, but they would fail nonetheless. So it was on. In order to be fair, I bumped everyone else's grades. A bunch of people with miserable reports ended up barely passing because of my grade bump, but even though the reports were bad, it was their own work and not copied from anywhere. You see, students are entitled to make an appointment to review their grades after publishing and before the grades are locked for the year. Basically, they sit with me, we go through their exam and reports, and their goal is to convince me to give them extra points in hope that they pass the module. I knew the cheaters would come. After all, they think they fooled me once already. They still have half the report's points to bargain for, so I just waited for their emails. Lo and behold, they write me the same day the grades go online, saying how hard they have worked on their reports and they don't understand how they only got a 50% and that they wanted an appointment. I was ecstatic. Sure, let's review your grades. Do you remember that my exam was the last one? Well, they were already on vacations, some very far away, and begged me for an appointment online. No can do. University policy. Moreover, you have 3 days to show up for your appointment, otherwise the grades are locked. Also university policy. So here they come, cutting their vacation short, catching planes, some spending hours in buses and trains to make it on time. I know what many of you are thinking. They come, I show them the plagiarism checker results, and reveal that I know it's not their work and send them on their way. Well, I considered that, but I had something better in mind. Those appointments usually take about 10 minutes. I show them their work with my notes on what's right and what's wrong, and then they try to find some inconsistencies in my grading and bargain for more points. I ain't giving you the opportunity. Mwahaha. So one by one, they sit with me individually and I go through their exams and reports. Remember that they copied the reports and copied bad ones with lots of errors? I ask questions, lots of them. Why did you do this? What is your reasoning for this? They don't know. It's not their work. They mumble random stuff because they don't know what to answer. Point by point, mistake by mistake, I explain why it was wrong, how it should be done, lecturing the same material that they had already been lectured on during class. I make it long. I make it boring. I make it painful. I spent hours with each one of them throughout those 3 days. They always came with the same,
I worked so hard on this,
and a little smirk on their face because they thought that it should really be easy to fool me. The gullible foreigner again. As the hours go by and I am walking through the errors one by one, I could see their expression change. Little by little, their hopes of passing slowly being crushed. And when they realized that I knew they cheated and I wasn't going to give them any extra points, at this point they would just try to cut the appointment short and leave, but I wouldn't let them. We need to finish the review of your grades. It's university policy. And I would just keep going, extending their misery for 1 more hour or 2. It was legal torture, plain and simple. It was glorious. At the end, every single one of them left with a crushed soul look in their eyes and a fail in my class. They knew that I caught them, that I baited them and they fell for it. They ruined their vacation and their family vacations, spent money to travel back and forth, wasted precious summertime, got bored to death, and have nothing to show for it. And next year, they will have to repeat the module with me. I hope you enjoy your summer. See you next year. For a little more context, this was in the EU, not in the US. I took the matter to my boss, who is their course director, and he told me not to report them because the university wants to avoid any kind of legal action at any cost. I couldn't even accuse them of cheating. For those that are worried about my bumping the grades thing, I made a judgment call to bump some of the grades of some students who had a good exam score and their report grade was pulling them down. They clearly knew the topics and studied. Their report was just not very good. So I decided that if it wasn't for the report, they would pass, to bump it up a bit to allow them to pass. Most of them went from failing at 49% to passing at 50% on their overall final grade. So was I the jerk for setting up this trap to waste these cheating students' summer? In this story, I'm just surprised that the original poster here would spend his own time to go through all of this. I get that he was striking back by making them having to fly during their vacations and interrupting their whole summer, and that's a lot bigger of an expense than just sitting for a few hours in a room where he was already at anyway. But still, it's wasting a lot of your own time. But I guess that's kind of how a lot of revenges go. You end up getting back at somebody even if you get hurt in the process. It seems like overall there are teachers that take cheating really personally, and there are ones that don't take it personally at all because they figure people are always going to be cheating. I'm guessing since he's relatively new to this school, he's taking it more personally than he would if he was teaching there for over 10 or 20 years. But with all that said, he did accomplish what he wanted to accomplish, even though, as we found out in the end, he kind of had his hands tied behind his back because he wasn't allowed to pursue the whole cheating accusation part of it. He was able to focus on why the work that they copied was insufficient. But it makes me wonder, if he wasn't able to pursue the whole cheating part of it and report them because the school's afraid of lawsuits, then what would happen if the thing they chose to copy was a perfect 100% flawless report? Would they just get away with it by default? Because it seems like a lot of this towards the end was a series of bluffs. And what I mean by that is that he was focusing on what was wrong with the report they copied without directly saying that they copied it. So if you were the teacher in this situation and you found out that your students had cheated, what would you do? How would you handle it? Let me know down below, and jerk or not a jerk, and why. My girlfriend has been trying to get me fired from all my jobs. I am shaken. Please help me. I'm a 24-year-old male and I've been with my girlfriend, who's 29, let's call her Janice, for 2.5 years. I just finished my education when we started dating, and I have been doing all sorts of jobs since, sometimes 2 jobs at a time. I did this to expand my resume and gather job experience. I worked in cafes, bookstores, a library, a grocery store, and as an English tutor. Most of these jobs lasted about 3 to 5 months. My shortest stay was 2.5 weeks, my longest 8 months. But since I didn't have a hard time applying for new positions, I tried to block it out, though it was kind of eating me up internally. People called to complain about me. People left bad reviews about me. People used my employee Wi-Fi access to look up sketchy things on the internet under my name. Former employees called to inform them about me, right name and all, and much more subtle things too that I can't disprove. But I was too anxious to do anything about it. I just told my girlfriend. She comforted me. She supported me every time I got my life ruined by these people. But I kept going, though they kept finding me. Fast forward to this week. I currently hold a part-time position in a bakery. I've been working there for 2.5 months. It's going okay, but my manager approached me about something regarding our Google reviews. Someone was complaining about an employee, and their description of them could only really fit me. It was on a day where we were pretty short of staff, so I could have been the only person in the store on that day for all I know. Anyway, their review contained some pretty elaborate and nasty comments about me. This has happened on 1 or 2 of my jobs already. I told my manager that it was all pretty bogus and that someone had a vendetta against me, as it has happened before. She believed me and told me that she'll dismiss the comments. On my break, I checked out the review myself. Their username was kind of stupid. I'm not going to type it out here since I still work there, but I'll just call them McMyrtle, as it was in the same range of sounds kind of fake but not really. Anyway, I come home but I don't tell Janice about it. She has heard it all before, so I didn't see the point of complaining about yet another time I almost lost my position. We chat, all is well, and she leaves the room. Her phone is on the table and suddenly she gets a notification or an email of some sort from Google. I don't remember what it said exactly, but the pop-up read something along the lines of, McMyrtle, manager has responded to your review. My heart dropped. I've been trying to ignore it since. This was 2 days ago. It just fit in the picture of bad reviews. It fit in the picture of phone complaints my workspaces have received about me in the past. It fits in the picture of all the sketchy things that I've been fired for. Why would she do that though? I'm looking for an explanation. This literally can't be. She's the only thing keeping me sane. I don't know what to do. Jumping into the future, there is an update. Hello people who are still invested. A lot has been going on. First of all, yes, we broke up. That's why I'll be referring to her as my ex from now on. Anyway, let's start from the beginning. On Monday of the following week, I couldn't take the uncertainty anymore. I told my ex I needed her booking account to book a train ticket to visit my dad for a few days. She complied, and when she was in the shower getting ready for work, I booked my ticket and started looking through her emails. After some digging, I found an email to herself which contained a spreadsheet file. I sent the file to myself, printed it out, and took a screenshot. Why? The spreadsheet contained about every single piece of information about me that there was. Numbers, emails, passwords, work times, colleagues, their numbers, social medias, as well as some emails and passwords that she used for accounts to ruin my life life with. Everything was on there, conveniently stored for her to ruin my life as efficiently as possible. When she left for work, I decided it would be best to immediately pack my stuff. Nothing that mattered would be left behind. I felt like a wanted man, like I was being hunted despite nothing being seemingly out of place. I called my boss, told her I would be taking some time off from work, and headed out to see my dad. Needless to say, he was the sanity that I needed. I cried about everything I saw. I panicked for a whole 2 days straight about how my life was ruined and I didn't know what to do. He had to sleep on the couch in the guest room because I was so scared of my ex coming in. He handled it like a champ. I love you, Dad. He called the police, a lawyer, and most recently a therapist for me because I was in the most horrible state of my entire life. We're currently sorting out the legal stuff. I haven't talked to my ex except for letting her know that it was over and that she is a sick psychopath. My dad handled the rest. I changed all my passwords and I'm now looking for a place to live. Sorry for the brief update. My mind is tangled. So, what should I do? The most obvious question that I have a feeling the OP is going to want to go back and get some closure from is, why did she do this? A lot of people have put out theories, but it seems like the two most likely reasons are probably she wants him to be dependent on her. She is older, if that makes any difference. And maybe she feels like if she keeps stunting him over and over again, he can't, I guess, get away from her. I mean, his exact words were, "She's the only thing keeping me sane." And after seeing what she's done in order to create this situation, it's almost like she's engineered the whole thing so that she is the only one keeping him sane from his perspective. The other popular theory, if she's totally out of touch with reality, is that maybe she's convinced herself that she's helping him by getting him out of all these jobs that she doesn't deem to be good jobs. She might justify this by saying that she doesn't want him to spend years at an entry-level job when he could instead get a better job that's not entry-level, that pays more money, that has more prestige. And maybe she rationalizes it by thinking if she keeps pushing him out of all these jobs, eventually he'll land on a so-called better job. But this is really twisted. I mean, the guy's already dealing with anxiety because he can't figure out why this keeps happening to him. He probably feels like he's cursed. He actually says in the original post, "I was too anxious to do anything about it. I just told my girlfriend and she comforted me. She supported me every time I got my life ruined by these people, but I kept going, though they kept finding me." If I had to guess, I would say the first theory is probably more likely, but let me know how you see this and what your theory is on this down below. What do you think would motivate her to do all this? Am I the jerk for installing a lock on the bathroom door after my brother-in-law kept barging in? I'm a 25-year-old female. My husband is 30 and my brother-in-law, who's 33, moved in with us after his divorce a few weeks ago. The problem is he started barging into the bathroom whenever I'm using it. He never knocks or anything. Another thing is he only does this when it's me in the bathroom and not his brother. I told my husband about what I noticed, but he laughed it off and called me paranoid. It was embarrassing because his brother would see me exposed and it made me feel uncomfortable. My husband said he spoke to him and he apologized, but he did it again. When my husband and I got married, we promised not to have locks or lock each other out of any room, so the bathroom didn't have a lock. I was really considering getting a lock, and I let my husband know that if his brother walks in on me on the bathroom one more time, a lock will instantly be installed. He didn't say anything. Well, yesterday, my brother-in-law walked in on me showering. He knew I would be in the shower, but barged in, claiming he needed to pee. I had enough, and I went out and got a lock and installed it. My husband got home, saw it, and blew up on me saying that I violated an agreement that we had and went against his wishes, being uncomfortable with locks in the house. He demanded I remove it and promised and guaranteed that his brother wouldn't walk in on me again, but I refused. He's been pissed about it since then and is giving me the silent treatment. For more information, I'm not close with my brother-in-law. My husband is. I don't even talk to him that much, and I barely ever sat with him at any gathering before he moved in with us. Jumping into the future, there is an update. So before I provide an update on the situation, it's worth noting that my brother-in-law used to do this with the bedroom too, but at least I'm not always exposed in the bedroom. So my husband came home and I told him the lock will not be removed until his brother leaves, and his reaction was to try and remove the lock himself and tell me to quit acting childishly. What I did was not shout or scream, but pack a bag and go to my mom's house for the next few days until this gets resolved somehow. On my way out, I saw my brother-in-law in the driveway smoking. smoking. He knew what the argument between me and my husband was about, but instead of stepping up to fix it, he offered to take me to my mom's house, saying that my husband could use some space from me. This made me cry the whole Uber ride to my mom's house. The reason I feel offended is because my brother-in-law tends to be hurtful when he talks about others. I did all I could to win his approval, but he thinks less of me and thinks I'm childish, just like my husband says. So, am I the jerk? When they first got married, they decided to have an agreement not to have locks in the house. That seems a little strange. Maybe that's something that people do normally, but I've never heard of that happening before. I'm guessing that one of them or both of them have had some issues with locks in the past, maybe something from their childhood or maybe something they think is going to happen. But even so, that agreement was probably made with the assumption that it would only be them in the house, not accounting for somebody who habitually just walks into the bathroom when they know that you're showering. I mean, that situation alone, how can the husband be okay with knowing that his brother is trying to sneak a peek at his wife while showering? And then he actually pees to completion while she's showering right there. Since the OP didn't mention it, I'm assuming that there's only one bathroom in this house, but that still doesn't make it any less weird. But let me know how you see the situation down below, and jerk or not a jerk, and why. Am I the jerk for saying that I won't coddle my infertile sister anymore? My sister Julie has tried to have a baby for 5 years. She's had a miscarriage 2 years ago, and outside of that has been unable to get pregnant. My heart hurts for her. However, one thing I don't agree with is how my family has handled it. We're not allowed to talk about babies around Julie. Any kids younger than 3 can't come to family events that she'll attend. She won't attend baby showers, baptisms, etc. The last one I understand, but the rest feels like overkill. I got pregnant last year and I told Julie first, and she reiterated her boundaries. I said I understood. The first hurdle came with my baby shower. My mother-in-law was throwing it. I didn't expect Julie to come. Then my mom told me I shouldn't have had one, period, out of respect. I said that was ridiculous. She didn't have to come, so what did it matter? Only 3 people from my side of the family came to the shower. When my son was born, I posted a birth announcement on Facebook. My parents lectured me for this and said that it was going to hurt Julie. I said that she could block or mute me. They said I should make the effort. Julie echoed that if I cared, I'd stop. I ended up blocking her just to save drama. My aunt's 70th birthday party is next week. My husband and I plan to go, bringing our son. Julie called and asked if we were going. She then asked for me to get a sitter for our son. I said no. She doesn't want to miss the party. My aunt is one of the few people that agree that Julie's boundaries aren't fair and wants my son there, as she doesn't get to see him often. Julie got upset and started crying, saying that I was unfair. I finally snapped and asked what would happen when she got pregnant. Would we all be expected to shower her with love and attention that she's refused to show and give other people's kids? Will her baby be allowed to attend events? She said that was different. I said no. I'm not coddling her anymore. My son exists. He's family. He's coming. She can decide if she wants to come or not. My parents yelled at me for being mean to Julie. They offered to pay for a sitter, but I said no. It's not even her house. Am I the jerk? This is really bizarre. I get that it bothers her, but it's not the fault of the people around you for having babies. The OP makes a very strong point here. When the sister ends up having a baby, how does she expect everyone else to act towards that baby? To just forget that she shunned all the other babies because she couldn't have a baby when she wanted to have a baby? And even though the OP didn't mention this part, what happens if the sister never ends up having a baby? Everyone else has to perpetually live in a state of tiptoeing around the sister, Julie, so that she's not upset for the rest of her life? When you break it down, everyone is enabling this coddling, but it's the parents that are really reinforcing it. So let me know how you see the situation down below, and jerk or not a jerk, and why. When you subscribe, make sure to hit the bell to turn on notifications.
My mom thought I was doing witchcraft. I'm a 20-year-old female who lives in Texas with my amazing partner. I moved here almost 8 months ago with him. Since I moved to Texas from New York, I have been without any kind of contact with my biological mother. A few years leading up to me moving, I was attending university when the pandemic started. In university, I met my amazing partner, and we've been together for over 2 years now. I absolutely adore him. Leading up to my moving, I told my mother absolutely nothing about my relationship, since I know she'd act like she was also in the relationship with me. This would include, but not limited to, taking my phone from me mid-conversation and talking to them, never leaving us alone together, wanting to be a part of video calls, and incessantly wanting them to be over so she could talk to them more. She had previously done all these things while I was in a relationship, but before university. I thought this was normal normal since I was raised in a very conservative Christian household. I've since learned that's not the case. While I have been in no contact with my mother, I have recently reconnected with my biological father. It's been nice getting to know my father, as he has matured since I was a kid and respects my boundaries. In a recent text exchange from my father, he brought it to my attention that my mother wanted to come with him when he visited, and she wanted to do this without telling me. My father told her that he would not allow her to come with him unless I allowed it, which I didn't. Now, according to my father, my mother and grandmother are planning to come down to where I live because I've been practicing witchcraft, and they need to save me. While I do now identify as pagan, their audacity baffles me. They believe they have a place in my home without my permission because they feel like I'm falling too far away from their God. I will not be answering the door for anyone I'm not expecting, and I will be getting a camera doorbell. This has given me so much anxiety anytime I hear someone speaking in the hallway or even walk near our door. I know if she ever does show up, I will be calling the police and filing domestic abuse reports from previous times from when I lived with her. I have a plan, but that doesn't help my anxiety right now. It sounds like the mom in this story has been really toxic to her daughter for several years, if not her whole life. Being that demanding and that overbearing with your daughter and their relationships is just not okay. Not to mention trying to go down from New York all the way down to Texas just to try and have some kind of intervention over differences in belief systems is crazy to me. Instead of respecting her daughter's decisions to believe something else, she feels it's her duty to try and save her. There are much better ways to try and reach out to someone if you're concerned, or if you think they're engaging in activities that are potentially hazardous to their health. But to interrupt their life with the veiled expectation that they're going to be there at your doorstep to confront you about your new said beliefs is really uncalled for. I really feel for the woman in this story, and I don't blame her for having the plan to call the police if this actually does happen. But the silver lining in this story is that at least the biological father had enough sense to warn the daughter ahead of time, so she's not caught off guard by her mother and grandmother trying to come down and have some kind of intervention. Absolutely ridiculous. What do you think about this situation? Do you think the mother's overstepping her boundaries, or do you think she's well within her right? Let us know in the comment section. My mom stalked me and tried to have me arrested for a crime I never committed. While I did press charges on my mother for stalking me and trying to frame me as a drug dealer, I didn't want to spend much time in court because that meant being near her. This happened 5 years ago, and it's something I've mostly tried to put behind me. To start off with, my dad actually didn't know that my crazy mother had taken a flight to my state to stalk me. She claimed to him that she was just gonna take a small vacation away from everyone for her own mental health and never said where she was going. And my poor dad didn't know what she was about to do, or he would have warned me. My mother then spent several days secretly following me and my girlfriend around with her smartphone. She used the spare key we kept hidden inside of a fake rock to get into the house we were living in at the time. She then photographed everything she could, even more intimate things I'd rather not describe. Then, after she returned home, my dad said she looked really smug about something. He described it as the kind of look someone has when they think they've won. And she seemed unusually happy and giddy. That is, until the police came and arrested her on Christmas. Dad said she was bawling her eyes out and saying she didn't do anything wrong, as she was being carted out by the cops. The evidence against her was clear. All the photos were found on her phone, and my dad quickly realized what she'd done. The call my mother made to claim I was selling drugs that she made from her own smartphone was there as well. The call was recorded and was very much traced back to her phone quite easily. When my mother was confronted with the evidence, my dad said she started crying and begging, and when she refused to get up from the table, the police had to move her. Dad said she just totally went limp and refused to cooperate. No one bailed her out of jail either. She had to use her own money to get herself out. Dad said she wanted to call me to beg, but I guess in a rare moment of clarity, she figured out there was no way in hell I'd bail her out after what she did. So she spent a while locked up before finally using her own money to get out. She didn't try to run. In fact, she firmly believed herself to be justified in what she'd done and felt like she could sway a judge to her point of view. Her lawyer advised she just plead guilty, so she fired him and said she'd represent herself. Well, that went about as well as you can imagine. She was in court faster than I thought, and my girlfriend and I had to fly over to testify against my mother, but I only stayed as long as they needed me. But while I was there, my mother seemed to stare at me almost constantly. The stares ranged from a creepy, pleading look to an absolute rage. When my mother took the stand, she gave a speech about why she believed she was right. I needed to be taught a lesson for refusing to come home and for putting some other woman before her, because she should have been the only woman I'd ever need. She also also tried to keep staring at me the entire time she was making this speech, but the judge repeatedly told her not to do that. I left before the sentencing. The judge believed my mother to be mentally unwell, but when he stated this, she went off on him that she was completely sane. Of course, that just made her look more crazy. She said she was just a mother looking out for her son and did what she had to do to teach me a lesson. My dad spoke up and said if she was really looking out for me, she wouldn't have tried to make her own son into her second husband or frame me for stuff I didn't even do just for refusing her. That made her go off on him, and guards had to keep them apart. The judge was originally going to be more lenient on my mother, but decided she needed some real time behind bars and sentenced her to 2 years in prison with 3 years of probation. When she was sentenced, my mother went full toddler mode and had a tantrum of pounding her fists and crying like a baby. She had to be carried out of the courtroom because she refused to cooperate again. My dad described the next 2 years without her there as absolute bliss and made up his mind that he'd be ready to divorce her as soon as she was out. And I mean giving her the papers on the very day she came home. And that was the same day he left that house for good. He owns an Airstream trailer and parked it at a friend's house. From there, he spent months fighting my crazy mother in divorce. My dad eventually won and moved to my state with his trailer as soon as he could. Aside from a few rare phone calls from her, I've not associated with my mother again, and neither has my dad. He spent some time just living as a retired man on the coast, but then decided to get a simple part-time job in a fish cannery because he was bored. He says it pays the bills, and he's made a lot of friends. He's happy, and I'm happy he's happy. I visit him on weekends when I can. My mother, though, I've not spoken a word to her in 2 years. Any number she used to call me with after court was blocked, and I am done with her. This story is absolutely crazy. This is unlike anything I think I've ever heard of. This guy's mom went out of her way, broke into his house, took pictures, tried to falsely accuse him of selling drugs, and then tries to justify his isolation and ostracizing of his girlfriend. It's absolutely insane. And the way this woman reacted when she was confronted with this evidence is the same way a child would react if you tell them they did something wrong. It seemed like there was no discussing anything with this woman. No rational thought or conversation could happen. And I don't blame the father or the son in this situation for choosing to step away and get away from this crazy person. The one silver lining is that at least the father as well as the son can have some semblance of a life away from this crazy lady. I don't know how I would react if I found out that a parent of mine that I had distanced myself from was stalking me, had broken into my house, invading my personal private space, and took pictures of everything, all with the intent and purpose to try and throw me under the bus for a crime I'm not committing. Absolutely insanity. I honestly think the mother in this situation got off really easy. A few years in jail and a few years on probation, in my eyes, is not nearly enough. My mom tried to stop me from going on our family vacation by not even buying me a plane ticket. This happened the summer of when I was 14, so 2004. My mother was griping about wanting to go out of the city and do something fun. She wanted to go to the beach. My dad finally decided it was time to take a leave from work for a week and go to the beach. He wanted to drive, but mother wanted to fly, and she went ahead and bought plane tickets for the trip. When my dad finally got a look at the tickets, he noticed there wasn't one for me. My mother played it off and said she must have lost it. Dad said he'd make a call to the airline if they couldn't find my ticket. That's when my mother started doing that thing Karens do when they just want you to blindly take their word on something fishy. So my dad grilled her until she admitted to only buying 3 tickets, and she used his credit card to buy them. He was pretty livid, and my mother started making excuses that I wasn't a little kid anymore and that I didn't need to go. My dad, having heard just about enough of this, called the airline and canceled the trip, then told my mother that if she wanted to go so badly, the next time invite me or pay for the trip herself. My mother cried and called my dad financially controlling, but he turned that on her and said that she couldn't have a family vacation without me if she was using his money to pay for it. Then asked what her plan was when it was time to go. Was she just gonna try to leave me home last minute or pretend to have lost the ticket at the airport? My mother didn't have an answer, so she just walked away and did her usual of getting drunk on the patio. Instead of flying to the beach, my dad packed us all in his car and we drove south to the nearest beach. I ended up having a great time. My sister sister did too, but my mother spent half the trip looking like she was sucking on a lemon because she didn't get her way. But that was fine with me because she avoided even speaking to me almost the entire time. What kind of mother in their right mind would not buy a plane ticket for one of their kids? That is absolutely insane to me. What kind of parent would do that? What kind of message does that send to your kid if you blatantly show that you don't want them around you, especially for a vacation of some kind? The mom in the story is unbelievably out of line, and good on the dad for actually stepping up for his kid. I couldn't imagine that happening to me, where one of my parents doesn't buy me a plane ticket for a vacation we're supposed to all have together. That would be soul crushing as a kid to know that my parent didn't like me and didn't want me to be around him. Listen, I get that kids can be obnoxious and teenagers can run loose, but as a parent, it's your job to try and raise them correctly and to love them no matter what. That doesn't mean accepting their bad behavior, but it does mean that when there's vacation, you try to include them. I've seen this out of other parents. I've been very lucky that my parents were very supportive of me and my siblings, so none of us were ever excluded, even though some of my siblings, even myself, have made decisions in the past that are not ideal. But my parents love me anyways. So it's strange to me to see a parent just outright, blatantly, and openly show that they don't like their kid and that they don't want them around them. Leave a comment down below. Do you have a parent who acts like this, who goes out of their way to exclude you from activities or vacations or parties or whatever it may be? I caused the entire back stockroom to fall into chaos simply by doing my job. I'm a young person working in a backroom position at a retail store. I've been working there for about a year now. My management when I started was excellent, and as a result, I am very well trained. I never got written up, am always on time, and I consistently do things well above my pay grade. I fill in for my supervisor in the back room and can run it by myself if need be, and I trained our newest supervisor in her position. If you're wondering, I didn't take the supervisor job because it required changing my shift time. I knew all the fine details and was a team trainer as well. Basically, I was a supervisor, but without the pay raise. My managers moved me to greener pastures, and their positions were filled by new management. The new management doesn't compare to the quality of the old management. Our store manager, I'll call her Karen, is the worst manager I've had the displeasure of working for. She loves workplace politics, acting like a snake and micromanaging everything. When suggested solutions to problems, Karen would rather take a less effective route just to be the one in charge. When she messes up, instead of admitting it, Karen blames anyone but herself and makes it their responsibility to avoid looking dumb. Karen doesn't help when she's needed, rarely does her job, takes personal phone calls all day, and sits in her office on her computer. She's rude, inconsiderate, and incompetent. All in all, Karen is an awful boss. I tried to make peace with Karen at first, but we quickly started bumping heads, and our relationship is shaky at best. We're cordial with each other, but Karen wanted me to abandon 100% of my authority while still running the back, which couldn't happen because others came to me for direction a lot. We don't speak to each other when we don't have to. One day in the back, we finished our group activity. Simply put, I had to pee. So once we were done, I told my supervisor I needed a quick bathroom break and headed out to the bathroom. The second I began my business, I got called on the intercom by Karen to come to the back room. I finished up quickly and got into the stock room. I was gone about 2 to 5 minutes tops. When I walked in, Karen was immediately interrogating me on where I'd been and what I was doing. I told her I'd gone to the bathroom, and she continued asking, like the answer was going to be different. Eventually, Karen said this absolute gem to me, which she couldn't have known would change the course of our time at this company forever. Karen says,
You need to use company time more wisely and do your job.
remember how I said I was basically the backup stock supervisor at this institution? My list of self-appointed management duties was actually pretty long. Training new people, fixing damaged items, fixing packaging, training the supervisors, doing paperwork, delegating tasks, giving instructions to people, taking out the garbage, cleaning the stockroom. The list goes on and on. When Karen said this to me, something clicked. You see where this is going? I stopped all of it. All the managerial stuff went right out the window. Do my job? Okay, I'll do my job. Not your job, not her job, only mine. That's what you asked, right? Direct your own team. Do your own paperwork. Train your own supervisors. 'Cause I'm just a lowly worker, right? Yep. My stockroom fell apart quickly. Suddenly, the entire room was in disarray. New people weren't trained. Faulty product was put out. My new supervisor had no idea what to do, other than copy me, so none of the paperwork got done. The garbage stopped being taken out. People in the stockroom didn't have direction. The floors were dirty. It was a mess, and management couldn't say anything about it, because those were management's duties and not my problem. I knew that Karen knew what I did, but all she could do was silently fume about it, suck it up, and actually do her job. She got mad with me after this and tried giving me less shifts, but that didn't last. Management finally got involved with the stockroom. I've never been so satisfied with myself, all because Karen couldn't accept that I had to pee. I love this story for so many reasons, but mostly because it's a way of getting back at your boss simply by doing your job. And not the job that they expect you to do, but the one that you were actually hired to do. It's crazy to me that this person is not a manager or a supervisor of some kind with all the knowledge that they have, let alone that they haven't gotten a pay raise of some kind. I've worked for bosses like the Karen in this story, where when you do anything that's outside the ordinary, even if it's just using the bathroom during the day, they freak out. It's always tough, but this is such a beautiful example of just being maliciously compliant. Sometimes to get your point across about how valuable you are as an employee is just to let the whole place burn down personally, metaphorically speaking, that is. Sometimes you just gotta sit back and watch the chaos ensue, and the person who wrote this story is exactly that. And while it's never easy working for a Karen like this, especially ones that don't take responsibility for their actions, just to avoid looking dumb, it's always a great feeling when you're able to get back at them and show them how incompetent they are at their job. My parents refuse to show their negative COVID test results. My parents are in their 60s, and my spouse and I are in our 30s. We live a state apart, about 6 hours drive. My spouse and I have a 2-year-old who is not yet eligible for a COVID vaccine, and we've been taking every precaution we can to keep her safe while also holding down our jobs. My parents are both vaccinated and boosted, but they take risks that we do not, going out to eat at restaurants, recreational travel, not wearing masks in places that don't require it, etc. On their most recent visit, my mom had been hosting a professional workshop that involved some up-close, hands-on instruction, and informed us at dinner that she decided to take her mask off as she was instructing students, since it was so hard to teach with it on. My parents were due to visit today, and we asked them to go get a PCR test beforehand to make sure everyone was safe, especially our kid. They went to get tests on New Year's Eve, complaining to us all the while about what a pain it was to go to an urgent care center and sit for hours of potential exposure. They arrived at their hotel yesterday evening, and in the process of opening discussion of plans for their visit, I texted them yesterday evening to ask if they could please send us copies of their test results. At 10 a.m. today, about 14 hours later, I received a long email from my mom, effectively saying, "No, we won't show you our test results. How dare you think we would make the trip here if we were sick? If you can't trust us to that extent, you shouldn't let us into your home anyway." Over the course of the next few hours, my wife and I both sent them digital copies of our recent COVID tests and emphasized that this was a pretty normal thing for people to be doing these days, and that we would really like to see them. But we'd like to see the test results, please. No dice. My parents have never been so insulted. Can't believe that we don't trust them, etc. According to my parents, yes, they have negative results, but no, we can't see them. I had a phone conversation with them in which I told them that I love them, explained that we're trying to look out for the health of our child, and hoped they would reconsider. They claimed they would never make the drive if they knew this would be that much of a hassle. My mom cried. My dad was angry. In their own defense, they also brought up how risky it was for them to make the trip as older people. If they had negative results, it would take them 15 seconds to send us proof. I think I believe them, but their reaction makes me wonder more than I would have before. As far as I know, they're now driving 6 sad hours back home. No visit, no time with a grandkid. I feel terrible for making people I love feel terrible. I'm pretty sure I did so today. No visit, no time with a grandkid. There's so many red flags in this story. First and foremost, I think it's obvious to anybody watching this, if someone requires you to take a COVID test before you can be around their 2-year-old child, you're gonna take the test. There's no question there. There's no negotiating whether you like it or not. For the parents' own sensibility, you're gonna listen to what they say. Why on earth would these parents not be willing to show know their COVID test results. If they were negative, they would have easily just shown the test results via text or send it in an email to prove that yes, we can be around you and spend time with you and your kid. But instead, they took the Karen route. They shifted the blame on the kid for even approaching them with the question of, do you have COVID or not? And can I have proof that you don't have COVID? And made themselves into the victim. It's a gross manipulation tactic for someone who's clearly guilty and has something to hide. If I was in this situation and I'm the parent trying to visit my grandkid and I knew for a fact I had a negative COVID test, I would have sent those results immediately. Of course I want to be around my kid and the grandkid. That's the entire reason you make the 6-hour drive. But clearly, in my opinion, these people had COVID. Their test results came back positive and they knew their kid was not going to let them see their grandkid. Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to subscribe for more content and turn on notifications to never miss a video. I've become convinced that my current girlfriend may be experiencing delusions. What in the world should I do about it? I live in the rural part of the United States, in the woods, in a small home. I'm not too deep in the woods. There's a town just half a mile from my house, and the driveway to my house is essentially a straight drive to this town. This is going to be important later. This may seem insane, but I have been encountering a diseased deer within my woodland property. This deer has been alive for at least 3 months, and I have seen it 4 or 5 times. My girlfriend, however, claims to see it every day. Furthermore, she claims that this deer is an angel and that it whispers to her. At first, when she said these things, I assumed she was teasing me, as in the past I had suggested it may be a skinwalker or other mythical creature. However, she has quickly become obsessed with this creature. For example, 2 or 3 weeks ago, we were eating dinner together at home. We were eating some cheap gas station hot dogs as we were experiencing a major power outage and most restaurants were closed and most of our food was spoiling. She suddenly looked out the window at the forest and started saying something to the effect of, "I see it. I see the angel. It wants me to come close to it." She suddenly jumped up and ran outside. At this point, I am completely freaking out. One of the people closest to me in my life has just proclaimed a completely insane statement and ran outside into the freezing night. I quickly shoved on my shoes and coat and joined her outside. It must have taken me just a minute to get outside behind her, but she was already 30 feet away from me and into the forest. Keep in mind, she's barefoot and wearing long pants and a sweater. I catch up to her and she's just staring into the forest. I asked her if she was okay and she just laughed it off and said, "Oh, I thought I saw that deer outside again." About a minute later, we were both back inside. This incident has been rolling around in my head for a while. However, I could have shrugged it off as her just being slightly paranoid about her angel deer she keeps seeing, or once again her teasing me. But just 3 days ago, something happened that made me realize I cannot simply ignore her actions anymore. I wake up for no apparent reason at 2 o'clock in the morning. My bedside is empty and my curtains are undrawn. I'm tired, so I don't think anything of it, just shift around. The second I got comfy and convinced myself she was just in the bathroom or taking a midnight walk, which we usually take together, I hear a loud scream outside. I jolt up and have the worst heart palpitation of my life. It's clearly my girlfriend screaming. I hop up and jolt outside and find my girlfriend is laying outside nearly naked, looking up at the sky, pointing with one hand saying, "He's back! He's back!" I'm freaking out now. I literally started crying. I don't know why. I just started crying. The sight of her just laying there screaming at nothing made me so worried for her. I brought her back in crying and was debating calling mental health services. I didn't want to just go back to sleep and risk her doing something to herself and getting back up, but she's never had any mental health issues before this. The worst I know of is that she used to have panic attacks and went through an emo phase in college, but after weaning off of caffeine, her panic attacks subsided, and besides the incident of her running outside that other night, she's never had any issues with mental health. So this is all a shock to me. The next morning, I asked her if she thought she needed therapy. She seemed confused about this. She said she was fine and was just stressed out about her future and her career. From that day on, she's never mentioned the deer angel again. Am I just being an overprotective boyfriend? If not, what steps should I take to ensure she's safe? This is a crazy story. If my girlfriend suddenly started saying that she was seeing some angel deer out in the forest, I would not hesitate to call mental health services of some kind to have her evaluated. evaluated. I'm a big fan of Dungeons & Dragons, Lord of the Rings, and Game of Thrones. But ladies and gentlemen, angel deers are not a thing. There's no mythical creature in the woods that's going to help you with your future career and problems in your life. If someone's pointing up at the sky at 2 a.m. in the snow screaming about a deer, there is something wrong. I'm sure this man loves his girlfriend more than anyone else in this world. He makes it very clear that she is incredibly important to him. But this is an easy one. He absolutely needs to intervene and find some way of getting her help. This is not something you should take lightly. And the fact that this happened more than once and was a repeated incident at his house is a serious sign that something's up. This is not normal behavior. This is strange, scary behavior that isn't rooted in reality. Or there's another side of this. Maybe she saw an alien. Does this prove aliens exist? I don't know. You be the judge. All in all, this man is in a tough situation because this is absolutely going to be a determining factor of his relationship with his girlfriend. I asked a girl out and got rejected, but with a twist. Not sure if this counts as relationship advice, but I'm slightly confused. Anyways, I've been talking with a girl for a few weeks and asked her out tonight, which she said no, which is absolutely fine. Take it on the chin, try not to make it awkward. I'd rather know than sit there with regret. About an hour later, she messaged me saying,
See, this is why I won't go out with you. You just brushed it off when I said no. If you had kicked up a bit more of a fuss after I said no, I might have said yes. But never mind, because now we'll never know.
So anyways, I'm now very confused. Why would anyone want to be with someone if they got told no in the first place? Should I have made more of a fuss? I think I took the right action. Let me just say that the man in this story took absolutely the right action. The lady in this story is clearly just wanting to play games. Here's a little advice. If you want a man to be with you, say yes. But playing games and seeing if he's going to be loyal in some way, especially when he doesn't know you yet, is toxic. Imagine, if you will, that they actually get into a relationship. They fall in love, if you will. And then suddenly she starts to play the game of, oh, well, no, we're breaking up now. The reality of her playing games with this man and pushing him around just to see if he'll stick around with her is very high. This is beautiful foreshadowing of the bullet that he definitely dodged. And in this case, sometimes the bullet dodges you. The fact that she acted like this towards him after she rejected him is insane. This is not how guys work. If you're throwing down subtle hints, I can guarantee you we're going to miss it. We need blatantly obvious hints. And don't even call them hints, just call them direction. Tell us what you want, please. We will be loving and devoted towards you if you just tell us what you want. And I think almost anybody could understand that. But the lady in this story is clearly being really needy and is showing off a very toxic side of herself. In all honesty, she did him a favor. She's clearly just gonna play games, and nobody needs that kind of drama. It's best just to move on and find a woman who's going to act like an adult, not like a child like this lady. I feel like I'm being taken advantage of in my marriage and family. My wife and I got married 6 years ago. She had 2 kids who were 9 and 10 years old when we got married, but they had been living with me since they were 3 and 4. Soon after our marriage, we had our daughter, and within a few months, my wife started having widespread health problems. She was diagnosed with a chronic condition that will probably never go away, and she will be uncomfortable for the rest of her life. That being said, it's not life-threatening, but she hasn't worked in 3 years. My stepkids are now 15 and 16. Their father has disappeared from their life when the pandemic started because he is way too deep into conspiracies, and the kids don't want to hear it anymore. He doesn't call or stop by to pick them up. The only thing they got from him on Christmas was a text message. Same thing for their birthdays. Now, I am not a wealthy man. In fact, I'm quite the opposite. I make omelets for a living, and I make pretty good money for my area. But now that prices are up and business has died down, I'm not earning as much. So money is tight once again. I have asked my wife to seek child support since my stepkid's dad is not involved in any way. I have asked her to file for disability as she seems to think she can't work with her medical issues. I have asked her to try and find some remote work part-time or sell some things on Craigslist. But here we are again with no money, bills to pay, and I'm starting to feel like my life purpose is to work and pay utilities. We never go anywhere or do anything. My wife and her kids watch TV all day and play games. I usually have to clean the house up when I get home from work. Beyond this, I feel no affection from anyone except my daughter. My wife doesn't doesn't voluntarily touch me anymore. I feel like I've been sucked into a situation that I can't escape without causing more problems for everyone. What do I even do? This is such a tricky situation. Having a chronic illness is no joke. There are people out there that live with conditions that are absolutely debilitating and prevent them from doing any type of work. It's a tough pill to swallow, but that is really some people's reality. I feel for the man in this story. He's had to burden the load of an entire family without his wife being able to work. I can see where he's coming from of not feeling valued or in any way loved for the effort he's putting in for his family. He obviously cares, but he doesn't feel like they care at all. His best course of action, in my opinion, is communication. He's got to sit down with his wife and tell him exactly how he feels, explain his insecurities, talk to her about how tight money is, and discuss the problems that he's clearly dealing with. Bottling it up and holding it in is not going to help. It's only going to allow these problems to keep going on. He can't possibly expect his wife to find any kind of middle ground with him if he doesn't articulate that. And it's hard enough that this chronic illness has disabled her, but maybe seeking child support from her kid's father and signing up for disability might be in her best interest. If anything, it could help their family get by and allow them to make ends meet in their life. Running out of money and being tight on a budget is no joke. It limits almost every aspect of your life, so I can understand where this guy's coming from. What would you do in this situation? It feels like my boyfriend is only with me for my dogs. I've been with my boyfriend for more than a year. We went out twice a week for about 3 months when we first started dating, but then things shut down. He had family problems, and then he ended up living with my family and I for 6 months. Since March of 2021, we've only gone out once. Every time I tell him I want to go out, all he wants to do is either take the dogs for a walk or take the dogs for a ride. It's always about the dogs. I mean, who can blame him? They are adorable. Now, due to medical reasons, my boyfriend can't get vaccinated, and his doctor hasn't gotten back to him about getting a letter of exemption, so we can't actually go to a restaurant, a bar, or a theater. He can, however, go to parks, malls, arcades, and other places. He just won't go anywhere unless the dogs can come with him. I've about had enough. I'm jealous of my own dogs, and I hate that. Is there anything I can say to him? To answer that last question, yes, there is something you can say to him. You can tell him exactly how you feel. Let him know that you feel like your dogs are getting more attention than you. I understand that the pandemic has shut down so many things. A lot of bars and theaters and places of interest, especially like a restaurant, prime dating real estate. It's all shut down, and it makes it difficult for couples to stay connected. I feel for her in this situation, but at the same time, some honest and simple communication could really go a long way. All she really has to do in this situation is sit her boyfriend down and tell her exactly how she feels. Tell him that she feels like her dogs have a higher priority in his life than his own girlfriend. She needs to think of some activities that both of them can do so that they can both rekindle that fire together. I love dogs just as much as the next person, but if any kind of animal companion is getting in the way of my relationship with another person, especially a romantic relationship, then I need to remove that distraction. And in this case, it just means spending more time with his girlfriend. At the end of the day, some simple communication will go a long way. I'm furious at a photo someone put up of my husband. He insists I'm overreacting. Today is my husband's birthday. He's 35 and I'm 30. A lot of people posted photo tributes to him to celebrate. In one of these posts, one of his colleagues posted 10 photos. Most of them are just him at various outings or business trips. But one of them, the 6th one, is him sitting on a boat, looking down and laughing, with a drink in his hand and a woman's legs across his lap. Not just resting on his lap, completely draped over his lap. In the photo, one hand is holding his drink and the other is up in the air. I'm assuming since he was mid-laugh. So I don't know where his hand was resting. One of his other coworkers was tagged in it, so I assumed those were her legs. I saw this picture and immediately called him, asking him where and when it was taken and why her legs were across his lap like that. He immediately told me that I needed to relax and that I was making too big a deal of things. He told me it was taken over the summer. At the time, I had been stuck in a different city because of a coworker testing positive on a business trip, which is why I had not been invited to a party his other coworker had. He said he hasn't told me about it because I was already frustrated about being stuck in Montreal. He said his coworker only had her legs on him for a second. He was laughing at the dog who had just been on his lap jumping off, and right after that happened, he got up. He's making me feel like I'm being so ridiculous for not immediately believing him, which makes me think he might be telling the truth. I don't know. It just makes makes me feel strange. Honestly, the wife in this story kinda has a point. If you're on a business trip or in some kind of outing with your coworkers, you still have obligations back home. The man in this story absolutely should not have been in a position to allow this woman to get close to him like that. It's a bad look no matter how you look at it. Even if it was just for a second. If I was the man in this situation, I would be apologizing to my wife profusely. In fact, if I was the guy in this situation, I would have already told my wife about the situation and told her my response was to get away from her as quickly as possible. The fact that there's a photo of his female coworker draping her legs across his lap at this party is more than enough to raise suspicions from his wife. She's completely justified, in my opinion, of asking questions about what's happening. It's not unusual for a guy to have a friend at work who's also a girl. That's not unusual. But when photos are being taken that would suggest that you're more than friends and your wife sees it, that's when things can get a little sketchy. It's also really problematic that he didn't say something to her sooner. It's a pretty convenient story that she was lounging on him for just a second and that he got up right away afterwards. It just doesn't add up. It's honestly not in the best interest of a husband, someone who is married, to allow another woman to sit there with him like that. That's single guy behavior. That's not married behavior. In fact, the woman in this situation felt comfortable enough to do that knowing that he's married. That's really problematic. And I don't blame the wife in this situation from raising concerns, especially since he blatantly kept this a secret from her. Crazy stuff. My mom gave me a deadline to get married. My boyfriend and I have been together for 3 years and bought a house together last year. My mom gets super agitated over the fact that we aren't married yet, and in a recent phone call, she became pushier than she's ever been. In her opinion, we were supposed to get married last year, right after moving out together. In the end, she basically said, "You're turning 29 soon. Tell your boyfriend you have to get married by the end of this year at least." Now, I'm really not loving the idea of forcing a proposal. My boyfriend and I have already agreed we both want to get married, and he already has said he has some plans in mind about how he wants to propose. I obviously want to keep the details a secret. I love surprises, so I don't know when exactly he plans to propose. It may not be as soon as this year. No matter how many times I tell my mom that we want to do this our way, she insists that her way is correct. I know she's getting pressure from our conservative Christian relatives, and this makes her uncomfortable, but I don't see her discomfort as a reason to get married this year. My mom and I are really close, and normally she is a lovely person, so I don't want to do anything drastic like cutting off communication, but I am getting exhausted hearing this kind of talk from her over and over. My main dilemma is whether I should even tell my boyfriend what has been happening. He vaguely knows that my mom's been nagging me, but he doesn't know exactly what she said. I don't want him to feel pressured or cause tension between him and my mom, and I certainly don't want him to rush into proposing just because my mom says so. On the other hand, I don't want him to be blindsided if my mom brings it up to him and starts trying to pressure him directly. Should I tell him what's been going on, or would that make things worse? This is a classic case of parents, friends, and relatives getting in between you and your loved one. I greatly sympathize with the daughter in this story. She clearly found somebody that she loves and trusts enough to buy a house with, and they already have personal plans to get married eventually, and that eventually her boyfriend's going to propose to her. She doesn't know the details. It's going to be a surprise. So all in all, it sounds like a solid plan, but her mother doesn't like it. And honestly, I would tell them to stay away. There's no point in trying to please everybody. At the end of the day, it's just between her and her boyfriend. No one else is getting proposed to. It's just between those two, and everybody else is just background noise. Even her mother in this situation. I can understand that the mom feels pressure from her relatives, but if the mom really cared about her daughter, she would take her daughter's side and tell them to get lost. There's no reason for them to stick their noses in her business. All in all, the best thing for this woman to do is to tell her boyfriend exactly what's going on. Let him know so he's not blindsided. There's nothing worse than getting stuck in that kind of situation where the subject of marriage gets brought up and you're cornered and you have to give an answer. And it's bad enough when it comes from your girlfriend's parents. Telling him what's going on and the pressure that she's receiving from her parents and relatives is the best move in this situation. But also, some healthy communication and setting some clear boundaries with her parents as well as her relatives will go a very long way. If you give them an inch by allowing them to dictate when and where you get married, they will take a mile later in your relationship. It's better to set the standard now that your relationship is none of their business. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and and subscribe for more content. Be sure to turn on notifications so you never miss a video. My mother lied to me about my ex-fiancé cheating on me. I was with my ex for 5 years before I broke up with him because he allegedly cheated on me. 4 months ago, my mother told me in front of other family members that she saw my fiancé kissing and getting out of the pub and then driving away with a girl while I was gone for a work trip to a different city. She told me this about a week after once I came back. I confronted him about this and he denied it. Long story short, it was a mess and I broke up with him and moved out. Since she told me this in front of our family, I felt the pressure to end it as soon as possible. A couple days ago, I got into a fight with my mother because she was trying to control my dating life. At the end of it, she told me move out by the end of the week, and she said that she always controlled my dating life at her fingertips because she made me dump my ex for nothing. No cheating, no nothing. Just to show me she can control me. We had a similar fight last year, and she told me she proved me wrong. I moved out of her place the same day and am living with a friend right now. I am absolutely disgusted by her behavior and literally can't believe she would do something like that to me. She called me and apologized for whatever happened and what she did and wants me to come back and live with her. I don't know about that right now. She said she was sorry, and she says that she did it because of all the meds she has been taking, which influenced her decision making. After I found out, I tried to contact my ex, but he didn't pick up, so I messaged him explaining everything and apologized. He read the message, but he hasn't replied back yet. But I hope he does. I also talked to his sister, and she said she'll talk to him. I don't know what to do with my mom. She obviously needs me because she does take medication for her mental health. But right now, I literally hate her. I feel so bad for my ex-fiancé and hope he sees that this is not all my fault. Any advice on how I could get to him? I don't know what else to do. This is insane. This lady's mother lied to her, telling her that her fiancé was cheating on her just to try and get her to break up with him. And it ends up happening anyways. That is such a betrayal of trust. I can't believe she would do something like that. And all with a twisted desire just to control her daughter's life. I mean, how could someone do that? To get in between someone's marriage and to ruin someone's future simply because you wanted to. I don't buy that apology for a second. It seems like this lady is absolutely unhinged. And if I was the girl in this situation, I would stay very far away from the mother. Yes, she needs help. Yes, she's probably struggling with her mental health, but at the end of the day, that's her responsibility to figure out. And welcoming that back into your life is not going to be good for anybody. My girlfriend isn't stopping people that are hitting on her. So I've been with my girlfriend for a few months now, and a lot of our issues have stemmed from the people she brings into my life. She is a really likable person, but is constantly hit on for it. And instead of dealing with it, she gets anxious and uncomfortable, so never flat out turns them down. And a few days ago, it's the 5th instance of this stuff with a guy that I already really didn't like just because of how he is. He isn't a very nice person, but I just accepted that she wanted to be friends with him. She got him to confess after a month and a half, and I expected her to turn him down, which of course she did. She told him that she is committed to me and wants our relationship to work. She also told him she only saw him as a friend, and that's all she wanted. We both agreed that if he keeps pushing, that she would have to get rid of him, as he isn't respecting her wishes of only wanting a friendship with him. I told her during this that I didn't like him and that I wanted him gone because of that, but accepted she wanted to be friends with him. After this, yesterday the guy was talking about how nice it is where he lives, and she later told me about it and said she thought he wanted her to visit him. Then just this morning, she wanted to play an iMessage game with the guy and gave him her number. I get that she wants to be friends with him, but quite honestly, this doesn't rest well with me. I also really don't like that she said before this that she wishes to talk less to him and create distance, and then does things that don't align with that. I should also mention that this person has for over a month made assumptions about our relationship and has talked bad about it, especially within regards to me. I'm rather upset with all this, and today in a call with my girlfriend, I got upset about it. I told her that I didn't like the fact she gave him her number and that I didn't like that he was still overstepping. The fact is that her doing this kind of stuff puts unnecessary stress on the relationship and has happened a good few times now, but I'm at a loss on what to do. If she can't learn to just stomp her foot down and make it known she's off the market, then I don't know what to do because I want to stay with her. This is really really immature behavior from the woman. It seems like she's looking for the attention from this guy who is clearly interested in her, even though she already has a boyfriend. It totally makes sense that the guy in this story is upset at his girlfriend for not doing what she needs to do to make it clear that she is not available. I think we all know the type of person who is super likable, super charming, and easy to get along with. Sometimes though, that can come off as flirting, and some guys just don't get the hint. It's also terrible that the guy who's reaching out to this girl to play games is not realizing that he's causing a divide in this relationship. But it's also the responsibility of the woman to do what she needs to do to preserve her boyfriend's relationship with her. It doesn't seem like she cares. It almost seems like she's doing this just to get the attention, which is terrible. She already has the attention. She has a boyfriend. Does that not mean anything to her? From the sounds of it, it doesn't look like it does. So the guy in this story is definitely in a tough situation. It all comes down to trust at the end of the day. Can he trust her with this new guy that seems to be inserting himself into their relationship? And honestly, at this point, the woman in this story needs to put her foot down and make a decision. Does she want to have every guy pursuing her, or does she want to preserve the relationship that she already has? And sometimes that means making other people unhappy. My boyfriend wants to sleep over another girl's house. My boyfriend and I have been dating for almost a year. We have lived together for years. Recently, we've been arguing over communication and chores. He works in construction and works in different locations all the time. He has worked hours from our house and still drives to work every day. But today, he said he's working close to his female friend's house, which he has worked close to before. He asked me if he can sleep over at her house. I told him do what he has to do as a dare. To my surprise, he called and told her he would be sleeping at her house. Never in our relationship has he slept over at somebody's house. How do I explain that he can't go? I think this situation is being blown way out of proportion. Both of the people in this story really need to do some maturing. First off, why would you dare your boyfriend to go and sleep over at another girl's house? But even worse, why would the boyfriend then agree to go and do that? The fact that he went to pursue that as an option for him getting closer to work is absolutely insane. This is a violation of trust for his girlfriend. I'm sure the girlfriend in this situation regrets her choice of words and regrets encouraging him to go and do this thing. It's really inappropriate that the boyfriend in this situation decided that this would be a good idea. Regardless of how convenient it may be to get to work, it's clearly making his girlfriend incredibly uncomfortable. The woman in this situation just needs to speak up and tell him that this is incredibly uncomfortable for her. She needs to explain that it was just a joke, that she didn't expect him to actually go through with it and sleep at another woman's house. These two have been dating and living together for several years. So the idea of her boyfriend stepping in and sleeping at another woman's house, although probably innocent, can still leave a stain on what is probably a good relationship. The solution in this situation is to simply speak up and say, hey, please don't go over there. Otherwise, this could end poorly. My boyfriend owes me money, and I don't think he intends to pay me back. A few months ago, my boyfriend lost his job. He has many talents, so he decided to start a side hustle via Etsy while continuing to look for full-time work. He needed a bit of seed money to get his side business off the ground, buying craft supplies, etc., and packaging. So I lent him about $800. Fast forward 5 months to now, my boyfriend has found a full-time job that pays well, and he has continued with his side hustle, which is booming. I asked him when I could get paid back the money that he owes me. I mentioned that he doesn't need to pay it back all at once. It could be a small amount each month. He replied that I don't really need the money for anything in particular, and I make a good salary, so why should he pay me back? He mentioned that he does lots of nice things that are worth money, like treat me to dinner or buy me groceries from time to time. These things are true, but it's not what we agreed to when I lent him the money in the first place. I'm not sure if I should force the issue and insist on getting paid back as a matter of principle, or just let it go, as pushing too hard and starting an argument might damage our relationship. It's true that I don't need the money for anything in particular, but the idea that he doesn't need to pay me back is bothering me for some reason. The fact that her boyfriend is not willing to give back the money that he borrowed from his girlfriend is a big red flag. If I was her, I would not lend him any more money. He clearly does not care. It even raises the question of long-term expectations. Does she eventually want to combine finances with someone who she cannot trust to adhere to a loan agreement? How on earth can she expect him to be responsible with future finances? This is a really sketchy situation. In my opinion, the guy in this story absolutely should pay back his girlfriend, especially if she's asking for it. She didn't have to go out of her way to pay pay him $800 just to start up his Etsy business. She didn't have to do that, but she did anyways, because she loves him, and the least he could do is pay her back, now that he has a full-time job. All in all, the boyfriend absolutely is indebted to this lady, and he should do the right thing and start to pay her back. My boyfriend threatened me with a knife as a joke. I've been dating this guy for 3 months now. From the very beginning, he was a little bit strange. He made dark jokes about hurting me, such as taking me to an isolated place on the beach. And when I asked, "Where are we going?" he said, "What do you think? Haha, oh, I brought you here to unalive you." I confronted him and told him to stop making these jokes. They are not funny and make me feel unsafe. He agreed to stop making jokes and told me I am safe with him, but never sincerely apologized. Since then, he's made hypotheticals about hurting me in the context of discussing weapon laws. Now, just to be clear, these inappropriate jokes were maybe 2% of our interactions. I thought maybe I'm being too sensitive. The rest of the time, he was loving, affectionate, and planned fun dates with me, such as softball and salsa dancing. I felt a strong attraction, and I thought maybe he was just a little immature, but we can still have fun. Now, more recently, we were hanging out by his car outside. I playfully hugged him from the side and joked, "Ooh, I got you." That's when he takes a step back and pulls out his knife. He took the blade out and stared at me for a second and then put it away again. It happened in a matter of seconds, but the threat was there. Now over text, I've become cold and distant. He asks me what's wrong, so I explained to him, "I'm deeply upset that you pulled out a knife for no reason." His explanation was, "Hey, you jokingly threatened me, so I threatened you." I told him that hugging someone and pulling a knife on them are not the same thing. Anyway, I think he is gaslighting me and will become abusive, so it's time for me to never see him again. But I just wanted general feedback and advice. What should I do? This story is absolutely horrifying. The man in this situation is very immature, and this lady is absolutely correct in wanting to get away from him. He sounds like one of those dangerous, sociopathic, narcissistic people. This lady should let everybody in her family know exactly what's going on with this guy. His behavior is far from normal. No boyfriend should ever make their girlfriend feel unsafe. And sometimes people have just got to believe how people are actually acting. People will tell you exactly how they are, and you should believe them. In all actuality, dangerous individuals directly tell people what they'd like to do, but normal people don't listen since the statement seems so outrageous. And that's when terrible things happen. And the guy in this story is saying some very threatening things towards this woman. It's not normal to plot out how you would hurt somebody. That's not normal behavior. There's so many red flags here. There's a difference between having a dark sense of humor and making dangerous, threatening remarks towards somebody. All in all, the woman in this story should trust her gut. Get away and get away fast. I'm in love with my roommate. We've lived with each other for about 5 months, and just recently we've been getting closer. When I'm at work, I miss her, and I can't seem to get her off my mind. I have zero clue if she feels the same way, and I'm not very good at reading emotions. I know it's like an unspoken rule not to date roommates, but I've genuinely never felt this strongly about anyone in my life. We spend a ton of time together, near every day. She's such a big part of my life now, and I want her to be a bigger part of it. My family loves her, and they constantly want me to bring her around. We both sacrifice a lot of time for each other, and I just have no idea if I should stay quiet and not say how I feel and keep a good thing going, or tell her how I feel and potentially risk something with my roommate, and in all honesty, as of lately, my best friend. This is a tricky one because this is a roommate you're talking about. When it's a roommate, it's different because you see this person every day. If things go south, it's going to be miserable where you're living. But sometimes this kind of thing happens. You can fall in love with a roommate, and that's okay. But you have to go about this the right way. If you go about this in a way that's creepy or weird, it's only going to tarnish what good friendship you may already have. There's two sides of this coin. You can either say nothing and just let things play out as they will, or you can take your shot and say, hey, at least I tried. It's better to get rejected knowing that you gave it a try than to say nothing and feel terrible when she brings home another guy. On the other hand, this could potentially ruin the relationship you have with this person. This could very well be the thing that absolutely turns her away from you. And I would say that the chances of this being an awkward situation are much higher because they're roommates. If they didn't live together, it would be a lot easier for this type of relationship to develop, just like any other one. But because they probably share the same wall and the same bathroom, it would be a little strange for them to start dating. But who knows? Other people have made it work before, and it ended up being a long-lasting relationship that eventually turned into a marriage. You never know what's going to happen. So I say go for it. But what do you think? Leave a comment down below. My best friend's prank went way too far. My best friend of 12 years called me after work, crying and yelling. She said her boyfriend hit her. She hung up and didn't pick up when I called her back. I called the boyfriend, and then he picked up the phone and started acting crazy. At this point, I'm panicking and trying to convince the boyfriend to let her go home. After talking to him for a while, he said okay and hung up. I call her phone again, but she didn't pick up. After 10 minutes, she called and said it was all just a prank. I told her not to contact me again and that I need a break from this friendship. I then hung up the phone. She texted me and said that it is not a big deal and she was only joking. Then she said she was sorry. Her boyfriend then texted me and said it was all her idea. Is she mentally all right? This story is a big red flag left and right. This is either the meanest prank anyone could actually play on somebody, or this is a cry for help from the woman. The original poster of this story goes on to say how this friend of 12 years has never joked about her boyfriend hitting her, that she's never made any kind of joke like this in her life. So there might be a shred of truth that she actually did get hit and was crying and screaming for help, and the boyfriend stepped in and told her to say that it was just a prank. I'm really torn on this story because if it was just a prank, that is absolutely disgusting. You don't do that to somebody. You don't cry wolf like that and expect them to come to your aid if you're actually in danger. But if it's not a prank and it's actually a cry for help, then this is even worse. There's a chance this woman could be in some serious danger and that her boyfriend is actually abusing her, and that maybe she was able to get to her phone in time to call the one person she could probably confide in, that being her best friend for 12 years. If this was just a prank, then this is absolutely disgusting, and I don't blame this guy for taking a step away. I don't think this is the kind of humor that anyone would want to be a part of. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more content. Turn on notifications so you never miss a video. My boss is stalking me, and he thinks that we're best friends. So I've been with my company for almost 10 years. When I started, this particular boss couldn't have cared less about me. After a couple of years of working directly under him, we had similar interests and just had a laugh at work as you try to do. He had a wife and son. I had a boyfriend and now husband. I got engaged to my boyfriend and we got married. This guy invited himself to the wedding. I know I was a pushover not saying no, and it's honestly one of my biggest regrets. He literally booked the day off of work before I said he was coming, and my actual friend from work couldn't get the day off due to him assuming he was coming. Again, my fault for not telling him to stay away. I had several text conversations and phone calls at the time from his drunk wife jealous about our relationship. Yet she was at my wedding. I ended up outside at my wedding assuring her nothing was happening. Fast forward a year or two. I'm on a work night out and he supposedly leaves. But then when I go to a late night bar with a few others for a couple drinks, then get a taxi home afterwards, he sends me an angry text regarding who I was in the taxi with. So apparently he was waiting for me to come out of the bar and watched me get in the taxi without me knowing. I was pretty drunk, so I got very angry and kept calling him at like 3 in the morning, shouting at him for being a creeper. His wife obviously saw this the next day and had the audacity to ask me why I did that. Fast forward again due to COVID, we were furloughed and brought back in stages. Someone came back months before this guy and found his second phone, which he used to text me with. My picture was his screensaver, and it was a picture of me when I was 19, still in university. He found this picture online and made it his background. I told my main boss about this, and he ended up speaking with him. A good year has passed and everything is still fine in his head. He even leaves me chocolates on my desk every day. And before everyone says I should just get him fired, I would have, but I have two managers. One is the guy who everyone relies on as a buffer to the much bigger, horrible boss. So I've basically been taking one for the team. This story is really creepy. The fact that her boss is stalking her and obsessing over her is really, really scary. It's bad enough she has to report to him every single day for work, but also the fact that she can't have a normal life outside of work. This is really creepy overall, and this lady should really say something. There is no taking one for the team in this situation. This manager is straight up stalking her. She also goes on to say that there's almost a 20-year difference between the two of them. That's just weird. No woman should ever feel like they need to just deal with this kind of harassment just so they can appeal to their coworkers while also trying to keep the peace. There's no peace in this situation, not in her life. She needs to say something. something and report him for being super creepy. It's bad enough that his wife is not doing anything about this. In all actuality, she needs to get documented proof of all this. Write everything down with timestamps and all, and bring this to human resources. This is not a game. This is something that's very seriously weird, and no woman should have to deal with that in the workplace. It's easier said than done because sometimes work dynamics just completely prevent women from having a voice, but I really hope she finds the help that she needs and gets away from this creepy stalker boss. My roommate smells awful, and I don't know how to bring it up to her. We're friends and we live together. She's kind of one of those naturalist women who doesn't shave her pits or legs or anything, but she has a fairly professional job where it's unacceptable to have body odor. Every morning when she comes out of her room, she smells absolutely terrible to the point that I need to hold my breath. There's also a smell coming from her room, similar to her body smell. I don't care if her room is messy, but I care that it smells out into the hallway when her door is open. She has plenty of time to shower. She's home from work at like 3:30 in the afternoon. She's very nice, and we have a zero drama relationship. So this is a super awkward topic, and I really don't know what to do about it. This is an awkward situation no matter how you approach it. Having a roommate or somebody close to you that smells bad is not something that's going to be easy to talk about. I personally had a coworker who smelled like absolute hot garbage on a daily basis. It's like they wake up and roll around in a landfill and then come to work. It was awful. We had people complain about this constantly to our manager, but she did absolutely nothing. Do you know what her solution was? Giving us air fresheners to spray around the office, somehow trying to combat the stink and smell that was coming off of this person. The smell was overpowering, and it was hard to breathe sometimes. So I feel for this person in this story, because at the end of the day, something has to be said. If you don't, it's only going to get worse. Or the opposite could happen. You could get used to the smell, and then eventually, you probably won't smell anything anymore. But that's a threshold that probably takes months to figure out. In all honesty, you gotta sit her down and be straight with her about the situation. But telling her to take a shower more or just to bathe more probably isn't going to cut it. You need to let them know that, hey, your entire living situation is gross. The house smells bad because of your poor hygiene. And sure, some people have different habits and they have different ways of living, but this is one of those things that someone has to be aware of. And I think her chances of actually having a good conversation with the roommate is good, mostly because they're already friends. The person who posted this story describes that they have a zero drama relationship. So if I were to guess, they are probably on very good terms with each other. So I think having this honest of a conversation is not going to ruin what friendship they already have. Sometimes, even if it's something that's super awkward and silly, it's super important to set boundaries. And hygiene is an honest boundary that anybody should be able to approach. But you have to approach this carefully. If you do this in a way that's rude or obnoxious or aggressive, it could really turn your roommate away from you. And it could make what once was probably a good friend into a very serious enemy. And worst off, you gotta remember, you live with this person. So whatever you say will definitely have an effect on the living situation. 2 degenerate friends asked me to get them jobs where I work, but I just don't want to. So for context, I've got these 2 friends. Let's call them 1 and 2. 1 and 2 have been inseparable best friends since kindergarten. They're both extremely lazy degenerates that rely on everyone around them to get by. They usually get parents to take care of their responsibilities. Neither of them have ever had a job before. Neither of them have even had an interview before. Neither of them have actually ever made their own resumes. I became friends with 1 and 2 about 8 years ago, but I've drifted from them the last couple of years because of certain social group situations, to say the least. 1 and 2 have some weird codependence on each other. Whatever one of them is doing, the other has to do it as well. Recently, 1 and 2 decided to get a job together. Since neither of them know how to make resumes or apply anywhere or how to conduct themselves in an interview, they turned to their parents for work at their businesses. They were soon after fired for doing such a poor job and not listening. I heard 1 and 2 sides of the story, and my God, they are naive. They think they can't be in the wrong. They applied in one place together but got rejected from it, so they've given up and come to me for a job. I'm a manager of a fast food restaurant, and I absolutely love my job and the people in it. The people I'm friends with there are all so good at their jobs and wonderful people. As a manager, I get certain perks, like being able to vouch for people in the application process to get them a job. This is a fact I wish I never told 1 and 2. I don't want my work life and my outside life interfering with each other. I have 4 friends at work who I see outside of work regularly because they're part of my friend group and I love working with them. But I know if 1 and 2 get jobs at my workplace, I'll start hating work. 2 is an introvert with no common sense at all. We have people like that where I work, but the good thing is, I won't have to to see them until they get another shift. With 2, he'll be expecting me to talk to him for my entire shift. 2 is the more manageable one. My problem is really with 1. 1 is an idiot, completely naive to people's feelings, and he acts like everything is his. He also made the mistake of showing me his true colors when he bragged about having personal relationships with a girl he knew I'd fallen for. If 1 and 2 get jobs at where I work, I know it'll be a living nightmare for me. Everything is perfect right now. I love my friends at work, and I don't want it to be split by these 2 lazy degenerates. I don't even know why I'm friends with them anymore. I know it's a very selfish thing to say, and I don't have a say in where someone wants to work or who I work with, but I really can't handle being around 1 and 2 for longer than I have to. How do I go about not getting them jobs? It sounds like to me that the person who's posting this story is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Somehow he found himself between 2 people who are clearly lazy and have no responsibility in life. The worst part about it is that these people sound like they should know better. There's no reason they should be this lazy and absolutely uncaring of those around them. If anything, I think the answer is very simple, even if it means you have to offend them. I personally would say that it's time to cut ties with these guys. They clearly are not any good for anyone around them. They have no discipline and no motivation to do anything on their own. They're just looking to get by, and that's going to be at your expense. And when it comes to people like that, you have to put your foot down and think of yourself first. This poster who works at a fast food restaurant as a manager clearly loves what he does. And good on him, because those jobs can be stressful. And the last thing you need is for it to become more stressful, especially when a good thing is happening. So I don't blame him for having the apprehension. But even if it means that he can no longer be friends with these people, and they no longer like him, which by the way might be for his best benefit, he needs to say, no, I'm not going to help you get this job. If anything, he needs to be completely honest with them and say, hey, I don't want to be friends with you anymore. There's nothing wrong with cutting ties with people who are clearly toxic and have no good intentions. There's nothing wrong with that. It's okay to take a step away from people. And I'm not just saying ghosting somebody. I'm saying like absolutely putting a line in the sand and saying, I don't want you near me. I don't want you at my work. I don't want to see you on social media. I don't want anything to do with you. The people that are being described as the degenerates in this story, they're probably the type of person who's going to make a bigger deal out of this than it should be. And you know what? That's okay. Who actually cares? What's the worst that could happen by saying, no, I don't want you in my life? They'll probably post something on social media. They'll probably be upset and say all these terrible things about you. But you know what's going to happen next? They're then going to go to some other friend and try and get a job at their place. So I would much rather endure this short season of criticism and hate instead of taking away from the long-term happiness of my employment. And the guy in this story clearly is happy with what he's doing, and he should not sacrifice his friends at work just for these 2 degenerates. My boyfriend is living in absolute filth. My boyfriend comes over to my house as he lives in residence at the college, and they don't allow guests. Everything is all fine and dandy, except he will not clean up after himself. He makes food, leaves dishes in the sink, even though I've told him to put it in the dishwasher multiple times, can't hang up his towel after a shower, and leaves food on the floor where he eats by choice. I don't know why he's sitting on the floor. I guess he just finds it more comfortable. I've had to recently tell him to stop eating in my bedroom because he's gotten food on my duvet multiple times and won't even tell me. He got upset complaining about having to go downstairs to eat and watch Netflix because he wants to lie in bed. Now he's mad because I asked him to A, put his dishes in the dishwasher, B, hang up his towel, and C, clean up the floor when he eats. He says he just won't eat or shower at my place. I want him to move in, but now he says he doesn't want to if it's going to be like this. I really don't feel like I'm asking much, and it hurts my heart that he doesn't even have the respect for me to keep my house clean or understand that I'm frustrated and why. I don't know what to do. I don't want to break up with him, but I also don't want to live like this forever because I can only see this getting worse. I really feel sorry for the girlfriend in this situation because as a man myself, I know for a fact how messy I eat and how messy I am in general. She's a saint for even putting up with that for a second, and she's absolutely in the right to be upset that her boyfriend is eating and making a mess everywhere. Here's the thing, when you're at someone's house, even if it's a significant other or a boyfriend or a girlfriend, you live by their rules. If they say you need to clean up after yourself, guess what? You need to clean up after yourself. If they tell you to take out the trash, congratulations, you are now taking out the trash. It doesn't matter what it is. If you're going to be under their roof for extended periods of time, and if you're going to be eating their food and drinking their water, what they say goes. So the fact that this guy guy can't put dishes in the dishwasher or hang up his towel after a shower or just keep things tidy to some degree is such a red flag for this lady, it's not even funny. You can bet that he's going to do this when he moves in with her. There's no doubt in my mind that he will fall back into these habits. Sure, maybe the first 2 weeks when he moves in, he might be tidy and organized, but those bad habits are going to creep up pretty quickly. And before you know it, her house is going to be a mess. So yeah, she needs to tell him what's up. And the fact that he doesn't understand that the way he is living and treating her personal space is disrespectful is absolutely insane. How do you not see that your actions are negatively affecting your girlfriend? I can't understand that mentality. I feel sorry for the girl in this situation, but you know what? Sometimes you just gotta say what needs to be said. And in this case, he needs to clean up his act or get out. My girlfriend bought a dog without telling me, and now I'm supposed to just be okay with it? My girlfriend and I have been living together for 3 months now. We agreed beforehand we would get a dog. We didn't specify a timeline, but we both would have to agree. Long story short, I come home yesterday to find a dog in our apartment. She claimed it was our dog, and she had to rescue it before telling me because it was apparently going to be put to sleep. We agreed on getting a smaller dog, something small and which would live well with us. The dog she brought home was just some random dog. It looked prehistoric. Half the skin on its face had been ripped off due to a skin allergy, and the dog's tail was also cut off. There's also some scarring on the underside. So this dog was a street dog with ticks and fleas and 100 other problems before it was taken into the shelter. Apparently, the shelter made this dog out to be wronged by the world, and my girlfriend had to adopt it. I'm really upset with her. This dog isn't a kid. I wanted to choose the dog we got. I'd have liked to at least visit the dog before bringing it into my home. I won't lie, it's god-awful ugly, and I don't want it. I told her and she got really upset and called me heartless. I feel bad now, but this dog is really ugly, and with all of its issues and the types of food it needs to eat, I want no part of it. How do I tell her more appropriately to take the dog and return it? Personally, there's a bigger problem in this story than just not liking the dog or thinking that it's ugly. The bigger problem is that the girlfriend made a very big decision with this relationship without consulting him first. She doesn't have to ask him permission to do whatever she wants, but if you're going to bring some other living being into your life like a dog, this needs to be a mutual decision. These two live together. They have been for 3 months. That's more than enough time to have some type of expectation with routines and what to expect out of each other. And I'm sure the last thing this guy expected was some butt-ugly dog sitting there on his bed. And sure, the dog needed to be rescued, and I don't doubt that this dog probably has a good heart, but it's probably especially insulting for the guy to not have had any say in the matter. He wasn't even considered when this dog was adopted. It seems like the girlfriend just got played. It also seems like the girlfriend has been doing this for a while. Who just randomly comes home with a dog? I'm pretty sure she would have had to have been at the shelter already looking for a dog because she wanted one, and the people at the shelter pretty much tricked her into getting this dog that they probably had no idea what to do with. And sure, some dogs are just incredibly ugly, but they can still be loving companions. And I don't doubt that this dog is that, but I don't blame the guy for not wanting any part of it because it's not his dog. He didn't choose this. The girl just chose it for him. And yeah, you can take care of a dog that's about to be put to sleep, but that's got to be your decision. It can't just be thrust upon you, and it's also not appropriate to then be guilt-tripped into trying to keep it. This guy has every right to be upset, but I think more so, this is a really bad red flag. This is a major decision that requires both parties being involved. If she felt like this was okay, then he's going to be facing a lifetime of her making big decisions for the both of them because she had to. It's really unfair to be put in this kind of situation, and big decisions like this definitely need both parties involved. It's insulting not to involve the boyfriend, and I don't blame him for being upset. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already, and turn on notifications so you never miss a video. I think my girlfriend slept with my dad before breaking up with me. My friend, who was doing an internship in a hotel, told me that he saw my girlfriend and my father at the hotel. I assumed I was with them too. I didn't believe it, but I checked my dad's Google Map history and he visited the hotel. He was being a little touchy with her, like touching her shoulders and her arms, etc., and complimenting her. I didn't think it was weird because it it looked casual. We were in a relationship for 3 months. My girlfriend lied about where she went that day. She started ghosting me for a few weeks before breaking up with me after that day. I don't know. Should I confront her or my dad about it? Ask them indirectly in some way? She is 17, but here where I live, the age of consent is 16, and my dad had dated a few women after his divorce. I don't care who he dates or sleeps with, but it made me uncomfortable and mad. So it sounds like the original poster of this story is between a rock and a hard place. This is a terrible situation to be stuck in. The fact that your girlfriend and your father have spent some intimate time together is absolutely devastating. The writing's on the wall. This probably happened. I mean, if you figure the Google Maps history, his father acting weird when he was questioned, his father getting a little too close with his girlfriend, as well as his girlfriend ghosting him for a few weeks before breaking up with him, all after this situation was brought to light, is pretty condemning if you ask me. And what on earth is this man's father doing around a teenager? If you're a grown adult with children, you have no business being around teenagers. I don't care who they are. It's not okay. Let alone going after your son's girlfriend. And to make it even worse, the girlfriend going after his father. Both of these people are terrible people across the board. His father's a terrible person for even engaging in this act, and his girlfriend is clearly not loyal. He is much better off without her. The writing is on the wall that this 100% happened, and it is absolutely unfortunate that this man had to get in the crossfire. How do you even approach that? It's not like he can just go up to his father and say, hey, did you do this thing with my girlfriend? Because of course he's gonna deny it, and the last thing you need is to provoke a father who could very well kick you out of the house. I'm sure this guy is probably still living with his parents to some degree, and in my honest opinion, I wouldn't say anything yet. I would make sure that my living condition is set up outside of the house before I even begin to approach my father about this situation. You gotta make sure you're looking out for yourself first and foremost before you make any kind of decision like that, especially confronting someone who could very well make you homeless. Absolutely disgusting. And he should count his lucky stars that he was able to get away from that woman as well. You don't need someone who's willing to sleep with your own father. That's just horrendous. Overall, there is a silver lining. At least he knows two solid things. For one, his girlfriend was not loyal and he did not need her. And for two, his father cannot be trusted. And at least when he grows up and becomes a man and has his own life, he can carry that with him and be better than anything his father's ever given him. Am I the jerk for canceling dinner with my boyfriend after he bought a bell to dinner to grab the staff's attention? I've been dating my boyfriend for about 4 months now. We live in different towns and he's not from here. He's an American living here. He usually visits on the weekends. This time I decided to visit his town and eat out at a diner. My boyfriend was already there when I arrived at the diner. We talked some, checked the menu. Then when it was time to order, he pulled out a small bell out of his jacket pocket, lifted it up and started shaking it. It produced a loud, annoying sound and my ear started hurting. I was so confused. I asked what he was doing and he said that he was trying to get one of the waiter's staff's attention. I said it was embarrassing and he should stop right then, but he just kept shaking it. I cannot begin to explain the looks we received from everyone. I demanded him to stop, but he said he's not gonna stop until a waiter comes over and takes our order. I threatened to leave the place and cancel dinner if he wouldn't stop ringing the bell, but he just kept doing it. Someone eventually came, but I'd already gotten up, took my purse, and started making my way out. He followed me and started arguing about walking out, but I told him that I couldn't take being embarrassed by him, and he got upset and said that he didn't get why I thought the bell was embarrassing, explaining that it was the perfect solution for no longer being forced to wait till someone shows up. I asked if it was acceptable to do this in America, and he said yes, because it's a free country, and people there usually don't really care. But I said it's inappropriate and embarrassing here. He said I was being too sensitive, and overreacted over nothing. He insisted we go back inside, but I refused. We ended up leaving. He kept on about how I ruined dinner by canceling it, and offending him by acting like his behavior is shameful. I said I had a right to give an opinion on what he was doing, even if he thought what he was doing was okay. But he basically told me to get off my high horse and stop calling his genius idea embarrassing. He's been sulking for days now and wanting an apology. Maybe I overreacted. Maybe it's nothing where he lives, but here it's just unacceptable. The man in this story, unapologetically, is in the wrong. No one in their right mind, especially in the United States of America, would bring a bell to ring to get the attention of a waiter. I can guarantee you, if you actually tried that in the States, you would get thrown out so fast. To anyone who's wondering who might not live in the US, no, it's completely inappropriate to bring a bell that you would ring to get the waiting staff's attention. That is unbelievably rude. You would get kicked out. You would possibly be banned from that establishment too. I can't think of a single place that would allow that kind of behavior. Not even fancy restaurants with Michelin stars would allow that kind of action. They would immediately kick you out for disrupting service. And the audacity of this guy to pretend like this is the norm in America when he's clearly in another country is disgusting. I don't blame the woman in this story for being horribly embarrassed. I would too. And the worst part about it is that you can bet everybody else in there was judging that table when that was happening. No one else brought a bell to dinner. It's bad enough that waiters have to deal with Karens on a daily basis, but this is a whole nother level of Karen that I've never even seen in my life. This is super Karen status, and that is not something you want to aspire for. My crazy ex-boyfriend thinks we switched bodies. I don't even know how to start this. So we hung out on his birthday, and I was getting weird vibes from him. It made me uncomfortable, so I told him. He angrily tried to convince me that he wasn't being hostile by being more hostile, so I left and broke up with him the following day. The following days consisted of my sister receiving strange emails every few days telling me to give him back his body. I thought it was funny at first. I thought maybe someone was playing a prank on me, but it turned out to be him, and he threatened me, claiming he would hurt me if I didn't give it back to him. He claimed that he hadn't been the same since the relationship ended, that I was happier than him, and that I ruined his life. I was so confused. I blocked his phone number and emails ages ago, but he knows my address. I spoke with the authorities and they say there's nothing they can do about it. So this guy thinks that his ex-girlfriend somehow stole his body when she broke up with him for him being crazy. It's very clear that this guy needs psychological help and he might be experiencing some kind of psychological breakdown. The woman in this story absolutely needs to file some kind of a report. Let the police know that her ex-boyfriend threatened her life. It's also weird how this guy's saying that his ex-girlfriend stole his body. I mean, what on earth does that even mean? And it's especially scary the fact that she went to the authorities, but they can't do anything about it, which is not uncommon. This lady needs to make a plan and make a plan fast to get away from this man. Sure, she can block him all over the place, from email to social media, but at the end of the day, he knows her address, so she needs to get out and find a solution. A possible option is filing a harassment report with the police, maybe even getting an attorney involved. But if she doesn't have any money, then it's probably better just to tell everybody what's going on. Don't hold back. Tell everybody that this guy is acting strange and that he threatened her. Give details. It might be her best bet for him to leave her alone if everyone's aware of how he's acting. Unfortunately, though, that's only going to do so much because it sounds like her boyfriend went off the deep end. And the last thing you need is to be dragged down with him. Am I the jerk for telling my roommate's boyfriend he needs to get out? I just got a new roommate who is subletting the other room in a 2-bed, 1-bath apartment. She moved in a week and a half ago. The day before she moved in, she texted me notifying me that she would be there in the morning and asked if her boyfriend could stay with us for like 2 weeks until his apartment was ready. She made it sound like he already had an apartment and it just needed maintenance like painting or plumbing or something. She claimed he works a lot and would be there to sleep, which turned out to be untrue. I kindly told her no, because a strange man in the apartment would make me uncomfortable, especially since she is a stranger as well. No response. She arrives the next morning. I know her boyfriend stayed the first night because I heard them, but I didn't see him. I brushed it off because he was helping her move. The next day comes and I get home from class at about 2 o'clock and knock on her door to see if she wants lunch. The boyfriend answers the door and says that the roommate left to buy food. I was annoyed that she moved him in without consent, and especially that she left him there alone with all my things. When she gets back, she gives me a sob story, and I agree to let him stay for 2 weeks. We all get along well, but he doesn't clean up after himself. If I need to use the bathroom or get water in the middle of the night, I feel the need to get dressed. It's just all around annoying. He doesn't clean up after himself in the kitchen. He leaves dirty dishes around. He leaves hair in the sink and in the shower. He goes to the bathroom on the toilet seat and just leaves it there without cleaning it up. I simply don't feel comfortable at night, especially if I need to get up and get water or maybe use the bathroom. It's just all around sounds super annoying. The 2-week mark is coming up soon, so I asked her when his apartment would be ready last night. She directed me to ask him. The boyfriend says a few weeks because he has not signed a lease or given them any money or been approved for the apartment. I said next Monday, 4 days away, would be 2 weeks, so he needs to get it figured out by then. She goes to her room slightly irritated, and I did not see her again until today. This morning, she told me she thought I was rude for how I talked to her boyfriend, and she would never treat one of my guests that way. I apologized, but I didn't think it was rude, only stern. I said that if he was staying longer than 2 weeks, he needs to pay rent. She said he's not paying rent because he's staying with her and already helped pay her half for the month. I made it clear I want him gone by Monday. If he is still here, I will inform the leasing office of an overnight guest who has overstayed their welcome. Am I the jerk in this situation? This story is a classic case of the lazy boyfriend not doing what he needs to do. It sounds like to me that the boyfriend in this situation found himself with a sweet gig. He found an apartment where he could just lay around and not get anything done. Leave dishes everywhere, not clean up after his mess, the works. And in effect, the roommate who has to deal with this guy, who wants nothing to do with this guy, is now caught in the crossfire. It's interesting how this type of person works. He was only supposed to be there for 2 weeks, and that's after the girlfriend begged and pleaded with this lady that he could stay longer. And now that the 2 weeks are coming up, he doesn't want to leave. And it doesn't help that the girlfriend is basically taking the boyfriend's side. It sounds like both of them are incredibly lazy, because in 2 weeks, you could at least have some prospect going for an apartment. It might not be an ideal apartment, but you can find something, especially if it's just you by yourself. It's incredibly inappropriate to abuse the trust and expectation of another person's apartment just to fit your own needs. And I don't blame the lady in this story for saying that if this guy is going to stay longer, he needs to pay rent. It doesn't matter that he's staying in her side of the apartment. He needs to pay rent if he's going to stay longer, because that's absolutely not fair for the lady who is paying rent. This guy is a freeloader and he needs to do his part. If you're staying in someone's apartment, you abide by their rules. What they say goes. So you gotta clean up after yourself. You gotta keep things tidy, and you have to pay your portion. Anything past 2 weeks, in my opinion, definitely means you gotta start paying rent. It's either that or you gotta go. The person in this story, in my opinion, is not a jerk. They're just trying to make sure they have some normality in their life. And it sounds like they have a roommate now who is definitely subpar, and they're gonna have to deal with it. But at the end of the day, she lives there as well, and there's no reason for her to be miserable just so some deadbeat boyfriend can get by and take advantage of a sweet situation. Would it be wrong of me to ghost everybody around me and just run away? I live in a very small but very bigoted community on an island. Some terrible people populate this island, and on top of that, there's been a huge increase of violence and death. My birthday is soon, and I'm graduating also, and I plan on immediately moving to the United States of America for university and never coming back. My mom and I are both dual citizens, so things like deportation isn't something I'm actually worried about. Now here's where I think I'd be kind of shady. I've had friends since I was a kid. We grew up together and often always stick together. I've got family here too, but recently I felt extremely isolated recently. My orientation goes against pretty much everything the majority of my island believes in, which unfortunately includes my friends and family. I bite my tongue because often when I speak up against these ideas, I'm berated. I've made up my mind to just completely go missing in action to these people and erase any kind of contact, leave a letter and just go. I've even considered legally changing my name and keeping in contact with one friend and 4 family members because they haven't made me feel like garbage and don't agree with the majority mindset. I let it slip casually in a conversation that I planned on running away and going missing, and I was told that it was a terrible thing to do because I'd worry a lot of people and would leave a hole in my social groups forever, and now I've been second guessing it. I felt isolated by these people because of my orientation my whole life, so I feel like it wouldn't be a big deal, but according to some people it would. So would I be wrong for just disappearing? First and foremost, I think it's terrible that this person feels like they can't be themselves. It must be terrible to literally be stuck on an island with people who are so vocally against who you are. It must feel terrible to feel trapped as if there's no way out. But I think the person in this story just needs to know that there is love and happiness on the other end of this island, that quite literally they have a chance to get away from this. It would feel easy to be consumed over their current situation, but they have an opportunity to go to college and escape this entirely. On one hand, I really do agree that just disappearing completely would in fact leave a hole in a lot of social groups. But on the other hand, I think it's important to get away from toxic people, especially those who are going to discriminate against you based on your orientation. No living person should feel less or discriminated against because of something they can't control. And the beautiful thing about it is that this person is going to blossom in college. They're going to have chances to meet people who are probably similar to themselves. And the fact that they have a university they can go to is massive. This is truly going to be the beginning of the rest of their life. In my honest opinion, I think they can still leave their island life behind while still embracing the beautiful future self that is just around the corner. I think with careful steps and careful planning, they can still maintain the relationships they want to stick around with while abandoning those who are just going to be toxic to them. Distance and time can heal all wounds. And I think this person's going to feel better just getting off that island and meeting people of similar mindsets and similar orientations in life. If I were them, I wouldn't move back to this island ever again. Sure, you can maybe visit, but there's so much more to life than being stuck with people who are so close-minded and absolutely at their core do not care about you. You can still keep in contact with your friends and family, especially those who are accepting of you, but you have no obligation to stay in contact with people who would use, abuse, and discriminate against you. I hope that the person in this story is able to embrace their true self and find solace in the fact that they are truly moving forward with their lives and moving away from an island and towards a brighter future. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already and turn on notifications so you never miss a video. A crazy woman tried to run me down in the parking lot with her car. My sister-in-law both got Michael's gift cards for Christmas. Michael's is a craft store, and we were excited to meet up and shop together. We were both coming from different directions, so we just met there. As we were walking from our cars to the storefront, there was a medium amount of traffic moving through the parking lot. Nothing crazy. I approached the area where you would cross, and there's an older woman in an SUV a ways back, going about 20 miles an hour. I look both ways, as one does, and start to cross, and I see her trying to make eye contact, so I look up at her face, and she is still quite a distance from me where I would be if I just kept crossing. She looked a bit annoyed, but made an ambiguous hand gesture that I foolishly interpreted as her giving up her non-existent right-of-way to me. Naturally, I kept walking. This crazy lady literally hit the gas. She came very close to hitting me. I obviously scurry the rest of the way because I'm not trying to have broken legs. And then, having now passed where I was standing seconds before, she stops her car. Why did she stop her car, you might be wondering? It was to scream at me for, get this, not using a crosswalk in a parking lot that doesn't have them. In all my cool, collected glory, I pointed this out to her. I ended up telling her exactly that, pointing out that there was no crosswalk in this parking lot. She did not give in. She simply doubled down with her tantrum. I probably would have stood my ground a lot longer, but as soon as my sister-in-law crossed some 45 seconds later, she started yelling at the woman for her murder attempt, and I snapped out of it and dragged her into the store with me. The audacity and entitlement of this lady. She sat in her car blocking traffic to scream at me about non-existent crosswalks and following road rules. She stayed there still blocking traffic for a good 3 minutes after we left. All this because she fancies herself some vigilante justice jaywalking police. People are absolutely crazy when it comes to driving. I don't think I've met more entitled and enraged people in my life when I have to deal with them on the road. It seems like everybody's in the right all the time constantly, until something happens that they feel the need to try and become the Batman of parking lots. What kind of psychopath, when they see someone trying to cross the street, jumps on the gas just to try and hit the person? Or maybe they weren't even trying to hit the person, but just to make a point. Even that alone is ridiculous, and possibly even a criminal act. Like, who does that? And she stops her car in the middle of traffic. This lady had better be lucky that she got away with this with no cops in sight, because you can bet she would be in trouble with the police if she acted like this. There's no reason to stop your car in the middle of traffic just to scream at someone who's crossing a parking lot. I would be upset too if someone tried to hit me with their car just because I'm trying to walk into a store. And was the person in this story maybe jaywalking? Possibly. But does it mean that the lady in the car should try and speed up, try and hit them, and also block traffic Just to scream at them like a psychopath? No, absolutely not. An entitled customer says we should drop everything and serve her food faster while we are getting slammed with customers. For almost 8 months now, I've been working at a family-run restaurant as an ice cream scooper. I'm not a server, nor am I planning on becoming one. I'm just an ice cream scooper. So last night, I probably dealt with the most entitled customer in a very long time. Normally, we're not very busy in the winter. However, the weather in my area has been getting a little bit warmer than normal. We've been getting a bit more busy because of this. Last night, we were the busiest we've been in months now, and we were all slammed for a good 45 minutes or so. We only had 3 servers working, so you can probably imagine how busy they all were. Sometimes I'll help them bringing over ice cream orders, especially when they're all busy. What happened while my coworker and I were in the middle of finishing an ice cream order takes the cake. A middle-aged woman walked behind the counter and demanded that we take food to them first and faster because they've been waiting a while. I politely told them, hey, you're not supposed to be behind the counter, and they blatantly ignored me. Assuming that she didn't hear me, I said it again louder. Ma'am, you are not allowed to be behind the counter. She said, I heard you the first time. Do you think I'm dumb? You know, I wouldn't have to come over here if I got my food fast enough. First of all, the amount of entitlement this woman had, what exactly did she expect? For all of us to just drop everything we're doing? I also heard from a few coworkers of mine that she went into the server aisle asking for more marinara sauce, and they told her she wasn't allowed back there. From my understanding, she also told a server to remind another server that they're waiting on drinks. Yeah, well, so is a bunch of other people, and this includes their food too. She's not the only customer in the restaurant. She can't expect all of us to drop everything we're doing to give her and her table all of their food only and neglect everyone else that came here to have a good dining experience. You're not special, and you're not getting priority for your food or drinks just for existing. The cherry on top is the fact that this lady had 4 little girls sitting with her at her table. They couldn't have been older than 5. This lady is setting such a bad example by showing that she doesn't have to follow the rules and that she can just give servers and employees a hard time if she doesn't get what she wants. I seriously hope those little girls don't grow up to be like her. The gall of this lady to come up and act like she owns that place is absolutely disgusting. People like this who come into restaurants or places of business and pretend like they're a VIP for some reason are some of the lowest forms of intelligent life you can possibly look for. They like to pretend like they're Bill Gates or Jeff Bezos, when in reality, they're just some middle-aged weirdo who thinks they're so important simply because they're HOA president on their street. It's ridiculous. And to trespass behind the counter and into the server aisle demanding things of the employees is ridiculous. You are not allowed back there. If that lady had not left the back counter or left the server aisle, she could have been kicked out, and that would have been a terrible example for her daughters. And the fact that she was acting this way in front of her daughters was ridiculous. I feel so bad for those kids. What a terrible example of how to act around people. Being an adult means that sometimes you don't get your way. I find nowadays that a lot of middle-aged people and elderly people think that if they don't get their way, that they're somehow being tricked or fooled by the employee, which is just ridiculous. The world isn't against you. When you act like this, you're only hurting yourself. And you can bet that once that lady left, the rest of the employees at that place made fun of her. No one's gonna have a good dining experience if that's how you act. And you can't possibly expect good customer service if you act like a super Karen. What's the nicest way to tell someone you don't want to go on a second date? I went on a date with a guy a week ago and it went really awful. Somehow politics were brought up and it went completely downhill from there. We didn't agree on anything. I don't like to argue politics, but I do think political opinions are a crucial part of how someone sees the world. The guy drove 3 hours round trip. I tried to pay for the dinner, which was like $80, but he wouldn't let me. He texted me 2 days later, telling me that he would be in my area the next week, which seems highly unlikely to be honest. I have had plenty of first dates, but none where they seemed oblivious to how bad it was. I mean, how could he not see how bad that date was? He ended the date with a whole speech basically saying I would be closed-minded if I wouldn't give him a chance because we have different political opinions. How do I get him to stop texting me? I take forever and a day to respond and only send brief messages. I also said I couldn't do dinner or brunch. Should I just be direct? I don't really want to receive a closed-minded lecture. Here's the thing with dating. It either clicks or it doesn't. And this situation clearly does not click. It sounds like this guy is super aggressive when it comes to politics. And I bet it wasn't happenstance that politics came up. If I'm willing to bet, that guy probably brought it up for a reason. It seems like that guy is the kind of person that just loves to argue political discourse, and this is absolutely in detriment to everybody else around him. The lady in this story sounds like a nice lady, but I think she just needs to be direct with him and tell him straight up, hey, this is not working for me. Trying to force it and trying to say, hey, maybe I can give this guy another chance is just weird to me, because based on everything she just said, it clearly did not work out, and it clearly was not a good experience. Why would you want to go back to that? And the fact that he was trying to guilt trip her by saying, hey, if you don't give me another chance, you're being closed-minded. That is such a clear manipulation tactic, it's not even funny. And that's a big red flag for any future engagements. You can bet he's going to try and guilt trip her into other things in the future if he gets his way this one time. How should you get him to stop texting you? Well, you can just be pretty honest with him and say, hey, I don't like you like that. I did not enjoy our date, and I think we should just go our separate ways. It was one date, and it was the first date at that. Sometimes it just doesn't click, and that's okay. Best thing to do is just pick up the pieces and move on. You have no obligation to this guy you just met. It's okay to walk away. And it sounds like by avoiding this guy, she's dodging a pretty big bullet in my opinion. Am I the jerk for complaining about my loud neighbors? I'm in my late 20s and I live in an apartment complex with my girlfriend about 50% of the week. I am a middle school teacher, so I wake up pretty early on weekdays. We live in Southern California, across from the beach, but are in no way downtown. Recently, we got new upstairs neighbors. They're a pair of females in their 20s who frequently have their boyfriends over. The walls and floors of our building are hilariously thin, and we can basically always hear them walking around. Typically, it's not a big deal, but it seems like every week they have people over and they are playing music and walking around. Sometimes it sounds like stomping and it makes the bed shake. All of this until 2 or 3 in the morning. Typically, it's on Friday nights, but sometimes it's weeknights too. We have tried going up there to ask them to keep it down. We even text them if they are being loud after midnight, but we had to call the cops once on a noise complaint. Am I the jerk for wanting some quiet time and quality sleep? This is an easy one. No, you are not the jerk. You are not the bad guy if you have some neighbors who are refusing to quiet down, especially after telling them multiple times that, hey, you need to keep it down. I'm sure they probably explained their situation to their new neighbors, saying how he's a middle school teacher and he wakes up crazy early, not to mention probably works really late as well on schoolwork. So the least that they could do is keep it down. And the fact that these parties are happening on the weekdays is unacceptable. These two new neighbors need to learn some responsibility and have some consideration for those around them. It's bad enough that the walls and floors are thin, so you can basically hear everything going on. So no, they are not in the wrong for wanting to have some peace and quiet at night. They honestly need to speak with their landlord and tell them what's going on. Getting the landlord involved would dramatically improve this situation. I'm sure there's probably some kind of rental agreement about noise after a certain time, or if people are having some kind of excessively loud music, especially late at night or early in the morning. In this case, especially if this is some kind of mass apartment complex, they're most likely breaching their rental agreement, which in all honesty is a really good way of getting results. You can try and be nice, and that's honestly the first path anybody should take. But after a while, if the message is not getting across, you need to go to bigger measures. And the next step may be the landlord, and that next step is exactly what I would have done. I would have absolutely called the police on a noise complaint. There are quiet hours, just like there are sound ordinances in a city for a reason. It's not fair for your neighbors, and it's not fair for everybody else in the apartment complex who's a working adult who has to put up with this. My new neighbor sits in the parking lot and harasses everyone. Should I talk to management? For context, I live in a massive apartment complex. Like, it's basically an entire neighborhood of apartment buildings. It's not the best area, so a lot of bad things have happened around here. Last month, I noticed an older woman sitting in her walker in the parking lot. Because my apartment complex isn't the safest, I keep to myself and mind my business. She started yelling at me to get my attention, so I stopped and she began talking to me. She basically gave me this sob story about how she moved in and that her friends were supposed to pick her up to take her to the liquor store, but that they hadn't shown up. She proceeded to ask me to go to the store and buy her some cheap drinks for her after asking me how old I was, and to be honest, I wish I had lied and told her I was underage. I kept trying to tell her I couldn't and that I had plans, but she kept asking and started getting kind of angry about it. So my social anxiety took over and I gave in. Huge mistake. Since then, I avoid this woman like the plague. She's outside in the parking parking lot every day, stopping everyone that walks by and asking them for money or alcohol. She's gotten to the point that she even shouts and whistles loudly at cars that drive by, trying to get them to stop so she can ask them for money or drinks as well. Yesterday, I had to walk to my mailbox to get my mail. I saw her as I was leaving my building, but was able to sneak past her and take a route to the mailbox so she wouldn't see me. As I was unlocking my mailbox, I heard her shouting and whistling at a car that was pulling up to the mailboxes. This woman had followed me to the mailboxes, and after the people that were in the car rolled their windows up and had driven away, she came up to me and started harassing me for money. I told her I didn't have any money I could give her, and she straight up told me she didn't believe me, and she kept telling me that she needed money and I needed to give it to her now. She got distracted by someone else walking by, and I was able to run off back to my apartment. I get so anxious every time I leave my apartment because I'm worried she'll be out in the parking lot again and will harass me. It's clear that it makes other people living here uncomfortable, but I don't know if I should talk to management or just ignore her. What should I do? The woman in this story needs to be rude. I know it may sound weird, but hear me out. I personally believe that we should give people the benefit of the doubt. Try and allow people to show that they're not terrible people and that they have good intentions. But the elderly woman who is in the walker harassing people for money and drinks at the store is not a good person. The woman in this story just needs to be rude. She needs to make it so this woman never wants to be around her ever again. I feel terrible for this person because they let their social anxiety take the best of them. And at one point they even bought this person drinks from the store. That is not good. She should have stopped this right at the start and said, no, absolutely not. I'm not buying you drinks. I'm not giving you money. Leave me alone. And then at that point, if she keeps harassing you, that's when you start going to management or my personal favorite, the police. You should not have to live in an environment where someone is constantly harassing you and following you around trying to get money from you. That is not okay. No one should live that way. And the person in this story has just clearly allowed something to go farther than it should have been. Tell this lady to get lost. Yes, you need to tell management, but you also need to have a safety plan in check. It starts with money, it starts with drinks, but then it escalates to other things. Pretty soon this lady's going to be knocking at your door, trying to get more than just money and drinks. So you have to be careful. This person doesn't live in the best neighborhood. From what they've described, there's been a lot of illegal activity going on in this neighborhood. So you've got to look out for yourself first and foremost. This person in the walker is clearly not hurting for money. It seems like this lady is just one of many people she makes her rounds to, desperately begging for something she probably has plenty of. What a miserable existence, by the way. Going from person to person, screaming at people on the street, asking them for money. So my honest advice, tell this lady to get lost. Tell her to stay very far away from you. It's much better to tell this person just go away, because if you give them an inch, they will take a mile. And before you know it, you could lose much more than just money and drinks. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you never miss a video. My arranged marriage turned out to be a nightmare. I was thrown into an arranged marriage with this woman who's 7 years younger than me. I refused it in the beginning, but then I agreed to it only if I could date her before the actual wedding. I dated her for 6 months. During that period, I remember thinking I was a lucky guy for me to find a woman like that through an arranged marriage. I always questioned what I did right in my life to deserve this woman. Little did I know, she is my worst nightmare. She turned out to be the most sensitive person there is, and not in a good way. She would get upset over the stupidest things and just stop talking to me for hours on end. We have been married for a week now, and she never shows affection, never initiated anything. No kisses until I kiss her first. No hugs, no nothing. And then there's this thing that she does. She puts a pillow between us in bed and turns her back to me. I've pointed that out to her many times, and that it makes me feel unwanted, but she showed little to no care. I'm literally lying next to her right now with a pillow between us, and her back to me thinking about divorcing her. The only thing that's stopping me from divorcing her is the $75,000 I spent on this disaster of a marriage. I have a lot of questions here. My first question is, why on earth in 2022 would you agree to an arranged marriage? That is insane to me. I don't care if you've dated this person for 6 years. You don't agree to an arranged marriage. You don't even know if you're gonna like this person. I understand that different cultures have different expectations, and there may be different expectations or religious reasons why someone would do this, but I can't possibly understand why someone would agree to this. That is crazy to me. You don't even know the person that you're getting married to. It says in the story that he only dated her for 6 months. I'm sorry, but that's not nearly enough time to get to know somebody, and definitely not enough time to decide whether you want to marry them or not. The original poster in this story is incredibly out of touch, especially with how self-centered he's acting. It's been 1 week into their arranged marriage, which is already a big red flag, and he's already talking about divorcing her. He is clearly not committed to this relationship. What did he think it would be? Just sunshine and roses? Marriages have ups and downs, and sometimes even just the first year of marriage can be incredibly difficult. It sounds like this guy just doesn't know how to talk to his wife. There is clearly something going wrong in this relationship, and it sounds like he's blaming everything on the woman, when if I were to guess, there's probably some things this guy has to work on as well. And why on earth did he spend $75,000 on a wedding? That's a lot of money to spend on someone that you barely know. And what was the woman thinking in this situation? Why did she agree to that? I mean, obviously she's not faking it. She's decided that she just wants to stay away from him at all costs. It sounds like this guy was not ready for marriage, and the girl is absolutely regretting marrying this guy. So you know what? Maybe divorce would do him some good. It will give him some time to grow up and actually get to know the person that he's marrying. Because at the end of the day, nobody forced him to get married. And if he's dumb enough to agree to an arranged marriage, hopefully he can be smart enough to get out of one. Some guy from a fraternity stole my leg. 8 years ago, I wrecked my motorcycle and had my right leg amputated above the knee. I get around fine nowadays with my prosthetic leg. My friends helped me a lot right after the accident when I was really depressed. They are great guys, but they can be a little childish. They act like fraternity brothers. I love them to death, and they literally saved my life. But I've definitely matured more than some of them. One of my oldest friends, we'll call him Jay, just bought a new house and wanted to host a Super Bowl party. 2 of the guests are guys I know well. The rest are distant acquaintances. Well, my stump is itching like crazy. By now, we all had a few drinks and everyone is pretty much into the game. So I discreetly remove my prosthesis and prop it up on the couch next to me. Later on, one of the guys I don't know well sees it. He asks if he can look at the prosthesis. I say sure. He messes with it a bit and then starts joking that he's going to pawn it, asking how much a person could get for a cyborg leg. I'm laughing along until he moves it to the other side of the room. Without it or mobility aid, I'm a sitting duck, so it makes me really nervous when it's out of reach. He says he's not done looking at it and goes to get another drink. When he comes back, I tell him it's not funny. I need it back. He holds it out 10 feet away and says, "Come and get it." Now, I'm not about to hop over and arm wrestle this guy for it. So I pull out my phone, make eye contact with my friend Jay, and say, either your friend gives me my leg back or I'm calling the police. The room went dead quiet. The guy handed me my leg and said, "Man, I was just messing around." I left pretty shortly after. I was heated, and the mood was awkward. Still, I didn't think I was the jerk until Jay texted me today saying I overreacted. Now I feel like a jerk because I know I did ruin his party and yelled at his friend in his house. Jay pointed out I wasn't going anywhere, so I went off for no real reason. He's right. I wasn't going anywhere, and I didn't need it for any reason. Except, like I said, I get anxious when I can't get to it. It's part of my body at this point, and I can't walk without it. So yeah, I'm a little attached. I asked my 2 other friends. One of them said I was out of line, and the other said I was justified. Am I the jerk? This guy had his leg stolen by another person, and he's asking if he's the jerk? No, he's not the jerk. I would have made a bigger scene if this happened to me. It's not like this guy could have just jumped up and hopped over and gotten the leg. It no longer became a joke when this guy started making fun of him because of it. It very quickly became bullying. The fact that this guy would hold it just out of reach and say, "Come and get it," is so disgusting. This guy lost his leg in an accident. Have some compassion. You don't hold it over his head like a bully in the schoolyard, demanding that the kid smaller than you reach up and grab it. What kind of person would do that? It's disgusting. And I don't blame him for freaking out. He has no other way of getting around. He is, as he said, completely helpless without his prosthetic leg. That guy took it just to use as a prop for his own conversation piece. And it's at the original poster's detriment. He didn't deserve that. He is well within his right to make a scene about something that is important to him. Something that is literally crucial for him existing and functioning as a human being. That'd be like kicking someone out of their wheelchair and then asking them to crawl over and get back in it if they wanted it so badly. So no, he's not the jerk. If anything, his friend Jay is a jerk for not understanding where this guy's coming from. Every single person at that party probably has both of their legs. They don't even understand the trauma this guy probably went through when he had his leg amputated. I don't care who you are. Nobody's going to be ready for that. To lose a piece of yourself that's so crucial for everyday living. And yeah, there's accommodations like prosthetic legs and limbs, but it's not the same of having your own leg. So I don't blame this guy for getting upset, and it's disappointing that his friend can't see where he's coming from. Am I the jerk for wanting to cancel plans with a girl I've been talking to, all because she made fun of my mental health? I've been talking to this girl for just over 2 months now, and we've been getting along great, but recently, due to a recent argument, I felt very off with her. The argument being she was mocking me for my mental illness, trying to copy how I feel. If I was feeling depressed, she'd act distant or become blunt and rude, and then blame me for not putting as much effort into our conversations like I usually do. Anyway, we talked it out, and she's only slightly understanding where I'm coming from. I'm trying my best not to let it faze me, but ever since then, I haven't really felt the spark I used to have for her. I'm supposed to be driving up to where she lives tomorrow morning, and I've told her I'm coming, and she's booked a cafe for breakfast and everything, but I'm absolutely not feeling it. I feel very selfish canceling plans this late, but what would be the best way to do so? First and foremost, it is a big red flag that this lady is making fun of this guy for his mental health. I mean, that's absolutely uncalled for. The fact that she would copy the way that he was acting just to try and put him down, even if it's in joking, is pretty terrible. And worse about it, it sounds like she's not even trying to understand where this guy is coming from. Mental illnesses are already such a hard thing to deal with as it is, but to then have somebody that you're interested in act as if it's not a big deal when they were in the wrong for putting you down essentially is not good. It can only make things worse when you're the person with the mental illness and you're trying to find some normality in your relationship. This is pretty bad. And in all honesty, this guy just has to be honest and say he doesn't want to go. Maybe he can make up some kind of excuse like he's not feeling well or he just isn't feeling it, but something. Anything to try and get out of it. And it wouldn't be totally lying if he said he wasn't feeling well. Not feeling well because you have some mental health issues going on, or you're maybe having an off day, would be just as valid if he said he had like a stomach ache or something. So in my opinion, go for it. Cancel the plans and reevaluate if you even want to be talking to this lady. My boyfriend wants me to move away from my family or he's gonna leave me. I live in a well-off family. We're very religious, except we don't exactly practice too much. We practice some of the big portions of our religious beliefs, but not all of them. However, I'm not allowed to date under any circumstance. My boyfriend knows this. We've been a quote couple since October, but we became official in December. He hates my family and thinks we're controlling and strict. My parents don't want me to be fully independent until I'm married, which is fine because I love the idea of marrying young. My boyfriend is fine with me wanting to get married soon, but not with my parents not giving me independence. He is going to a university in Ohio and convincing me to go to college, so I'll be starting in September. Also, my parents are fully paying for my college and any related expenses, as they don't want me to be in debt. My dad's philosophy is that he wants me to start at zero so I can show him what I can do. My boyfriend also knows this. Last night, him and I argued over my family. He said they're abusive and controlling. I told him, while yes, they control me with some things and can see my purchase history, and they still lecture me if I spend too much money, I have gained a lot of freedom through their trust. My boyfriend wants me to go to college far away, but I can't move out until marriage. I also can't afford to leave, as leaving would require me to take out a loan, and I don't want to be in debt to go to school. I also already lost that battle, as I got accepted to a university in Ohio. This was before I met my boyfriend, and my parents fought it hard until I eventually said screw it and just didn't go to college altogether. My boyfriend told me he'd pay for my bus ticket to bring me down to him if I would just leave and make the cops force my parents to give me my legal documents. I could never call the police on my parents. They don't abuse me and they treat me well. They work hard to provide for me. And while yes, I have lots of money saved up, I cannot afford rent or a home in my area. I told him if he was here, I could confront them and tell them to let me be more independent. I'd feel more comfortable if he was next to me, honestly. However, running away all alone and getting the law involved and leaving to a state that I know no one but him in is just too much for me to even think about. I can't even live with him for long because his roommates wouldn't be happy. I have other financial obligations involved with some of my gardening hobbies. I love my plants. They're like my children. My mental health hasn't been good, so I've lost some of them, but I still love them. I can't leave them behind and let my family throw them out. They're too precious to me. I told my boyfriend this, but he said we could just buy new ones. I told him new plants will never replace my old ones that I've had for years, and I can't buy back the time I spent. He got tired and said it's either I leave home or he leaves. I asked why I can't just do things the way that won't throw a wrench into my family, since he wants to marry me anyways, and he said he doesn't want to talk with my family and doesn't think they'll let me be independent. I know they will let me be independent because that's how it works and worked with my mom. I love my boyfriend. He's helped me out so much and always supported me. I want to spend the rest of my life with him, and he feels the same, but he doesn't want to stick around if I stay at home. I told him I understand that, but told him if he leaves, I'll find someone who understands my situation and will stay regardless. I honestly don't know what to do. The way the boyfriend is acting in this story is so unreasonable. The woman in this story has some religious reasons why she decides to stay at home. Also, it sounds like her parents, to some extent, follow that religious ideology, so she has to stay at home until she gets married. And the guy in this story very clearly knows his girlfriend's situation, but he wants her to basically throw away her family just to be with him at his university. It's incredibly inconsiderate for him to expect her to just drop her entire life just to be with him. I mean, let's look at the situation here. From what this lady's described, she's clearly very rich, and it sounds like they're going to take care of her pretty much the rest of her life. Sure, they may have their thumb over her right now, but in the story, the girl mentioned she's only 18. That's honestly not that weird. I remember when I was 18, my parents still had good tabs on what I was doing. Yes, I was an adult, but at the end of the day, I still lived with them, and that's okay. And I think the guy in this story also needs to realize maybe you're not worth leaving my family for. Maybe you might be a problem. I mean, you're already expecting this lady to just run away from her family, who clearly loves and appreciates her. It'd be different if they were abusive to her, but it sounds like they're good parents. They might be just a little bit too controlling. I think the one part that kind of has me on edge is the fact that she can't leave her house until she gets married. That in and of itself is really strange. Maybe there's some religious differences I don't understand, but that's just me. I understand completely where this girl is coming from, and I don't blame her for being hesitant of moving in with her boyfriend. She is very young. She's only 18 years old. There's no reason she should just have to throw away her life just for some guy. And the fact that this guy doesn't even like her family and has no interest in talking to them is just rude. You would hope that he would at least try and be on their good graces. That way he can try and have some solid relationship with them. I think the girl in this story will definitely eventually move out, but it's definitely not going to be with this guy. He does not have her best interests in mind. And it honestly doesn't sound like this woman is just trying to take advantage of her parents' wealth. It sounds like she has a life and she just doesn't want to give it up for some guy and have to move across the country just to be with him. Overall, I think this is an easy decision for her, and I think she's going to find a much better man to be in her life that'll understand where she's coming from and have the decency of not asking too much of her. Am I the jerk for continuing a lawsuit against someone else's estate, knowing it will destroy their family? Between the ages of 12 and 17, my mother was moving me from one psychologist to another, claiming they weren't a good fit for me. I found out years later that she was offering them cash under the table to tell her what I was saying and probe me on particular issues she had covered up to determine how much I knew and suspected. When they refused, she switched them. I found out a few years ago that the last guy she took me to, when I was about 15 years old, not only did take the extra money to tell her what I was sharing, but put me on medication at her request. There was no medical reason for me to be on any medication, and on top of that, the medication mix I was prescribed was dangerous to combine. The medication had a seriously harmful effect on my general health, with side effects I still suffer to this day. I lawyered up, gathered overwhelming proof, and started the legal process to sue these people. Realistically, the lawsuit ran as high as 7 figures. A few weeks ago, the psychiatrist giving me these medications and working behind my back died of a heart attack. I ran into this man's widow recently. She informed me that she did not have the mental bandwidth to handle this lawsuit, as she was grieving the loss of her husband, and she was taking care of the kids, as he was the sole breadwinner. She also let me know that they did not have the ability to pay out the amount the lawsuit would probably settle for, and she would have to drain college funds and sell their house, cabin house, and a place that houses her parents, leaving them, herself, and the kids homeless. She begged me to accept a much lower settlement offer and not rob her kids of not only their father, but also their childhood home, all of their memories, and their future. Here's where things get a little tricky. I told her no. Nothing else, looked her in the eyes and just said no. From what my lawyer advised me, they said do not engage in conversations with people you are legally opposing. I started walking away and she teared up, saying his heart attack was from the stress of the lawsuit, asking if I really wanted to punish little children for what their father did. I told her, do not contact me again, and got out of the store. Knowing Knowing their situation, I am now having a moral dilemma. Even at 7 figures, I will not miss this amount, but I could do good with it. I have also lost my father young, so I know how devastating it would be to lose my home as well. But as much sympathy as I have for his family, it is on my own torment he had built their life. And it wasn't just mine, as we've recently discovered. He did this to other people too. My lawyer, fiance, and family encourage me to let it play out. Am I the jerk if I do not settle for less? This is crazy, because the psychiatrist in this story is so unethical it's not even funny. I understand that there's probably some people on the other end of his family that are going to see some negative repercussions because of his acts. I get that there's a sob story for this widow about her kids and about their home, but you know what? That man was a monster. To betray the trust of your patients, to forcefully medicate them just to mess with them, and to tell the mom what's going on in your sessions is a horrible breach of trust and many laws. He ruined this person's childhood, took it away from them, all to cover up some weird situation his mother was stuck in. In my opinion, he should absolutely let this play out. He is not responsible for the kids or the widow in this story. He's only responsible for himself. Anyone who says otherwise can get lost. It's sad that the widow has to deal with this kind of loss and is fearful of her future, but she needs to understand that her husband was a monster. Seeing a psychiatrist or a psychologist or a therapist is hard enough as it is, let alone choosing to open up to them fully. So I can only imagine the absolute mental damage that came along with finding out that your secrets were not secret, that it was not a safe place to open up, and that he was actively working against you just to try and keep you quiet. And the fact that he didn't just do this to one person. From what the original poster is saying, he did this to multiple people. I'm sorry, but no child, college fund, or home is going to prevent me from pursuing legal action. If I was in their shoes, I would absolutely let this play out. I am more than welcome to be the bad guy in their eyes, if it means that people like this don't get away without getting punished. It's unfortunate that the man died, don't get me wrong, but what about the person in this post who lost their entire childhood listening to adults who were supposed to have his best interest in mind? Absolutely disgusting situation. At the end of the day, this man broke every oath he took and made extra money off it, and you have no obligation to try and defend him and allow him to keep the money that he got from abusing other people. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to the channel for more content. Turn on notifications so you never miss a video. I tried to knock myself out with melatonin and ended up becoming a zombie. Since I was in high school, I can barely sleep by myself without being cursed with nightmares, waking up at least 2 to 3 times a night, and being a light sleeper, especially if I'm hungry. So naturally, I take melatonin gummies before bed to help me get to sleep. Now, I'm in a college dorm where I have to share a bedroom with a roommate. He's a great guy, super friendly, helpful, and funny, during the day that is. At night, he's the bane of my existence. This is because there are some nights his snoring is so obnoxious, I can only compare it by being within inches of a diesel generator. Oh, and there's no possibility of waking him from that state. Last night was the 4th night in a row where I hadn't gotten a quality night's sleep. I had just gotten back to sleep, for I think what was the 2nd time. My memory isn't very clear at 3 in the morning after all, when whatever power grid my roommate is plugged into needed a full load of power. Not even my noise-canceling earbuds could stop this one. At this point, I've been tired for 4 days, so I'm not thinking clearly. Did I go get a snack to make sure I wasn't hungry and wait out the storm? No, I'd already eaten dinner, and even though it was small, I don't want to make myself fat over this. Again, 3 a.m. logic is not my strong suit. My roommate's nose continues to taunt me, screaming how wonderful his sleep is, for all the world to hear. At this point, I'm desperate for a definitive way to knock myself out as soon as possible. I'd already taken my melatonin gummies for all the good that it was doing, but desperate times call for desperate measures. With an exhausted and angry mind to work with, I made the decision to take 2 more doses of melatonin gummies, thinking that if I combine that with some backup from my earbuds, I would surely pass out for however long I needed to. And because it's the weekend, I don't care when I wake up. Turns out melatonin does not work like that. Instead of knocking me out, I spent the next several hours not asleep, but in some state of still conscious but half asleep, which was something at least. But it really does not make you feel rested when you wake up. Eventually, I did get a couple hours of actual sleep, but my terrible decision finally caught up with me. I hadn't had nearly enough time to sleep off that much melatonin, and as soon as the sun comes through the blinds, I wake up again, this time in a groggy haze, giving me new empathy for how zombies must feel. I try to get more sleep, but to little success. So I drag myself up from my fleece grave to walk around a bit. It wakes me up enough to be considered alive, but I am still super drowsy. In fact, writing this story has helped me wake up, and hopefully the melatonin will wear off later today. But for now, I'm not getting as much work done as I had hoped. Oh, I have definitely been here. Melatonin does not give you a good night's sleep if you do it wrong. It just doesn't quite knock you out like you would think it would. There are some allergy medications like Benadryl that when I would take them as a kid if I was having allergy problems, they would knock me out so fast. But that is not melatonin. It assists with you getting some sleep, but it doesn't take you down. So I understand what this guy was going through with waking up the next day and feeling like a zombie, because I've been there many, many times. It's very easy to lose a lot of sleep from melatonin. But when it works, it's great. But when it doesn't work, oh boy, you're in trouble. We've all had that roommate where they are just an absolutely obnoxious sleeper, where they snore so loud and it's impossible to sleep. You can try earplugs. You can try noise canceling machines. You can try waking them up and then going back to sleep quickly, pretending like you didn't just throw a shoe at them at 2 a.m. But at the end of the day, it's honestly up to you to try and find a solution. So Godspeed to this man, because I don't know if they're ever going to find a solution to this. And I can tell you that their school experience is going to be very long with very little sleep.
I ran through a wildlife corridor and was tracked by a pack of wolves. I've been training to run a marathon, and one of my biggest challenges is finding fun places to run. I prefer running to be a bit of an adventure so that I can focus on the journey and think less about the actual running. I live at the edge of my city in Canada and decided that it would be nice to run near the river that is close by. After a 5 a.m. wake up, I had a big glass of water, then set out hoping to run about 20 kilometers. It is winter here, so the sun currently rises at 8 o'clock in the morning. Till then, it's completely pitch black. I was running along a road, but it had next to no vehicle traffic. About 5 kilometers in, I started to feel pretty vulnerable. I considered turning back, but wanted to get my kilometers in. There's a coffee shop on the other side of the river that I decided to make my midpoint. I'd have a coffee, then run back. As I started to approach the river valley, I thought I noticed something on the hill to the north. Assuming it was a deer, I continued on. At this point, a truck drove past, and I figured it scared off the animal since I couldn't see it anymore. A few minutes later, I noticed 2 wolves to the north once again. I was starting to panic. I was close to crossing the bridge, which on the other side would have more humans, vehicles, businesses, etc. So I picked up the pace, trying to get there fast. The wolves ran away as another truck was approaching. I thought about stopping the driver to ask for a ride, thinking that I was likely being paranoid, and the bridge was close, and I didn't want to look silly. I decided against asking for a ride. To be honest, I don't know if I would let a guy like me into my vehicle. I'm 6'5", weigh 210 pounds, and I'm wearing full winter gear with only my eyes showing. Yeah, that's a no-go. After that truck drove by, I noticed the wolves almost immediately after. I took to the south and noticed 3 more on the other side of the road. At this point, I figured I was in for a fight. I remembered reading to go hard after the smallest wolf. If you can hurt them, the rest will most likely run away. That became my plan as I tried to spot the runt of the litter. The pack was trotting along both sides of the road with me for about 3 minutes, which felt like 3 hours. Before I knew it, I made it to the bridge. The barriers on each side of the bridge marked the end of the road for the wolves because there was a dead end for them. My heart was racing. I continued across the bridge to the coffee shop. I ordered a coffee and then called an Uber. At the end of it, I made pretty good time. Yeah, I would say you probably made pretty good time. You had a wolf pack tracking you down. Imagine yourself getting up trying to get exercise early in the morning on a winter's day, and instead of having, I don't know, a normal experience, you have a pack of wolves tracking you down. I would be furiously scared, slapping myself in the head for even thinking of not going to a gym. I mean, I could be doing this on a treadmill. Why did I decide to get up and suddenly start running through Game of Thrones? I don't need this. Overall, this guy's super lucky he didn't become breakfast for this pack of wolves. My girlfriend got accepted into law school, but I don't want her to go. My girlfriend and I started dating our first year of college. When I asked her to be my girlfriend before, she made it clear and told me that her priority and ultimate goal after college is to go to Harvard Law. She made it very clear to me before we made it official that if she gets accepted to Harvard Law, that she would choose that over me. At the time, I agreed and said I'd support her no matter what. Now that we're graduating this May, she's going to Boston, and I'm going to stay in California since I'm happy with a bachelor's and don't plan to continue into higher education. I feel like garbage because I don't want her to go to Boston, because I don't want
want to be physically separated from her. Some of my friends tell me that she's being selfish for not considering what I think, but I think she's not selfish, since she made it very clear to me before we started dating that once she gets into Harvard Law, she'll go to Harvard since that's her priority. And I was okay with this before we started dating, but it's only sinking in now that it's finally happening. What do I do? This is a tricky one for the guy. He willingly went into a relationship with a girl that he knew was going to choose Harvard Law over him. And I don't blame her. It's Harvard Law. This is going to open so many doors for her. And she got in, so she's probably super smart. What does this guy have to offer besides just being the boyfriend? I mean, really, I can understand him not wanting her to go to school and to be away from her literally across the United States. But at the same time, I mean, did he not already know that this is what was going to happen? And sure, they can try and make it work as some kind of long distance relationship, but my prediction is that this relationship will not last. And it's unfortunate because it sounds like the guy really likes her, and I'm assuming the girl likes him as well, but clearly not enough to stick around because she is going to school. If anything, this guy should definitely try and stay in contact and try and keep this relationship going. He has a girlfriend that's super driven and knows exactly what she wants. She's on the verge of getting a career that's going to make her a ton of money. He should be proud that this is his girlfriend. He should be thanking his lucky stars that this is who he's dating. If anything, this guy should move out to Boston just to be closer to her. I can understand wanting to stop at a bachelor's degree and not wanting to pursue higher education, but this is at the cost of you basically losing your girlfriend. This is going to be a tough relationship to keep in contact with because literally she's not going to be around him, and there's probably going to be other guys there that are around that will probably be more than happy to step in absence of her boyfriend in California. Tricky situation. In my opinion, if this guy really wants the best for his girlfriend, he should accept that she is going to Harvard Law and that he absolutely should not stand in the way. Am I the jerk for wanting to break up with my girlfriend after she destroyed my expensive electronics? I had a long day of drinking with some friends and my girlfriend. We ended up calling it a night due to the fact that my girlfriend had a bit too many. We ended up putting her to bed and I decided to go back out with my friend. My phone ended up dying, and during that time, my girlfriend woke up confused and enraged that she didn't know where she was at. I arrived home to find my laptop shattered, my Nintendo Switch broken, and my Bluetooth speaker in pieces. Fast forward to this morning. She was extremely sorry and offered to pay for everything. She claims she didn't remember breaking anything and doesn't know why she did it. At this point, though, I'm torn about our relationship. She promises to work on her anger. I, of course, had an in-depth conversation with her about how this is not okay. But at this point, should we just end the relationship or try to work through it? We just got an apartment together, which of course adds layers of difficulty and inconveniences if we do end it. This is a tricky situation. The guy in this story is going to be living in an apartment with his girlfriend, and his girlfriend can black out if she's had a few too many and start breaking things in anger. That's not a good sign. I don't know personally if I would want to live with that. There would always be this underlying fear that if she has just a few too many, she could start swinging. And what starts with a Nintendo Switch and a laptop getting shattered soon becomes black eye and broken orbitals. I don't blame this guy for thinking that he should just break up with this girl, especially after just losing $1,000+ on electronic property that, yes, it could be replaced, but at the same time, it shouldn't have been broken in the first place. From the sounds of it, it doesn't look like this is something the guy ever expected would happen. And while the girlfriend is apologetic, I think maybe it's time to reevaluate if they really should be living together. I have broccoli-related trauma and ended up vomiting on my therapist because of it. This post is going to require some background, as you could imagine. So when I was born, my mother was a very young mother. She was 15 years old. She wasn't ready for a baby. And I'm told this is why she gave me to her grandmother. Her grandmother really liked broccoli. I'm talking she had broccoli-themed decor. There were black and white pictures of broccoli hanging on her walls. She had broccoli plushies, and she incorporated it into every meal we ate. I think she said once it was her dead husband's favorite food or something like that. Growing up, I always assumed that this was normal, but once I attended school, my classmates would always question and sometimes mock my t-shirts, which all featured cartoons of broccoli. I quickly grew to resent the vegetable. I stopped eating it at dinner. My great-grandmother and I would have fights about it. She always insisted I clear my plate of broccoli, so I had to start sneaking it into the trash. What's worse was her desserts were always those weird, borderline horrifying Jell-O molds you would always see in the 50s, and every single one had a broccoli in it. Anyway, fast forward to now. I haven't eaten broccoli since I was a kid. I've been seeing a therapist for unrelated reasons, and I casually mentioned this to her. She asked for more details, and I realized I'm surprisingly sensitive about the subject. She suggested I try eating a small portion of broccoli as a way to challenge and overcome these negative emotions. I wasn't comfortable doing that alone, so we agreed that I'd bring some in for our next session. Fast forward to yesterday. Yesterday, I arrived for our session with some broccoli and reluctantly tried a bite. As soon as I tasted it, all I could remember was my grandma's weird obsession with it and all the discomfort and embarrassment it brought me. I vomited all over myself, my therapist, and her office. She was nice about it, but I could tell she was highly uncomfortable. She said I might not be ready to confront my broccoli issue, and I think I might need to find a new therapist. I don't know whether to laugh at this story or just to feel a little bit bad. This person clearly has some trauma related with the vegetable broccoli, but it's so absurd that I can't help but think this is probably the weirdest thing this therapist has probably ever run into, let alone tried to resolve. I mean, I don't think she imagined that her client would come in and throw up all over the place, especially on her. I mean, how close was she when they were doing this? I would have definitely gotten the details and said, hey, are you going to throw up when you eat this? What kind of trauma are we talking about? I understand being sensitive about the subject, but it would be nice to know if they're going to vomit all over the place. But I think that's also the mark of a good therapist, because if I was in her situation, I 100% would bust out laughing. I'm sure this is serious to the OP, but at least they have some kind of humor revolving around it. I slept for 12 hours straight. The police showed up at my door to make sure I was still alive. Last night, I went to sleep around midnight. I forgot I had planned to go to the gym and didn't set any alarms because it's Saturday. My boyfriend wakes up on time and goes to the gym without me, and after I still haven't responded to his texts or calls, he texts my parents to ask if they'd heard from me. My parents checked my socials, saw that I hadn't been active for 12 hours, and began to panic. My roommates were gone for the weekend, and they had no way to contact me. In a panic, my dad calls the police to do a wellness check on me. I wake up from a dead sleep to banging on my bedroom door, opening it face to face with the police. In retrospect, it's funny, but at the time, it was so horrifying for everyone involved. So yeah, that's the last time I'm sleeping in too long. 12 hours is not that long of a time for someone to suspect that you might be in danger. In fact, I think it's really strange that the dad in this situation decided to just call the police after not hearing from their son. I mean, that's weird. Why not stop by and go check in on them yourself? You don't have to call the police. I've gone a single day without talking to my family, and it's fine. I'm still alive and kicking. The parents in this story just need to chill out. The guy's just trying to sleep in on a Saturday. I mean, come on. It's not that big of a deal. And yeah, in retrospect, it is hilarious. But I can understand that everybody was worried, but it seems a little out of check. It seems like the people in his life just need to take a chill pill and calm down. There is a silver lining though. There are clearly a lot of people that care about this guy. He couldn't go 12 hours without contacting someone or saying something on social media without a bunch of people freaking out. So yeah, he's got good family members and friends around him, even if they all kind of jump to the same crazy conclusion. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to the channel for more content. Turn on notifications so you never miss a video.
This story's crazy, but it might trigger some people. I wish I had the courage to unalive my ex-boyfriend. Around August 2019, I had a classmate who I started talking to. He was the class president of our class, so he talked to everybody. He was very nice and very hardworking at first, and I guess that's what made me attracted to him. We hit it off instantly, and soon enough, we started dating. Not even 2 months in, he started to get spicy, and I was uneasy because I never got spicy with anybody before. But I went along with it. Then October came around and it was our semester break. He invited me over to his dorm room to watch a movie since all of his roommates were going back to their families while he was the only one left. I knew what his intentions were, but I was just not comfortable and ready to hook up at that time. So I told him that I didn't want to go any further. He was like, please, just the small stuff. That's it, I promise. And he kept begging and begging until I said yes. The next day I went to his dorm. It was 5 a.m. by the way, and I had to walk to his dorm cold and moist because I had just gotten out of the shower. I laid on his bed to rest because my legs were tired from all the walking, and not even 3 minutes in, he tried to get busy. He totally ignored me and just kept repeating, I promise, I'll go slow. I'm not going to hurt you. And at that point, tears started rolling down my face and I just froze. He asked me if I was okay and I just nodded my head. I didn't know why. Maybe because I just wanted it to be over. I thought this was what love was. I convinced myself it felt good and I even faked everything. He didn't even even walk me to my house. He just gave me money and told me, stay safe. When I went home that day, I took another shower and cried so hard because I felt so disgusting and terrified and heartbroken. But even after all that, I forced myself to think that it was okay and that it felt good. It didn't stop there. He would harass and assault me in class in front of my friends. My friends were making fun of me and my other classmates were talking behind my back and agreed that I was a floozy. I stopped talking to some of my friends because I didn't want to make them uncomfortable because my boyfriend would start to grab my honkers and play with them in front of people. I let him in my apartment to have sleepovers and do whatever, like he was paying rent. It was a 1-bedroom apartment and I lived with my older sister, and whenever he was there, we would stay at the bedroom while my sister slept in the living room. She would usually sleep there anyways because she would arrive home late from school because of practice and stuff. And I would still feel bad that she had to just sleep on a couch. But yeah, it was so bad, the hookups I mean, that he would only last 2 minutes max and didn't care if I finished. He just told me he'd get me next time. Spoiler alert, that never happened. It was so bad, some of my friends were concerned and I told them that I was fine, despite all my other classmates judging me and eyeing me like some kind of monster. But they would rarely take a second look at my boyfriend. I would pretend everything was fine. I had rose-tinted glasses glued to my face. I thought this was what love was. The feeling of being violated, uncomfortable. I get sick thinking about it, but I loved him. I loved him so much that I spent my month's allowance on gifts and food for his birthday, while I paid for all of my food and treated myself on my birthday. His gift to me was thrifted shoes that didn't even fit me and hookups that only made him feel good. I loved him so much that I was willing to miss my sister's long-awaited musical play just so he could get a piece of me. I loved him even though he would ask me for money when he knew I received my monthly allowance so he could play video games on the computer and forget about my existence. I loved him so much that I would cook him lunch and I would bring it to school, but he would either skip last minute or pretend he was sick, but I knew all along he was just chilling on the computer. I was so sick and tired that I pulled a sick prank on him and I told him I was pregnant. I showed him a photo that I edited and I made it look like a pregnancy test was positive. He got mad at me, but I had no regrets because I thought that it would make him start using protection more. But it didn't. Nothing changed. Our relationship kept going on for months. COVID rolled around and at first I was so glad that he was going back to his family's because I didn't want to see that disgusting POS. But now I was more annoyed that the fact that he would only talk to me online at 2 a.m. because his parents didn't approve of the relationship, and if I told my parents I was in a relationship, they would unalive me. I ruined my sleeping schedule because of him. This kept going on for months until it hit around June, where he would force me to do spicy things in front of the camera. I sobbed whenever he did that, and I told him I was uncomfortable. He would get angry at me and he would go on for hours. He would stop talking to me when I said no, and he would say, "You don't love me anymore. I just want to see you." Stuff like that. I would finally agree and get it over with. I would cry while doing it, but he just didn't care at all. Like his main objective in life was to get off. And after he finished, he would say nothing and end the call. He would later text me and say, "I gotta go to sleep. My mom will find out that I'm talking to you. Good night." And he would leave me there to cry. The same month, he broke up with me over some stupid little stuff his brain couldn't comprehend. I told him once we are through, there's no going back. And he would cry and beg me to stay, but I had some self-reflection that time and I told him to F off. I got my revenge, or what I thought was revenge. I would tell my classmates he was a monster and he would hurt me and they would feel sorry for me. But they were still friends with him and they would make sick jokes. My ex told them that I was a monster and that he had no idea what I was on. I took his spot as the class president because I was better in it than he was. But in the end, it would just take a toll on me because of how much work I had to do. He was still my classmate, so I had to tolerate him. I had to tolerate everyone. I felt sick. I only had 4 friends, but I'm really glad that they stayed with me. But to the people who are probably wondering why I stayed as long as I did, it's because I was stupid and I didn't know any better. I thought this was love. I am dumb. I also blame myself for staying as long as I did. I wish I snapped out of it and left immediately. But he also said that he would harm himself if I left, so I was scared. Whenever I said no, he would give me the silent treatment and he would be mad at me. He emotionally and physically hurt me. I had developed trauma and got nightmares because of it. I never got any sincere apology from him or my classmates. I don't even want to see their faces anymore. I want to unalive him. If only I had the courage to smash his face, tear him apart while he's still conscious, or run him over with a truck, slice off his member and just hurt him alive. I want him unalive, and every single time I think about hurting him, I have no regrets or disgust. I'm not sorry for thinking about it. I'm not sorry for daydreaming about unaliving his throat or making his classmates drink his blood. I want to grill his chopped member and feed it to the people who judged me. me, especially those 2 girls who called me a floozy when they themselves can't live without male validation or a member inside them. F everyone. F my ex-boyfriend. I can't even imagine that he's currently in a school for ministers. How could he ever live without spice in his life? And how could he ever face some God knowing what he did? My last words to him were, you deserve a special place in hell. This story was intense. Obviously, there's a lot of trauma in this story, and I think after what the OP went through, her extreme thoughts are pretty natural to have. As long as she doesn't act on them, I don't think there's a problem here. The sad thing about this whole post is it's way too common in relationships. I know so many women that have these exact same stories, and I myself even dated a woman who said she would harm herself if I left her. So this is an all too real story, but I hope the OP can get some help for this trauma and hopefully move on to better things. Also, her ex-boyfriend is a total POS. This next story is not as intense. I am jealous of my friends who don't have their lives together. I, 23 male, have my life pretty together. I graduated with a degree in computer science and I work as a software engineer in a healthcare company. I make a decent amount of money for my age and I live with my good friends. I never have to worry about rent or having enough money for food, and I started saving a nice chunk of cash. On the surface, I should be happy. But underneath, I am jealous of my good friends who don't have their lives together. My 2 roommates both dropped out of college early. They have massive amounts of debt and get paid half of what I do, but none of that bothers them. They smoke and drink all day. They routinely skip work to the point that their jobs are in jeopardy. They show up drunk and high to work as if that's normal, but they don't have a care in the world. Their lives are falling apart and they don't care at all. Actually, they're happy. I've had multiple conversations with them about this and they simply don't care. They say they will be successful later on in life, but now they're just gonna hang out and do nothing. I came home from work today and both of them were wasted playing video games for hours. And I think to myself, am I really the one with the better life here? This is one of those classic, the grass is always greener on the other side moments. Because yeah, people who don't care, of course they're gonna look like they're having a better life. They're just doing whatever the hell they want. But these friends are also saying that they're gonna be successful later on in life. So at some point, they're gonna have to stop living this carefree lifestyle and actually get to work. Life won't be so easy then. I don't know, I think the OP needs some new friends and I would start traveling a lot more because it sounds like he has the funds to have a more exciting life than he's currently living. Let me know if this next story is relatable. I woke up my neighbors at 2 a.m. because I was singing my heart out. So I was having one of those fake tours where I imagine myself singing in front of a crowd while I play my favorite songs in my headphones. I mouthed the words and the high notes so I don't even make any noise. I guess this time I got really into it and I started making those high-pitched noises. It was so high that my neighbor had to call me to stop making it. I was so embarrassed. I'm usually seen as a serious and quiet man. I totally hate myself. I 100% relate to this story because I myself have had embarrassing moments like this, but I think we just need to normalize all types of guys living lives any way they want. Sing your heart out, OP. This next story is kind of sad. My sister was left for dead in her dorm room for 4 days. It was 4 days until she was discovered. We called for a wellness check, but the uni told us we didn't need one because she was 18. We pushed and her dorm supervisor was allowed in her room with the police officer. Her body had already started to turn. The night she passed, I was hanging out at a film student event at my uni with my friends. I hate myself for it, for drinking beer and laughing while she passed and not knowing. My last messages to her were memes. We always did that for each other. I wish I could have done more for her. I feel guilty every single day. The anniversary of her passing is in a few weeks. This sucks every year. I call it Hell Week because you feel every single scraping second that drags on by knowing that she was left there, all alone, no one looking for her. I'm devastated and I miss her a lot. I regret not doing more every day. She was my best friend, my little sister. She deserves better, and I didn't give her that. I feel for the OP here. It's easy to put the blame on yourself in these situations because you don't want to think there was anything wrong with somebody you loved, but humans are complex and sometimes hard to understand. I think if the OP hasn't tried therapy to deal with this trauma, I think it would be worth a shot. This next story will be interesting if you like TikTok. I think TikTok should be banned. TikTok should honestly be banned for so many reasons. It just has people glued to their devices watching endless hours of stupid, pointless videos of people twerking and stuff. TikTok is also an app full of nothing but people saying you're not perfect the way you are. More so for girls than boys. For example, my niece is underage. Not giving the exact age because of obvious reasons, she had TikTok for a long time. She is not even allowed on the app anymore because she kept watching endless videos with people saying inappropriate words, she would see people twerking, and she would hear songs that a girl her age should not be hearing. So my family convinced my sister, her mom to have the app removed from her phone. Now, in another case why TikTok should be banned is because it makes girls think they aren't perfect the way they are. As someone with an old mindset, when I see girls out in public with their attitudes, the way they dress, and all this makeup, I'm 100% sure it's all because of this damn app influencing the way they make their appearance. So some 69-year-old man can look at them and get excited. That's not even mentioning all the underage girls on this app that twerk and shake their butts just to make more creepy men come after them. TikTok is doing nothing but controlling our minds and saying we are not perfect, which is BS. There's kind of a lot to unpack here. I do think children of a certain age shouldn't be on social media, and I do think TikTok can be bad at times. It's still in the very early stages of popularity. I'm actually waiting for TikTok to have like an adpocalypse much like YouTube did, or have something major happen on the app that's going to require big changes. But at the same time, I think TikTok has a lot to offer, and I think it's up to parents to make sure their kids can be kids instead of getting caught up in social media influence. With this next story, let me know if it's relatable. Music gets me off better than my husband. I should start with that I've never written a confession on here before, but I'm gonna give it a try. My husband and I went down to Mexico on a 4-day weekend where we were supposed to get married. We canceled due to family drama and ended up getting married later in the year. And we had the weekend off already, so it seemed like it fit. We stayed in a very nice hotel right on the beach and did a lot of Molly throughout the weekend. We had some of the best times we've ever had in our relationship, with or without hooking up. And I will say, the hooking up was fantastic. On the second night, we ended up popping our first capsules at a very cute beach bar with food and drinks where I was able to keep my feet in the sand as we ate dinner. And we did a lot of tequila shots. Our server definitely picked up quickly that we were on something, and he read the room. He was attentive, but it didn't kill the vibe. Followed up the beach bar with a nightclub, and also on that beach, I'm positive it was full of drug dealers and cartel members. No judgment, but added to the vibe. While at the nightclub, I had to pee. Lots of tequila and Mary Jane does that to you, no matter the place. I ended up going to what I came to find out later was the staff restroom. I realized this because it was a single restroom as opposed to stalls. As I was peeing, I started to ride one of the many waves of some really good substances. Glass Animal's Heat Wave came on the loudspeakers. The bass allowed it to just flow as I sat down and stared up at the single light that was on the small toilet, and I swayed with the music. As I sat down and enjoyed this wave, I had the most intense "oh" I've ever had. I could feel every single beat in the song through my seat. This is where the confession comes. As my husband is currently playing video games in the living room and my now baby is asleep in his room, I just showered and decided to enjoy myself. Trying to find a good video nowadays is hard because I watched a lot while pregnant. I was a very frisky pregnant woman. So I logged into Spotify and popped on This Is Glass Animals. As I did so, I thought about that night and that wave. I love my life now, but sometimes I wish I could go back down to that little beach in Mexico and roll balls with my husband. I know it'll never be the same, but a girl can fantasize. As someone who doesn't party like the OP, I'm always curious because people love to talk about their feelings they experience while on substances. But I don't know, I don't think I want to live a life where I won't be able to recapture a certain feeling in life. That's just me, I guess. What are your thoughts? Let me know if this next story is you. I get a lot of male attention from some of my male friends, and I like it. I'm in a big friend circle with both men and women. And while I get along with everyone, there are 4 guys heavily flirting with me on a private chat. I'm trying to keep it platonic and not give any of them any hope, but I absolutely love the attention. I love feeling wanted and liked. There's one guy that caught my eye the most, and he's by far the closest to my age, but I feel like I reached the point where even if I developed strong feelings, I couldn't pick any of them. Especially because my ex was a part of this friend group as well, and has strongly distanced himself from us since I broke up with him. I just feel so floozy, or like a pick me. Those are probably not the right terms. However, as bad as it feels, it also feels so good after being ignored and rejected nearly my whole life. Am I the jerk? I could see why people might not like this OP, but if she's single and not leading people on, I don't really see anything wrong with her liking the attention. The moment she thinks she deserves the attention, that's when I think it's toxic. Also, if you've ever had that feeling of being ignored or rejected, when you get that validation from somebody or many people, it's pretty intoxicating, so I totally relate to this story. So that's it for today's episode. Let me know your favorite story in the comment sections down below. Don't forget to follow on Spotify and hit that subscribe button if you want more content like this in the future. My wife's little sister gave me a BJ. I, 29 male, live in the north, and I'm a rural farm credit specialist. I drive a lot, especially in the summer. Last summer, I was doing a few days of driving 8 to 4 hours as I was going to appraise various properties, and a few other things. I have a very large territory. My wife, 26 female, has a large family with 5 kids total. 1 older sister and 3 younger. 2 sisters, Claire 17 and Ellie 19, and 1 brother Adam 16. The two youngest were doing school at home because of COVID, and the older 19 was at home because her job had slowed down a ton. My brother-in-law wanted to come with me to get driving practice and to pass the long boring days, so I'd invite him on a couple trips. We'd head out in the morning and spend a few hours talking sports and music. After a couple of times, the girls asked if they could come too, and I didn't see a problem, so they started coming along. We did 2 trips with all of us, and then 1 trip where Adam didn't come. He had a test that required him to be home for a certain time. It wasn't a problem. We listened to the music and talked. It was a fairly short trip. They didn't come for a while after that until Ellie messaged me after hearing I was going on a 7-ish hour drive and asked if she could join me for that drive. I agreed. When I went to pick her up, only Ellie came out. She said that Claire had slept in and Adam wasn't feeling well. I felt weird taking just her, but it's very nice having someone in the car, so I did. The first couple of hours were normal, but after a while, she started asking heavy questions. She admitted to being lonely, and she was asking questions about my relationship. I was kind of enjoying the attention. We wound up discussing how I like pleasuring women, but my wife doesn't like BJs. Obviously, this topic left the car a little tense. She then mentioned she liked giving BJs, and she hadn't hooked up for a really long time. We kind of stopped talking for a while, but I guess we could tell we were both really turned on. Eventually, she raised the middle seat console, 6-seat pickup, and laid down to rest. We both knew what we were doing. She laid her head on my lap and my right arm under her head. As you can imagine, things got real spicy, and it was the best BJ I could remember. We kissed a bit, then we drove somewhere we could turn off the road. Then we really went to town. I leaned her head back and started to explore with my hands. She was quite slim and has large honkers, which was a huge turn on since my wife was quite small. I was able to return the favor that I received. Then we were done. We kissed for a minute and then cleaned up. We didn't talk for a bit other than saying how much we both needed that. We agreed not to talk about it, but also not to do it all the time. At the end of the summer, she moved away and our escapades ended entirely. I'm not gonna lie to you, I omitted a lot from this confession because it seemed like it came from the hub. This situation sounds amazing if you were single, but at the end of the day, the dude was married and was hooking up with his sister-in-law behind his wife's back. Also, it seems like it happened more than once, so I would have to say this dude is a jerk. I'm still in love with my ex from 15 years ago. I'm still in love with the first girl I ever fell in love with. She was perfect. We were compatible in every single way. Life happened and I listened to the wrong voices and I broke up with her over events that, as I'm looking back on it now, ultimately weren't deal breakers. Live and learn, I guess. She was my everything. We were completely in love and it was very, very real and pure. I gave her my heart. She was the only woman to ever have my whole heart, as everyone since, sadly including my wife, only have the fragmented version left over after my love for her. Should life's journey cross our paths again, I'm terrified that I would succumb to her allure and she would have my heart again in full. No human on this planet has or ever will be able to measure up to my ex. She was physically completely perfect. Tall, dark flowing hair that cascaded over her slender, feminine shoulders, eyes that were windows into her soul and reflected my heart with every sparkle, a smile perfectly crooked and totally intoxicating. Her lips were everything poems and love songs described, honey sweet and able to transport me to new dimensions. Her arms would draw me into her embrace and her touch could recharge me in an instant. Not a hair, freckle, or imperfection was out of place on her body. I'll save how I felt about the rest of her physically for my private thoughts. Just know, I don't love anyone the same way. She was artsy, quirky, and fun. Our chemistry was 100% on point. Think Jim and Pam from The Office. We were absolutely and ridiculously good for each other. It is a fairy tale, but it's gone. I have a wife and kid. I love my life with them, but something is always missing. I feel awful because they deserve all of me. They're beautiful and they should get all of my love, but I'm scarred for life over my ex. If I ever ran into my ex, or if we ever reconnected, I would be unable to resist her. I've acknowledged the fact that I've even considered leaving everything in my life for her. I just needed to get this off my chest. First off, this dude is madly in love with his ex. The way he wrote about her is something out of a storybook. I can't say I relate to this OP, I don't have a wife or kids, and I can't say that I've ever longed for an ex after getting into a new relationship. Maybe they should try talking to a therapist because I think his family at least deserves him trying to give his all instead of fantasizing about his ex. I get PTSD whenever I hear Katy Perry. When I was a preteen, my stepsister, who was 16 at the time, chased me through our house, pinned me down, and sat on my head and farted. While this was happening, Katy Perry's Last Friday Night was playing on the radio. To this day, I can't hear any Katy Perry song without thinking of that traumatic moment. I have no opinion on this, I just wanted to share this with you guys because I thought it was funny. I wish I had more hookups before I settled. I had my first child at 18, and I've been with the same guy ever since. I'm in my mid-40s now, and we have 3 grown kids. I still think about making out or hooking up with others that are not my significant other. I miss that feeling of a racing heart, the anticipation, the tingly feelings, and the butterflies in my stomach. I love my partner. But to be honest, I only said yes because my insecurities got the best of me, and I thought no other guys would be interested. My love has grown for him over time. I'm afraid to lose him. And yes, part of it is due to safety and convenience. I have major insecurity issues, especially with my looks. When someone looks my way, especially good-looking ones or from different races, I never believed it. I got intimidated, thinking these guys were too good to be true. I still try to be intimate with my husband, but I miss the spark. Now hooking up feels more like a chore. I'm ashamed to admit that cheating has crossed my mind. I will never go through with it, physically at least. I've already hooked up mentally and emotionally. Sorry, I'm all over the place. I was hoping posting here would be cathartic and will help me alleviate these thoughts. But am I a jerk? I heavily relate to this OP here. When I was in my early 20s, I dated this woman for 5 years. We talked about getting married, but I often thought about what it would be like to hook up with other women since I had not. Now, 10 years later, I'm so glad that I never got married because I feel like I would probably be in the same boat as this OP. I don't think this OP is a jerk. I think this is a very human emotion, but the moment she were to physically cheat, that's when she becomes the jerk. The amount of people who believe we live in a computer simulation makes me lose hope for humanity. These people actually believe that lines of code can spontaneously morph into living, breathing, self-conscious organisms. Whenever they play video games, they think whenever they see a nice beach in their game, there must be a beach inside the computer. When I was 3 years old, I used to believe that people on TV were actually trapped inside the TV set. Then I grew out of it. I'm tired of seeing articles on it. People are so out of touch with reality that there's now this whole religion based around everyone not being real. And to me, that's a dangerous mindset. If you don't believe me, look up how many people have murdered other people because they believed they're in the Matrix, and they thought that murdering somebody would allow them to break out of it. This isn't a harmless belief. It's on the level of believing that the earth is flat, except flat earthers are usually a goofy bunch. I've never heard of a flat earther murdering anyone due to his or her beliefs. I've been in programming for 15 years. Computer game characters aren't alive. They are literally just pixels on a screen told to light up in a certain way by computer code. That's it. They don't have anything that makes them alive. Blood, brain, metabolism, cells. They don't have any of those things. Thinking a video game character can be conscious and alive is like thinking a book can be conscious or alive. If you seriously think they are, you need to get a checkup from the neck up. Western society is collectively going mad and denying reality, while China just made an artificial sun. I found this confession pretty interesting. I personally love having the discussion about the idea of living in a simulation, but by no means do I base my life around it. I do feel like this confession could apply to all religions and not just ones where you believe you're in a computer program. Also, I don't care if China's made an artificial sun. Let me know when they can make my anime waifu real. I went to a massage parlor and got a happy ending by accident. Obviously throwaway because I'm super embarrassed and I don't want my friends to know. I'm a male, 32, and I've never had a massage before. I pulled a muscle in my shoulder moving stuff over the weekend and someone said, "Oh, you should go get a massage." So I did some scouting and found a place. I made an appointment for an hour massage and went there. I was not expecting a happy ending. I didn't see anything that would indicate this service that was available. A very small Asian woman massaged me and it was amazing. It loosened up my shoulders and I felt so much better. However, while on my stomach, I started to get excited. In my defense, the massage felt amazing. She was very attractive, and I have been having a dry spell and haven't been with the woman for almost a year. I got super nervous and she told me to roll over. So I did, and I was pitching a very obvious tent under the talus she gave me to cover myself with. She giggled and I was red as a tomato. She rubbed my shoulders while I was excited, and after a little bit she stopped and was rubbing my thighs super close to it. It made me so excited that I was practically panting, and then she said in broken English, "Happy ending, $50?" I was so nervous, I didn't think I could speak, so I just nodded. She said, "You have 20 minutes left," but it only took 5 minutes and it was one of the most intense moments of my life. She cleaned me up, finished the rest of the massage by rubbing my thighs and legs, which were still twitching, and that was it. I paid up front and left a good tip. I'm super embarrassed and feel terrible that I paid for a woman to do that to me, and worse is I still feel tempted to go back soon or even regularly, as it's not nearly as expensive as I thought it would be. I've been feeling a lot of shame and post-nut clarity the last couple of days, but part of me really wants to go again. So this OP didn't drop the location, so that's a big L on his part. But in all seriousness, I can see why he might be a little embarrassed. Personally, I'd be more worried about it being illegal than being embarrassed. I'm assuming this is in America where SW is frowned upon, but I don't think the OP should feel ashamed for wanting to go back. No one has ever heard me fart. This might be silly, but my family strongly believes that I don't fart because I told them so. Not once has anyone ever heard me go pfft out of my bum. And it's all because I trained myself to have the quietest ones because of school. I trained myself ever since I gained consciousness because I never wanted anyone to hear it. But now I can control it and no one ever will. And for some reason, the universe plays along because no one has ever smelt it either. And to make things worse, or better, my sister claims that it smells like flowers. She actually might just mean that it doesn't smell like anything. Because when I get out of the bathroom, I don't even use air freshener. I will never tell anyone that I do fart because it's funny to see them believe that I simply don't. But hey, it's pretty practical for first dates, but if I ever get into a serious relationship, my partner might question my comfortableness with them. I love random stories like this. When I was younger, having someone hear me fart would be embarrassing, but now I think it would just be funny. This person, however, took this to a whole nother level. I don't know if I should applaud them or be embarrassed for them. I'm starting to hate my younger brother for being more attractive than me. Growing up, I was told that looks don't matter, and I believed it. I mean, I had to. I was an ugly duck in my family. I had bad acne since I was 13, with lots of hyperpigmentation, which made my skin look worse than it actually was. I was always short. I grew to about 5'8", 5'9" after freshman year of college, but I was 5'4" most of high school. And I had no special facial features, except maybe a decent jawline and okay eyebrows. But my younger brother was far better looking than me. In fact, everyone in my family. He was 6'1", had fair, clean skin and a strong jawline and high cheekbones, with blue eyes. None of my parents had colored eyes, and had an athletic build. While I did not notice it at the time, everyone treated him better. My parents bought him a Jeep for his 16th birthday, and both of my aunts would always take him anywhere they traveled to or ate out when we were younger. But things did get better for me during my college years. My acne cleared up and I started going to the gym, which made me lose a lot of fat on my face and brought out my angular features. I took care of myself by learning how to dress, changing my haircut, and eating a healthy diet. Most importantly, I grew confident in myself. I had other things going for me as well, like my schoolwork and at the time, a romantic relationship. I graduated from a top 20 university with no student debt, and I landed a nice job as a machine learning engineer at a startup EV company. By the time I had just started in my career, my brother had got a scholarship to run track at the local state university, but left the team after one semester due to a fallout with his coach. For the rest of the year, he did a few odd jobs, from bouncing around from retail to construction to Amazon warehouse. Everything changed one night as he was working as a waiter. At one of his tables, a customer owned a modeling agency and asked him to come for a photo shoot. My brother showed up and has been booked for shoots ever since. In the beginning, I was genuinely happy for him. I mean, he turned his life around from where he was just a few months ago. It felt reassuring as an older brother that he was in a better place financially and emotionally. I was proud, but recently I've grown envious of how fast his career has taken off. After just 18 months, he has purchased his second house. It's not a crazy mansion, but it's a nice home in the upper $700K range. He drives a McLaren and eats at expensive restaurants on the weekends and takes vacations every other week. I'm thinking to myself, all that from just modeling? I don't know how to handle this because I am happy that he's doing well, but I'm just not sure he would be where he is today if it wasn't for his looks. I know this is solely an internal issue, one that I have to get over, but it hurts. I'm too embarrassed to tell my parents how I feel or any of my friends. I genuinely want to get over this feeling I have inside of me right now, because it's not healthy for me or my brother that I feel this way. This is a big oof. I relate to this OP because I grew up with middle child syndrome, so I always thought my parents, or anyone for that matter, cared more about my siblings than me. So I get the envious feeling. And also, I think everyone's had those same thoughts that prettier people have easier lives. We all think it. You can't just let your life be consumed by it. My parents are hooking up while I'm sleeping in the same room. I'm making this post because I'm curious what other people think about my situation, and I'm wondering if I should do something about it. I'm in a family of 4, my mother, my father, my brother, and then there's me. And occasionally our family will go on vacations together. These vacations usually have us sleeping in the same rented room. This is usually not an issue. We all get along enough to get through the whole vacation sharing the rented room. My problem comes with the 2 times that my parents hooked up in the room that we were sharing. Now I want to start off by saying that I have no problem with my parents hooking up, but it's a little weird when it's in the same room that your children are sleeping in. The first time was when I was young. I was around age 10 or 12. Our family went on a cruise. Because the cruise rooms are so expensive, what our family did was get a small compact one, which gave our parents a bed and me and my brother smaller beds, which were only separated by a curtain. One night, my parents came back to the room and me and my brother seemed asleep. I hadn't fallen asleep yet because I had been known to be a night owl. I had to sit through their intercourse and hear all the sounds. The second instance was much more recent. I'm age 18 now. My family went on a mini vacation to Atlantic City for my brother's volleyball tournament. One of the nights my parents came back to the room which me and my brother were both in because there's not much for people under 21 to do in a casino. Well, my brother was in and out of sleep, but I was wide awake when they came back. As soon as they came back, they said they were tired and wanted to go to sleep. And I said, okay, fine. Because it was late and I was down to try to go to sleep even though I knew I wouldn't fall asleep for a good amount of time, like 30 to 60 minutes. We turn off the lights to go to sleep and it takes them about 10 minutes before they start hooking up. I hear this happening and I just sit there trying to ignore it and go to sleep. They must have known I could hear, but they decided to do it anyway. I found out later that their fun woke up my brother who was sleeping right next to me. We were both privately upset because the whole reason we were on this vacation was my brother's volleyball tournament, which he is now way more tired for. It was very easy to notice how tired he was. My parents even mentioned that he looked tired. So now I'm asking Reddit, should I bring this up to my parents or am I overstepping some line? What is your opinion? I don't think the OP would be overstepping in this situation. They are 18, they know what is going on, and this second time was a legitimate reason to be upset because it was hurting our brother's performance in sports. If anything, the OP should bring this up to their parents. If the parents say they're not gonna stop, well then at least tell them to get a separate room or buy them some noise-canceling headphones. So that's it for today's episode. Let me know your favorite story in the comment sections down below. Don't forget to follow on Spotify and hit that subscribe button if you want more content like this in the future. I cheated on my ex with her best friend. So when I started talking to my now ex-girlfriend, we both worked in a local grocery store and her best friend also worked there. Me and my ex hit it off really strong. We went on one date and then we went strong for about 10 months. During it all, I never really got out of my shell. She wanted to go out and see the world, I just didn't. That along with other things that led us to a rocky point, but we worked it out until her dad passed. During this whole thing, I was talking to her best friend, just as a friend, and I was honest with my GF and told her that yeah, I find her attractive, but I would never do anything with her. That was the truth until her dad's funeral. Her best friend gave me a hug and I felt something, and I wasn't sure what it was, but one night I was texting her best friend and she told me that she liked me, and I did a really stupid thing and started talking to her. Yes, like that kind of talking. And she ended up telling my GF and she was hurt, but promised that we would work things out. That was the plan until all of her family and friends told her to distance herself from me and she ended up finding someone else. But I really, really love her and I wish I could make this work because I want her back and I don't think she's coming back. This sucks and I'm gonna work on it, but I hope and pray that someday she'll come back to me because there's only one person in my heart and it's her, and she won't even talk to me anymore. Am I the jerk? Yes, 100% you're the jerk, my guy. You had what seemed to be an understanding woman and then you decided to go after her best friend while you were dating because of a hug at her dad's funeral? She did the right thing by leaving you and hopefully she left that best friend too. I think my dog is gay. I support the LGBT community, but I think my dog is gay. He's a bull terrier, but every time we are out, he's always trying to hook up with other dogs, and these dogs are usually male. I even remember saying to him once, "What about that female over there?" He literally never looks at female dogs. He only looks and tries to hook up with male dogs. Can dogs be gay? I'm not gonna lie to you, I only included this story because it made me laugh. I have no other input. I, 18 female, am scared that I might end up crushing on my friend's boyfriend. Before commenting, please keep in mind that I would never want to be in a homewrecker position. It's completely against my values. I'm a freshman at college and I have two friends who are a couple. Let's call the girl Lana and the guy Max. So I met them at a club because they were hanging out with other friends at my school, and they are in my school too, and I instantly became very good friends with Lana. Because she's incredibly nice, super funny, and outgoing, she's like a sunbeam. She always tells me how pretty and hot I am and that she's my dance partner at parties. I feel so comfortable with her. On the other hand, Max is a more cynical type of guy. Definitely not exuberant as Lana. He looks closed and introverted at a glance, but in reality, he's very funny and sarcastic. I get along with him too. At the time, I knew his girlfriend better, but I've been talking to him from time to time and we would laugh a lot. Now for a couple of days, I've been hanging out with them a lot more. I was at my school's bar and I saw Max and his friends. We started talking and we had so much fun. Then Lana joined us and I danced with her and we were having a good time. After that, I invited my whole group of friends over to my dorm to have drinks and chill, and it was fun. We played some Dirty Truth or Dare, Never Have I Ever, You Know That Song. I also danced a lot with Lana. We whined a bit. But what I remember most from that night was the instant complexity that I developed with Max. We realized that despite our different personalities, our temperaments and way of thinking were so similar. We shared a lot of common interests, and we rapidly developed our own private jokes and gave each other playful glances when reacting to something, or gave each other high fives for funny things. Anyways, I remember feeling happy that I made myself a very good friend. Especially when you have that instant connection with somebody and you feel like you've known them for years. 2 days after, there was another party at my friend's place, and all of my friends are there, including Lana and Max. I pre-gamed with Lana and my other friends before going to my friend's place, and there we meet Max and our other friends. We say hi and play beer pong, drink, and dance. I was really throwing it back with Lana because we both love dancing, but the night that we spent at my place really had an impact on my relationship with Max. He was more enthusiastic to see me, more playful, just more comfortable. At some point, I was watching him play beer pong and he tells me, "Come on our team." I accepted, warning them that I'm terrible at beer pong. But he encouraged me, and for the first time I scored. We were so happy that he hugged me. I was surprised because he's not touchy at all, but it could have been the alcohol. After that, we chilled in my other friend's room with the same people I invited at my place. I was sitting on her bed with Max, and Lana was on a chair talking to another girlfriend. And for the whole time I kept talking with Max, we got to know each other, learn new things about each other, and joke around a lot. Just how you get to know a new friend. But the more we talked, the more I realized how cool he was, how similar we were. Our connection was incredibly good. After some time, him and Lana insisted on walking me home, and I greeted them and thanked them. I went to bed tired but happy. Now, this is where things get a bit tricky. I don't know if I've just missed that feeling of instant connection with someone that I've had in the past, but the last time I talked with Max, I felt that weird feeling. Like an indescribable emotional attraction. And I feel extremely guilty for feeling this way for obvious reasons. I've never acted in a disrespectful way with him, yet I felt like that connection being created right under his girlfriend's eyes, who is one of my very good friends, is so wrong. Especially since I recently learned they're a couple that are having a tough time, even though I know they love each other. I also know that usually when I feel this way, it either disappears very rapidly, or I become platonic good friends with that person, or I end up crushing on that person. I don't know what to do because I want to keep deepening my friendship with Max because he's such a cool guy. But I don't want to start feeling a certain type of way towards him because that would be very inappropriate. The whole time I was reading the story, I was like, why don't you just bring this up to both of them and ask them if they're down for a throuple? But then she mentioned that they were going through a tough time, and that's where I think this could get bad quickly. Personally, if the OP knows that she's never going to act on these feelings, I don't really see a problem. But this whole story just screams CW drama, and I'm waiting for the moment that the OP hooks up with Max because him and Lana are on a break. Also, the OP stated that they were 18. These types of feelings come and go at that age. I drew spicy furry art to pay for college. This is a throwaway account for obvious reasons. The title says it all. College is expensive and I have the talent to exploit, so why not exploit it? I see this as taking matters into my own hands. I am not a furry by any means. This idea started as a joke and devolved into a serious endeavor. Bring on the furry wings. I'm ready. All I have to say after reading this confession is make that money. My father has a hidden camera with over 150 images of myself and my kids. I sat with the detective identifying hidden camera pictures taken of myself and my girls. Easily over 150 pictures. I feel violated, angry, embarrassed, and raw grief that these pictures exist. I was told that these pictures were shared with other people. I was asked if I wanted to go through with pressing charges. I was told it would put a spotlight on my family and that it would be public. I sat dumbfounded and shocked. I felt as if I was being told to just let it go in the interest of my girls. The detective said if I went public, a lot of people would be uncomfortable as if it was my fault. I am not backing down and I am going forward with this, which is why I had to leave to a shelter. Yes, it's uncomfortable and downright disgusting, but I am not letting him get away with it. This man distributed pictures that were taken with a hidden camera within the safe walls of my home. At least I thought it was safe. When I confronted him, he punched me in the face and knocked out 3 of my teeth in front of my kids. I've never heard someone cry so hard in my life. My son's face was beet red and I made the decision to leave right then and there. This man has managed to make me 100% dependent on him. This past week, he found the shelter we were at, and he's been sitting outside in his car trying to intimidate me. He even threw a brick through the shelter's glass door. We are not safe here anymore, so we had to leave. The shelter put us in a motel 2 towns over, and after that, I don't know. We can't go back to the shelter for the safety of everyone else. Tonight we got checked in, and for the first time since we left, we have a bed and each of us have a pillow. The shelter gave us a $20 gift card for food and we walked to a gas station. I got my 3 kids a hot dog and my son started asking for candy. I know that they are all exhausted from what we've been through, but I cannot afford to waste money on candy. Before I could redirect him, my daughter told him, "No need for candy, we get bath." And I melted into a puddle of tears inside the quick trip. Having a bath is more exciting than candy. Even if it's only for a few days, it's an indescribable feeling. For over the first time in 2 months, I am back in control of our safety. No one has the key to our room, there are no hidden cameras, there is security if needed, I'm gonna sleep like a baby. This story does have an edit. Put your pitchforks down, people, and stop downplaying my trauma to get fake internet points. Go be a jerk somewhere else. I didn't know I needed to post every single detail of what happened to me to be believed, and I'm not gonna do that. The hidden camera was in the bathroom, which is a shared space. It has to be proven that he set it up. His girlfriend bailed him out today. Thank you to those who deserve to be thanked. After reading this story, I was obviously disgusted with the father here. What kind of person takes secret photos of their daughter and their grandkids in a bathroom and then shares them with people? But also, what was up with the detectives trying to say that people would feel uncomfortable if she went public? This is something people should feel uncomfortable about. I don't know, the OP didn't specifically say this, but I feel like this is a small town thing where everybody knows everybody. I feel extremely guilty about wanting to study abroad away from my boyfriend, and he doesn't know that I'm planning to do so. 2 years ago when I met my boyfriend, I was planning on studying in the US and he knew this about me. We were going to do long distance and everything. Basically, he was prepared. But like I said, we were only dating at that point and he wanted it to work out. Anyway, studying abroad was canceled due to COVID. I was heartbroken, but kind of happy because I didn't have to leave my boyfriend. We decided to move in together just after a few months. And I started a new school, but I dropped out because I was miserable there. Then I took a year off to figure things out. We have lived together for a year now and he is planning on getting a new job in another town. I was originally planning on going to school close by. However, I found out recently that I could try again with the idea of abroad, but my boyfriend has no idea what I'm thinking about. The truth is he's very much more clingy than I am. He wants us to live close if not together, and he wants to be included in every plans that I have. I get that, but I have to admit that I've kind of lost myself and forgotten who I am after the pandemic and gap year. So my concern is, how am I going to approach him about this? I'm asking for my part as well. In my head, I really want to go, but my heart tells me to start a life with him and be as close as possible. I know long distance is hard and breaks up relationships. I do love him, but I love myself too. I'm 21 and he's 26 for reference. This is one of those things where you just need to rip the band-aid off. If the guy loves you and knew that this was your plan before the pandemic, I don't see why this would be an issue. Also, if he does have an issue with it, maybe it's better to get out of that relationship now before you get any deeper. At the end of the day, this all just comes down to trusting your partner. I lied about having trauma. Within the last few years, I started getting these weird intrusive thoughts that I never had before, where I would imagine my friends or family doing things to me or harming themselves. I constantly can't help but imagine a friend unaliving herself or another friend taking advantage of me, and so on. Things like that. For my entire life, I didn't exactly have people that deeply cared for me. Sure, I had friends and family was decent, but I just couldn't open up to anyone. I didn't trust any professional like a therapist or psychiatrist, and I didn't really go out of my way to find people that I could talk to. But recently, I found a person that I could trust, and I opened up to them about my feelings. At first, it was just me basically talking about how I felt sad and down. But then I lied about things. I made up past trauma that never actually happened to me. Those made up events in my life always correlated with my intrusive thoughts. If I thought about my dad hitting me, I would tell him that my dad hit me. I don't know why I started lying in the first place, but I guess it was this deep down belief that I had to be upset about something and not just my thoughts. Because I was upset. Every day was painful. Having to uncontrollably think about these things, this went on for about 4 months. I had made up this entire storyline about all these awful people in my life, and how my life is basically the worst in existence. All these made up traumatic events involved real people that I knew in real life. Today I confessed to him the truth. I told him that I made up all of these things and that I feel really bad about it and I'm trying not to do it again. All of the feelings I told him in the past were real. Every single mental breakdown, every single vent, every single outburst, cry, they were all genuine. I do believe that I have trauma, just not the things I told him. I decided to stop lying to him because I do not want to base my whole life on a lie, even if the lie was based on the truth. He was the only person that ever cared to really listen to me and comfort me and not judge me, and I wanted to feel honest. I told him the truth about 2 hours ago. He says that he's really mad, but he is more concerned than mad. I have been crying ever since then. Maybe because I'm scared that the only person that ever made me feel cared for in my life will leave me, or maybe because of guilt. I can confidently say that this was the hardest I've ever cried in a while. But despite being really sad and clouded right now, I feel better, because at least I told him the truth. I still have many problems I need to work on, like getting professional help, being honest with people, and solving my over-attachment with one person in the above story. But I think this is a big step. I'm still crying all over my screen right now, so apologies for the bad writing. I just wanted to share and hear some of your guys' thoughts. This was a wild ride because I instantly thought this person was a jerk when they started mentioning that they were lying about real people in their life. But as the story went on and this person spoke about how they revealed the truth about everything, it made me feel like I just read someone have some actual growth in their life. I hope this OP does get professional help, but I'm glad that they're finally able to take that first step to bettering themselves. I'm still in love with the man who called me a prostitute and misunderstood me. For some context, I, 20 male, met John, 36 male, on a gay dating app in October. At first, I didn't know what his intentions were. I thought we were going to just hook up and call it a day. Then he had the idea of moving off the app and communicating via WhatsApp. I was like, okay. This isn't weird as I usually do this with other guys who seemed somewhat normal. Anywho, I had no clue he was taking this in the direction of I might want to date this guy, sort of thing. We had great chemistry and talked about our lives, hobbies, families, and dealing with the culture and ethnicity as a gay man. I, a 20-year-old college student, work at a local bathhouse in my city. For those who are unfamiliar with what a bathhouse is, in simpler terms, it's a private men's club where men go to meet other men for hookups. Anyways, we texted quite a bit for a month, with the occasional phone calls here and there. He worked a very stressful job for the government, and I, on the other hand, sleep until 10 a.m. I never told him what I did exactly, as I knew he might jump to conclusions, so I told him I worked at a gym. I knew keeping the truth from him was wrong, but in my defense, I wanted to tell him on the first date so I could clear up any misunderstandings or assumptions. Fast forward to our date. He didn't seem the most enthusiastic about our date. He was recovering from a sore back and was home all day, so I totally understood his crappy mood. He offered to pick me up from my condo, and when I got in, he started acting kinda weird and surprised. I even said, "So you're not gonna offer me a hug?" I chuckled while saying this as I was being friendly and trying to break the ice. So we park his car in an underground garage, and right when we get out, he points out my height. On his profile, he said he was 6 foot. I'm 5'11.5. We wore the same shoes, ironically, so the height shouldn't have been a surprise. We get into the restaurant and sit down, just casually chatting. It was a bit awkward at first, as he didn't know what to say or seemed uncomfortable. As time progresses, we start eating, and he asked me what gym I work at. I was hesitant to answer at first, but I was like, it's not just a gym. Midway, he says, "You work at a bathhouse, don't you?" I was like, well, yeah, it's the only way to get through university. He was a bit surprised, and I'm not sure if he was joking or not, but he kept saying, "So you're a prostitute, aren't you?" Over and over again. I was like, no, I just work at the front desk and check people in and out of the club. I don't even see anything that goes on there. After this, he wouldn't make direct eye contact with me and kept looking around. He offered to pay for the date, but I, being a prideful person that I am, didn't want to make him pay for the $200 bill. So we split the bill. We got into his car and he drove me back home. There was no other conversation in the car besides him saying he had to go home and walk his dog. We reached my condo and I'm like, so this is it? He didn't know what I meant, but I was expecting a kiss. Silly me. Nothing happened. I gave him a side hug in his car and said goodbye and walked into the lobby. Fast forward a couple of days, he didn't really talk about meeting up again. His responses were delayed by hours from one another, and his messages were very vague. Until one day he just stopped responding to my messages. I waited for a couple of days and sent him an essay of messages of how I felt and how he ghosted me. His response was, as adults, we have to become comfortable with life and with things that don't work out in our favor. Just a lot of bullcrap trying to defend his ghosting. It's been 4 months now and I still haven't gotten over him. I used to obsess over his WhatsApp profile and listen to his voice notes that he has sent me. But then I got a new phone and it cleared all the chats. I went back on the app and somehow he finds me and blocks me instantly. I don't know why I miss him or I'm obsessing over him. He played me with his sweet words and toyed with my emotions. I feel stupid, super stupid. I'm starting to regret a lot of things, especially moving to the big city. If I had not moved here, none of this would have happened and I would have not met him. I'm not sure what to do. I can't afford therapy and I come from a family that love is based on conditions and criterias. My heart still beats for him, but my brain tells me to get over him. He screwed me and my emotions up. Any tips would help. I used to think heartbreak was stupid and not real until I actually encountered it. The story reminds me of being young and experiencing my first ever heartbreak. It sucks, and when you don't get the ending you want, you often feel like there's this empty hole inside of you. All I can say is from experience, In time, this OP will feel better and hopefully find someone who truly cares about them. I don't believe anything on a spiritual level. As the title says, I don't believe in ghosts, God, Jesus, Satan, or other things considered to be on a spiritual level, but I do not attack people based on their beliefs. But it's hard not to because I just get people pushing their beliefs on me all the time. I hate them with a passion, but never once have I told them, your God is fake. Because I believe that every person has the right to believe or disbelieve anything without the fear of judgment or feeling personally attacked. I always wanted to cuss or fight anyone who thinks that people need God in their life to find happiness. I will never attack or bully anyone based on their beliefs, but damn, it's really hard when you live in a small Christian town. I actually 99.9% agree with the OP here. I can't say I've ever wanted to fight someone who was pushing their beliefs on me, but then again, I am a pretty outspoken person, so I'm used to saying what I think. But I do agree that it can be really annoying. But everyone should be able to have whatever beliefs they want, as long as it's not interfering with someone else's life choices. So that's it for today's episode. Let me know your favorite story in the comment sections down below. Don't forget to follow on Spotify and hit that subscribe button if you want more content like this in the future.
The secret word to comment is xenomorph. Make sure you also comment a bunch of random words so people don't know what is the right one and can't copy yours.
I hooked up with a rock star twice my age and now I can't stop thinking about him. Background, I'm in my 20s, I'm fairly well established for my age with a good career, financially independent, and I have a small degree of online fame. I'm a model, so I know people find me attractive, and I am frequently pursued by people of all ages, and I'm generally attracted to older men. Daddy issues, I guess. I know that I can be a bit naive and overly trusting, but I can become unhealthily attached to people. The rock star in question is part of a popular band that has toured worldwide for years. I actually had never listened to their music prior to seeing them at a festival, so I didn't know anything about them and wasn't really starstruck by meeting them. The band is known for being provocative and for their Playboy party personas. By pure chance, I ended up meeting them while out of character in between shows, and they invited me to hang out with them. I didn't fully realize who they were, and the one member in particular gave me a lot of attention off the bat. He's over twice my age, and I'm only 6 years older than his oldest child. I found him intentionally charming immediately, and we vibed really well. I quickly discovered that the stage persona was only 5% of the truth. By the end of the night and several tequila shots later, he had his hands all over me and we ended up back in his room. Side note, I have a personal policy of not sleeping with band guys. I know there's nothing special about it, but several other notable musicians at this festival had already tried with me and gotten turned down. I think it was different with him because I had met him just as a normal person and didn't know who he was. He started kissing me and things naturally progressed. I was initially a little reluctant because we ended up hooking up and it was probably the best of my life. He was an incredibly caring lover, and afterwards we snuggled and just talked and got really deep and personal. I really got the sense that he cared for me. He told me that he doesn't actually sleep around, and actually after getting divorced a couple years ago, he has only been with one person besides me. I found that pretty hard to believe, but why would he lie after the fact, right? And he told me a lot of personal things about himself and was very vulnerable. So I felt a lot of trust. I stayed the night and we hooked up again in the morning. And we lingered way too long while people were trying to get a hold of him because he had to prepare for the show that night. I left and he told me he wanted to see me again later. After I left, my psyche started to fall apart. I began searching for as much information as I could about him and the band, and I learned how desirable young girls find him. He has multiple fan pages, for crying out loud. I got very confused about whether I've been played or somehow was just special in his eyes. I was a ball of anxiety for the rest of the day, wanting to see him, talk to him, but not being bold enough to make the first move. I almost felt like he was avoiding me at times, but I am extremely self-critical and it may have been all in my head. I couldn't even enjoy the rest of the show. I did end up meeting him at his room again. We hooked up more and I talked a lot and I felt wanted and seen, and it was amazing. I stayed the night again and the next morning they were on the road again. He put his number in my phone and promised to call me whenever the band was in my area. I can't stop thinking about him now. I've never felt like this in my life. I'm not an overly sexual person personally, but I keep replaying our encounters in my head. I've texted him a few times since, but got short replies, and I don't want to bother him too much while he's touring. I'm trying to play it cool, but I feel so stupid catching feelings after a fling like that. The anxiety is disrupting me during my daily life and I don't want it to. I don't think my life will ever be the same after this whole experience. Isn't this the classic rock star story? I'm pretty sure I've seen this movie on the Hallmark Channel. Oh well, hopefully this OP gets over this rock star soon, but I'm curious if she's into his status or maybe she just hadn't had good hookups before and is caught up on that. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. I hate being a stay-at-home mom and wife. I wish I could save some money, pack up the dog, and one day get on a train and leave. They are both so needy. I sacrifice so much to make sure they are okay. I sacrifice myself and everything I've had when my husband dragged us into financial hell. I wish I could just leave them both. But the little one is chronically ill and the husband is mentally ill. He would freak out and scare our son if I left. He'd be a mess and unable to provide any sort of support. So I stay. And I clean, cook, and provide a decent home. I smile, and I tell them both, I love you. Inside I feel rage, not at them, but at me. I am a prisoner in my own body. I can't even bond with the dog because both son and husband get jealous. Why does the dog love you more? Why does he always follow you? Why doesn't he love me? I don't have higher education. I could totally live a humble life, just the dog and I. Hell, maybe I can finally get that newfound land I've always wanted. I don't want to go back into therapy anymore. I like who I am. I've always liked who I am. I've always needed to change because who I am doesn't work out for other people. I'm too demanding. I'm too high standards. I'm too forward. I'm too crass. Because of this, I drag my butt to therapy every couple of years. I can't smoke cigarettes. My husband doesn't like smokers, and mommy smoking would create a bad example. Anyways, that's all I have. I gotta get back to preparing lunch for tomorrow. This sounds like a tough situation to be in because a child is involved. If they were single, I would say get that bag and hightail it out of there. This wife is a stay-at-home mom, and it doesn't seem like she could take the child and leave because she probably doesn't have a financial leg to stand on. But at the same time, I'm curious if this OP thinks her family just isn't good enough for her. Because she mentions how she has high standards, is demanding, and is crass as she says. So I don't know. What do you think? Is the OP a jerk? I abused a loophole in my high school student handbook to have 57 intentionally missed days waived so I could graduate early. I was one of those students. I took AP classes and gave zero effort and still passed. The one that would come in on Friday after intentionally missing Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and still pass a test with a grade A or higher. Never did any homework either. Overall grade at the end of every semester in most classes was a B-, but always had teachers mad at me over it because they had students that were truly struggling to maintain a C- after turning in all their homework extra credit and had near perfect attendance. Even had my English teacher so mad that he tried to fail me by adjusting how much my missed homework counted towards my final grade. He actually got in trouble for that. Anyways, I accumulated 55 intentionally missed days my first semester of senior year. I was eligible for early graduation credit and grade-wise, but attendance of course made me ineligible. Or so I thought. My final semester of high school was going to consist of 4 periods, 5 days a week, 2 BS classes and 2 attendance makeup classes. Me knowing myself, I knew this wasn't going to occur. I knew I would roll into that high school parking lot maybe once or twice a week and never make up any time. So I began trying to figure out how I could have these days waived, so I wouldn't have to make up so much time. I asked the school secretary what our attendance policy was and was given a copy of the student handbook, which of course was mentioned to me that we receive every year, but I had no idea where mine was. Big surprise. I skimmed through it and found out what qualified for waived days, and lo and behold, doctor's notes could waive up to 5 missed days a semester. I know that doesn't seem to help my case, considering I had over 50. However, there was additional text attached to that body of wording that said something along the lines of this. Any student who receives a diagnosis from a doctor stating chronic illness of any kind must have their days waived. So that's when the brainstorming started. I had a checkup scheduled at my primary doctor, received the doctor's note saying I was fine, photocopied it, and changed it to say that I had a mild form of chronic IBS, with the diagnosis dated back to the year before, and included the dates of previous visits, which I lined up with my missed days. I changed the phone number on the doctor's note to my grandfather's home phone number at the time. In hindsight, probably wasn't the best ideas, but it worked, I suppose. Took this to my school, and after multiple days of discussion and a phone call to my grandfather's, who had no idea what was going on, they were required to waive 57 missed days. I graduated 3 weeks later, a semester early, after missing 2 full months of high school intentionally. Now, there is a couple of edits on this story. Edit 1. The phone call that my grandfather answered was the day after I turned in the note. I waited until the end of the day to turn it in so I would have time to get home, and then intentionally missed the next day, anxiously waiting for a phone call to come in so I could attempt faking being the doctor's office. The phone call was regarding me missing another day of school. Imagine that. Because my school always called when students didn't report to first period. It was not about the note, luckily. I thought I was boned for sure when he answered. Edit 2. I guess I needed to add it that this was years ago, not yesterday. Would be hard to get away with this in today's world. You know, I really want to dislike this OP because people who were naturally good at school and didn't have to study annoyed me growing up. But when I learned later on in life that people struggle with being creative, something I find very natural, I finally understood those types of people. So all I can do is raise a glass to this OP and wish that I thought of something this awesome to miss school. I used to steal from my dad every weekend and let my brother take the blame for it. When I was a kid, my dad used to roll all of his cigarettes by hand. Because of this, he would always have a stash of large tubs of tobacco and boxes of cigarette filters. But he kept it all together in a cabinet in our kitchen. When I was a freshman in high school, I thought it would be cool if I rolled myself some cigarettes and took them to school to smoke with my friends. Because I was always the first one home after school, I immediately reached for the necessary items in the rolling cabinet and set myself up. However, when I opened one of the cabinets of tobacco, I realized it wasn't tobacco. It was around an ounce of herb. Score! I didn't even know my dad smoked herb because he was still in the military at the time. I grabbed a Ziploc bag and took as much as I could without thinking it would be noticeable. To the inexperienced, it didn't seem like enough to notice. Looking back now, I know it was probably stealing anywhere from 2 to 4 grams each time. Not a large amount, but definitely noticeable, particularly to someone who scales out their stash each time they take from it. I should add that I was somewhat of the golden child in my family. My older brother just had graduated high school and was heavily addicted to drugs at this point and always did poorly in school and still lived at home, while I was the polar opposite. I played on sports teams for my school, had academic achievement awards, competed for my sport on a national level, never really been in trouble with my parents or school. So when my dad finally confronted us, me and my brother, about the missing herb, we both denied any involvement. It's also worth noting that he only confronted us when my mom wasn't home. My dad was the more chill parent versus my mom, who was very strict and also had untreated bipolar disorder at the time. Because I had a much better reputation with my parents, my brother took the brunt of the blame. Well, all good things come to an end, right? One weekend in sophomore year, there was a party as per usual, so when no one was home, I stocked myself up with some herb and got an older friend to buy me liquor. I asked my dad to drive me to my friend's house for the sleepover, so we could go to the party together. And on the way there, he lights up a smoke, except it doesn't smell like a normal cigarette. In fact, it doesn't smell like a cigarette at all. So I glanced from the corner of my eye and realized it was, in fact, a joint. And I pretended not to notice, just kept scrolling on my phone. To my surprise, and without saying a word, he reached his arm out and passed me the joint. I wasn't sure if this was a trap to get me in trouble, but I knew my mom was very explicitly against smoking herb, so I figured she also didn't know that he had it. I took the joint and puffed a couple of times, inhaled and passed it back to him without coughing. He just smirked at me and said, "Wasn't your first time, was it?" I just chuckled and said, "Maybe." At this point, he confronted me about the missing herb. My brother was gone for the weekend, and since my dad knew I was having a sleepover that night, he weighed his stash before leaving for work that morning. When I asked him to drive me, he weighed it again and noticed some was missing. Since my brother was gone and my mother didn't know, it was clear whose fault it was. He told me it was fine if I wanted to smoke up at parties with my friends, as he'd much rather have me smoking at parties than drinking. But he just asked me to stop taking so much from him every week. Apparently, it was costing him quite a bit to stay stocked up, and he was hiding it from my mom at the same time. So spending so much on something that he was trying to hide was getting increasingly difficult. As a corporal in the military, he wasn't making an overly abundant amount of money. He also told me to let him know privately if I've got weekend plans so he could hook me up with enough for me, but my friends were on their own. Fair enough. We agreed on this and we finished the joint together. He pulled up to my friend's driveway, and before I got out, he put his hand on my shoulder and said, "Hey, let's keep this between us, all right?" And I always have. Until right now, of course. Even after my mom started smoking herb too, I never told her, but maybe one day I will. Now she would probably find it hilarious. I wish this OP would have had an edit about what happened to the brother. I mean, to be honest, I'm glad his dad was cool about everything in the end, but his brother already being in a bad place and taking unnecessary blame could have messed him up even more. So yeah, kind of a jerk move in my opinion, because the OP thinks, "I got away with it, no biggie." Anyways, what do you think? Is the OP a jerk? I stole from the charity donation box for kids with cancer. Trigger warning, this post mentions eating disorders. When I was 15, my first job was working as a cashier at a pharmacy, and on the counter there was this little donation box, just your average give $1 to 6 kids charity. At the time, I had anorexia. I was underweight and hadn't eaten in 3 days. I didn't bring any lunch or money money to work that day, so I stole $20 from the donation box. This is not at all justification, but in the 8 months that I worked there, I just never saw it emptied, so I figured it would never go to the actual charity, or at least not for a while. I bought myself a bag of chips, the most sugary drink I could find, and a bag of lollies. Then I cried in the bathroom about how much of a crappy person I was to steal money to eat food. I've held on to that for 3 years, and I think about how lucky I am to have recovered now. I'm at a healthy weight and I love my body, but I don't think I will ever forget how much of a low point in my life that was, and I will never not feel crappy from stealing from kids with cancer. I'm glad that the OP is in a better place now with their health, and I feel like this could be an easy fix. I think everyone's done stuff they regret, but it's all about how you live life going forward. Why not make a nice little $100 donation to a cancer charity and call it even? Don't beat yourself up for wanting to eat. At least that's my opinion. My husband was supposed to be a one-night stand. I wasn't really looking to date, I just wanted some attention and passion. My roommates convinced me that to really move on from my ex, I just needed to have a one-night stand, which would help me move on and get back into the swing of things. And it had been almost a year since I had been with anyone. I didn't plan it or anything, but the company I was working at the time did a monthly game night, so I went. But now my husband and I were on the same team and we were flirting a bit. I was planning on resigning the following Monday as I had received a better offer, so I figured why not and decided to try my luck with seducing him. He came with me back to my place and well, you can guess what happened. Things kind of evolved from there, but I never really told my husband that he was supposed to be a one-time thing. I guess my seduction skills worked. Together almost 11 years now, married for 9, 4 kids, a house, and a dog and a cat. I don't really have much to add here, but I do have a question for you viewers. Do you think the husband would get mad if she told him the truth? Or would he just laugh it off because in the end they still ended up together? Reminds me a lot of a Friends episode. So that's it for today's episode. Let me know your favorite story in that comment section down below. Don't forget to follow on Spotify and hit that subscribe button if you want more content like this in the future.